cooperate for the good of your country and for your own gain." She shook her head. "I couldn't be persuaded. Not about this. For one thing, if there's any hope at all of dramatically extending the human lifespan and promoting healing through genetic engineering, then the research should be done publicly, and the benefit should be available to everyone. It's immoral to handle it any other way." "I figured that's how you'd feel," he said, pulling the Ford through a sharp right-hand turn, then sharply to the left again. "Besides, I couldn't be persuaded to continue research along the same avenue the wildcard group has been following, because I'm sure it's the wrong route." "I knew you'd say that," Ben said approvingly. "Admittedly, I know very little about genetics, but I can see there's just too much danger involved in the approach they're taking. Remember the mice I told you about? And remember the blood in the trunk of the car at the house in Villa Park?" He remembered, which was one reason he had wanted the shotgun. She said, "If I took control of Gene Plan, I might want to fund continued longevity research, but I'd insist on scrapping Wildcard and starting fresh from a new direction." "I knew you'd say that, too," he told her, "and I figure the government also has a pretty good idea what you'd say, so I don't have much hope that they just want a chance to persuade you. If they know anything about you, and as Eric's wife, you've got to be in their files, then they know you couldn't be bribed or threatened into doing something you thought was really wrong, couldn't be corrupted. So they probably won't even bother trying." "It's my Catholic upbringing," she said with a touch of irony. "A very stern, strict, religious family, you know." He didn't know. This was the first she had ever spoken of it. Softly she said, "And very early I was sent to a boarding school for girls administered by nuns. I grew to hate it, the endless masses, the humiliation of the confessional, revealing my pathetic little sins. But I guess it shaped me for the better, huh? Might not be so all-fired incorruptible if I hadn't spent all those years in the hands of the good sisters." He sensed that these revelations were but a twig on an immense and perhaps ugly tree of grim experience. He glanced away from the road for a second, wanting to see her expression, but he was foiled by the constantly, rapidly changing mosaic of tree shadows and sunlight that came through the windshield and dappled her countenance. There was an illusion of fire, and her face was only half revealed to him, half hidden beyond the shifting and shimmering curtain of those phantom flames. Sighing, she said, "Okay, so if the government knows it can't persuade me, why is it issuing warrants on a bunch of trumped-up charges and putting so much manpower into the search for me?" "They want to kill you," Ben said bluntly. "What?" "They'd rather get you out of the picture and deal with Eric's partners, Knowles and Seitz and the others, because they already know those men are corruptible." She was shocked, and he was not surprised by her shock. She was not unworldly or terribly naive, but she was, by choice, a present-focused person who had given little thought to the complexities of the changing world around her, except when that world impinged upon her primary desire to wring as much pleasure as possible from the moment. She accepted a variety of myths as a matter of convenience, as a way of simplifying her life, and one myth was that her government would always have her best interests at heart, whether the issue was war, a reform of the justice system, increased taxation, or anything else. She was apolitical, and saw no reason to be concerned about who might win or usurp the power flowing from the ballot box, for it was easy to believe in the benign intentions of those who so ardently desired to serve the public. She gaped in astonishment at him. He did not even have to see that expression through the flickering light and shadow to know it held tenancy of her face, for he sensed it in the change in her breathing and in the greater tension that suddenly gripped her and caused her to sit up straighter. "Kill me? No, no, Benny. The U.S. government just executing civilians as if this were some banana republic? No, surely not. Not necessarily the whole government, Rachel. The House, Senate, President, and Cabinet secretaries haven't held meetings to discuss the obstacle you pose, haven't conspired by the hundreds to terminate you, but someone in the Pentagon or the DSA or the CIA has determined that you're standing in the way of the national interest, that you pose a threat to the welfare of millions of citizens. When they weigh the welfare of millions against one or two little murders, the choice is clear to them, as it always is to collectivist thinkers. One or two little murders, tens of thousands of murders, are always justifiable when the welfare of the masses is at stake. At least, that's how they see it, even if they do pretend to believe in the sanctity of the individual. So they can order one or two little murders and even feel righteous about it. "Dear God," she said with feeling, "what have I dragged you into, Benny?" "You didn't drag me into anything," he said. "I forced my way in. You couldn't keep me out of it, and I've no regrets." She seemed unable to speak. Ahead on the left, a branch road led down to the lake. A sign announced Lake Approach, boat launching facilities. Ben turned off the state route and followed the narrower gravel road down through a crowd of immense trees. In a quarter of a mile, he drove out of the trees into a 60-foot wide, 300-foot long open area by the shore. Sequins of sunlight decorated the lake in some places, and serpentine streams of sunlight wriggled across the shifting surface in other places, and here and there brilliant shafts bounced off the waves and dazzled the eye. More than a dozen cars, pickups, and campers were parked at the far end of the clearing, several with empty boat trailers behind them. A big recreational pickup, black with red and gray stripes, bedecked with gobs of sun-heated chrome, was backed up near the water's edge, and 3 men were launching a 24-foot twin-engine Water King from their trailer. Several people were eating lunch at picnic tables near the shore, and an Irish setter was sniffing under a table in search of scraps, and 2 young boys were tossing a football back and forth, and 8 or 10 fishermen were tending their poles along the bank. They all looked as if they were enjoying themselves. If any of them realized the world beyond this pleasant haven was turning dark and going mad, he was keeping it to himself. Benny drove to the parking area, but tucked the Ford in by the edge of the forest as far from the other vehicles as he could get. He switched off the engine and rolled down his window. He put his seat back as far as it would go in order to give himself room to work, took the shotgun box on his lap, opened it, withdrew the gun, and threw the empty box into the back seat. "Keep a watch out," he told Rachel. "You see anybody coming, let me know. I'll get out and meet him. Don't want anybody to see the shotgun and be spooked. It's sure as hell not hunting season." "Benny, what are we going to do?" "Just what we planned to do," he said, using one of the car keys to slit the shrink-wrapped plastic in which the shotgun was encased. "Follow the directions Sarah Keel gave you, find Eric's cabin, and see if he's there." "But the warrants for our arrest, people wanting to kill us, doesn't that change everything?" "Not much." He discarded the shredded plastic and looked the gun over. It came fully assembled, a nice piece of work, and it felt good and reliable in his hands. "Originally, we wanted to get to Eric and finish him before he healed entirely and came looking to finish you. Now, maybe what we'll have to do is capture him instead of kill him." "Take him alive?" Rachel said, alarmed by that suggestion. "Well, he's not exactly alive, is he? But I think we're going to have to take him in whatever condition he's in, tie him up, drive him someplace like the offices of the Los Angeles Times. Then we can hold a real shocker of a press conference." "Oh, Benny, no, we can't." She shook her head adamantly. "That's crazy. He's going to be violent, extremely violent. I told you about the mice. You saw the blood in the trunk of the car, for God's sake. The destruction everywhere he's been, the knives in the wall of the Palm Springs house, the beating he gave Sarah. We can't risk getting close to him. He won't respect the gun, if that's what you're thinking. He won't have any fear of it at all. You get close enough to try to capture him, and he'll take your head off in spite of the gun. He might even have a gun of his own. No, if we see him, we've got to finish him right away. Shoot him without any hesitation. Shoot him again and again. Do so much damage to him that he won't be able to come back again. A panicky note had entered her voice, and she had spoken faster and faster as she strove to convince Ben. Her skin was powder white, and her lips had acquired a bluish tint. She was shivering. Even considering their precarious situation and the admittedly hideous nature of their quarry, her fear seemed too great to Ben, and he wondered how much her reaction to Eric's resurrection was heightened by the ultra-religious childhood that had formed her. Without fully understanding her own feelings, perhaps she was afraid of Eric not merely because she knew his potential for violence, and not merely because he was a walking dead man, but because he had dared to seize the power of God by defeating death, and thereby had become not simply a zombie, but some hell-born creature returned from the realm of the damned. Forgetting the shotgun for a moment, taking both her hands in his, he said, "Rachel, honey, I can handle him. I've handled worse than him, much worse. Don't be so confident. That's what'll get you killed. I'm trained for war, well-trained to take care of myself. Please!" And I've kept in top shape all these years, because Nam taught me that the world can turn dark and mean overnight, and that you can't count on anything but yourself and your closest friends. That was a nasty lesson about the modern world that I didn't want to admit I'd learned, which is why I've spent so much time immersed in the past. But the very fact that I've kept in shape and kept practicing my fighting skills is proof of the lesson. Tip-top shape, Rachel. And I'm well armed. He hushed her when she tried to object. We have no choice, Rachel. That's what it comes down to. No other choice. If we just kill him, blast the sucker with 20 or 30 rounds from the shotgun, kill him so bad he stays dead for good this time, then we have no proof of what he did to himself. We just have a corpse. Who could prove he'd been reanimated? It'd look as if we stole his body from the morgue, pumped it full of buckshot, and concocted this crazy story. Maybe concocted it to cover the very crimes the government is accusing us of. "Lab tests of his cell structure would prove something," Rachel said. "Examination of his genetic material, that would take weeks. Before then, the government would have found a way to claim the body, eliminate us, and doctor the test results to show nothing out of the ordinary." She started to speak, hesitated, and stopped, because she was obviously beginning to realize that he was right. She looked more forlorn than any woman he had ever seen. He said, "Our only hope of getting the government off our backs is to get proof of Wildcard and break the story to the press. The only reason they want to kill us is to keep the secret. So when the secret is blown, we'll be safe. Since we didn't get the Wildcard file from Eric's office safe, Eric himself is the only proof we have a chance of putting our hands on, and we need him alive. They need to see him breathing, functioning, in spite of his staved-in head. They need to see the changes in him that you suspect there'll be, the irrational rages, the sullen quality of the living dead." She swallowed hard. She nodded. "All right. Okay. But I'm so scared." "You can be strong. You have it in you." "I know I do. I know. But—" He leaned forward and gave her a kiss. Her lips were icy. Eric groaned and opened his eyes. Evidently, he had descended once more into a short period of suspended animation, a minor but deep coma, for he slowly regained consciousness on the floor of the living room, sprawled among at least 100 sheets of typing paper. His splitting headache was gone, although a peculiar burning sensation extended from the top of his skull downward to his chin, all across his face, and in most of his muscles and joints as well, in shoulders and arms and legs. It was not an unpleasant burning, and not pleasant either, just a neutral sensation unlike anything he had felt before. I'm like a candy man made of chocolate, sitting on a sun-washed table, melting, but melting from the inside. For a while he just lay there, wondering where the weird thought had come from. He was disoriented, dizzy. His mind was a swamp in which unconnected thoughts burst like stinking bubbles on the watery surface. Gradually the water cleared a bit, and the soupy mud of the swamp grew somewhat firmer. Pushing up to a sitting position, he looked at the papers strewn around him and could not remember what they were. He picked up a few and tried to read them. The blurry letters would not at first resolve into words. Then the words would not form coherent sentences. When at last he could read a bit, he could understand only a fraction of what he read, but he could grasp enough to realize that this was the third paper copy of the wildcard file. In addition to the project data stored in the GenePlan computers, there had been one hard copy file in Riverside, one in his office safe at the headquarters in Newport Beach, and a third here. The cabin was his secret retreat, known only to him, and it had seemed prudent to keep a fully updated file in the hidden basement safe as insurance against the day when Seitz and Knowles, the money men behind his work, tried to take the corporation away from him through clever financial maneuvering. That anticipated treachery was unlikely because they needed him, needed his genius, and would most likely still need him when Wildcard was perfected. But he was not a man who took chances, other than the one big chance when he had injected himself with the devil's brew that was turning his body into pliable clay. He had not wanted to risk being booted out of GenePlan and finding himself cut off from data crucial to the production of the immortality serum. Evidently, after stumbling out of the bathroom, he had gone down to the basement, had opened the safe, and had brought the file up here for perusal. What had he been seeking? An explanation for what was happening to him? A way to undo the changes that had occurred, that were still occurring in him? That was pointless. These monstrous developments had been unanticipated. Nothing in the file would refer to the possibility of runaway growth or point the way to salvation. He must have been seized by delirium, for only in such a state would he have bothered to pursue a magic cure in this pile of Xeroxes. He knelt in the scattered papers for a minute or two, preoccupied by the strange though painless burning sensation that filled his body, trying to understand its source and meaning. In some places, along his spine, across the top of his head, at the base of his throat, in his testicles, the heat was accompanied by an eerie tingle. He almost felt as if 1 billion fire ants had made their home within him and were moving by the millions through his veins and arteries and through a maze of tunnels they had burrowed in his flesh and bone. Finally he got to his feet, and a fierce anger rose in him for no specific reason and with no particular target. He kicked out furiously, stirring up a briefly airborne, noisy cloud of papers. A frightening rage seethed under the surface of the mind swamp, and he was just perceptive enough to realize that it was in some way quite different from the previous rages to which he had succumbed. This one was even more primal, less focused, less of a human rage, more like the irrationally churning fury of an animal. He felt as if some deeply buried racial memory were asserting itself, something crawling up out of the genetic pit, up from 10 million years ago, up from the faraway time when men were only apes, or from a time even farther removed than that, from an unthinkably ancient age when men were as yet only amphibian creatures crawling painfully onto a volcanic shore and breathing air for the first time. It was a cold rage, instead of hot like the ones before it, as cold as the heart of the Arctic, 1,000,000,000 years of coldness. Reptilian. Yes, that was the feel of it, an icy reptilian rage, and when he began to grasp its nature he recoiled from further consideration of it and desperately hoped that he would be able to keep it under control. The mirror. He was certain that changes had taken place in him while he had been unconscious on the living-room floor, and he knew he should go into the bathroom and look at himself in the mirror. But suddenly he was shaken anew by fear of what he was becoming, and he could not find the courage to take even one step in that direction. Instead, he decided to employ the Braille approach by which he had previously discovered the first alterations in his face. Feeling the differences before seeing them would prepare him somewhat for the shock of his appearance. Hesitantly, he raised his hands to explore his face, but did not get that far, because he saw that his hands were changing, and he was arrested by the sight of them. They were not radically different hands from what they had been, but they were unquestionably not his hands any more, not the hands he had used all his life. The fingers were longer and thinner, perhaps a whole inch longer, with fleshier pads at the tips. The nails were different, too, thicker, harder, yellowish, more pointed than ordinary fingernails. They were nascent claws. Damned if they weren't. And if the metamorphosis continued, they would probably develop into even more pointed, hooked, and razor-sharp talons. His knuckles were changing, too, larger, bonier, almost like arthritic knuckles. He expected to find his hands stiff and less usable than they had been, but to his surprise the altered knuckles worked easily, fluidly, and proved superior to the knuckles out of which they had grown. He worked his hands experimentally and discovered that he was incredibly dexterous. His elongated fingers possessed a new suppleness and startling flexibility, and he sensed that the changes were continuing unchecked, though not fast enough for him to actually see the bones growing and the flesh remaking itself. But by tomorrow his hands would surely be far more radically changed than they were now. This was electrifyingly different from the apparent random tumor-like excrescences of bone and tissue that had formed across his forehead. These hands were not just the result of an excess of growth hormones and proteins. This growth had purpose, direction. In fact, he suddenly noticed that on both hands between thumb and forefinger, below the first knuckle of each digit, translucent webs had begun to fill in the empty space. Reptilian, like the cold rage that he knew would, if he let it, erupt in a frenzy of destruction. Reptilian. He lowered his hands, afraid to look at them any more. He no longer had the courage to explore the contours of his face, not even by touch. The mere prospect of looking into a mirror filled him with dread. His heart was hammering, and with each thunderous beat it seemed to pound spikes of fear and loneliness into him. For a moment he was utterly lost, confused, directionless. He turned left, then right, took a step in one direction, then in another, the wild-card papers crunching like dead leaves under his feet. Not sure what to do or where to go, he stopped and stood with shoulders slumped, head hung low under a weight of despair. Until suddenly the weird burning in his flesh and the eerie tingle along his spine were supplemented with a new sensation: hunger. His stomach growled, and his knees grew weak, and he started to shake with hunger. He began to work his mouth and to swallow continuously, involuntarily, hard swallows that almost hurt, as if his body were demanding to be fed. He headed toward the kitchen, his shakes getting worse with every step, his knees growing weaker. The sweat of need poured from him in streams, in rivers. A hunger unlike anything he had ever known before, rabid hunger, painful, tearing at him, his vision clouded and his thoughts funneled down toward one subject: food. The macabre changes taking place in him would require a great deal more fuel than usual, energy for tearing down old tissues, building blocks with which to construct new tissues. Yes, of course. His metabolism was running wild, like a great furnace out of control, a raging fire. It had broken down and assimilated the Farmer John's sausage and biscuit sandwiches that he had eaten earlier, and it needed more, much more. So by the time he opened the cupboard doors and began pulling cans of soup and stew from the shelves, he was wheezing and gasping, muttering wordlessly, grunting like a savage or a wild beast, sickened and repelled by his loss of control, but too hungry to worry about it, frightened but hungry, despairing, but so hungry, hungry, hungry. Following the directions Sarah Keel had given Rachael, Ben turned off the state route onto a narrow, poorly maintained macadam lane that climbed a steep slope. The lane led deeper into the forest, where the deciduous trees gave way entirely to evergreens, many of which were ancient and huge. They drove half a mile, passing widely separated driveways that served houses and summer cottages. A couple of structures were fully visible, though most could barely be seen between the trees or were entirely hidden by foliage and forest shadows. The farther they went, the less the sun intruded upon the forest floor, and Rachel's mood darkened at the same rate as the landscape. She held the .32 pistol in her lap and peered anxiously ahead. The pavement ended, but the road continued with a gravel surface for more than another quarter of a mile. They passed just 2 more driveways, plus 2 Dodge Chargers and a small motor home parked in a lay-by near one driveway, before coming to a closed gate. Made of steel pipe, painted sky blue, and padlocked, the gate was unattached to any fence and served only to limit vehicular access to the road beyond, which further declined in quality from gravel to dirt. Wired securely to the center of the barrier, a black and red sign warned, "No trespassing, private property." "Just like Sarah told you," Ben said. Beyond the gate lay Eric Leben's property, his secret retreat. The cabin was not visible, for it was another quarter of a mile up the mountainside, entirely screened by trees from this angle. "It's still not too late to turn back," Rachael said. "Yes, it is," Ben said. She bit her lip and nodded grimly. She carefully switched off the double safeties on her pistol. Eric used the electric opener to take the lid off a large can of Progresso minestrone, realized he needed a pot in which to heat it, but was shaking too badly to wait any longer, so he just drank the cold soup out of the can, threw the can aside, wiping absent-mindedly at the broth that dripped off his chin. He kept no fresh food in the cabin, only a few frozen things, mostly canned goods, so he opened a family-sized Dinty Moore beef stew, and he ate that cold, too, all of it, so fast he kept choking on it. He chewed the beef with something akin to manic glee, taking a strangely intense pleasure from the tearing and rending of the meat between his teeth. It was a pleasure unlike any he had experienced before, primal, savage, and it both delighted and frightened him. Although the stew was fully cooked, requiring only reheating, and although it was laden with spices and preservatives, Eric could smell the traces of blood remaining in the beef. Though the blood content was minuscule and thoroughly cooked, Eric perceived it not merely as a vague scent, but as a strong, nearly overpowering odor, a thrilling and thoroughly delicious organic incense, which caused him to shudder with excitement. He breathed deeply and was dizzied by the blood fragrance, and on his tongue it was ambrosian. When he finished the cold beef stew, which took only a couple of minutes, he opened a can of chili and ate that even more quickly, then another can of soup, chicken noodle this time, and finally he began to take the sharp edge off his hunger. He unscrewed the lid from a jar of peanut butter, scooped some out with his fingers, and ate it. He did not like it as well as he liked the meat, but he knew it was good for him, rich in the nutrients that his racing metabolism required. He consumed more, cleaned out most of the jar, then threw it aside and stood for a moment, gasping for breath, exhausted from eating. The queer, painless fire continued to burn in him, but the hunger had substantially abated. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his Uncle Barry Hampstead sitting in a chair at the small kitchen table, grinning at him. This time, instead of ignoring the phantom, Eric turned toward it, took a couple of steps closer, and said, "What do you want here, you son of a bitch?" His voice was gravelly, not at all like it had once been. "What are you grinning at, you goddamn pervert? You get the hell out of here." Uncle Barry actually began to fade away, although that was not surprising. He was only an illusion born of degenerated brain cells. Unreal flames feeding on shadows danced in the darkness beyond the cellar door, which Eric had evidently left open when he had come back upstairs with the wildcard file. He watched the shadow fires. As before, he felt some mystery beckoning, and he was afraid. However, emboldened by his success in chasing away Barry Hampstead's shade, he started toward the flickering red and silver flames, figuring either to dispel them or to see at last what lay within them. Then he remembered the armchair in the living room, the window, the lookout he had been keeping. He had been distracted from that important task by a chain of events, the unusually brutal headache, the changes he had felt in his face, the macabre reflection in the mirror, the wild-card file, his sudden crippling hunger, Uncle Barry's apparition, and now the false fires beyond the cellar door. He could not concentrate on one thing for any length of time, and he cried out in frustration at this latest evidence of mental dysfunction. He moved back across the kitchen, kicking aside an empty Dinty Moore beef stew can and a couple of soup cans, heading for the living room and his abandoned guard post. "Ree, ree, ree." The one-note songs of the cicadas, monotonous to the human ear, but most likely rich in meaning to other insects, echoed shrilly yet hollowly through the high forest. Standing beside the rental car, keeping a wary eye on the woods around them, Ben distributed 4 extra shotgun shells and 8 extra rounds for the combat magnum in the pockets of his jeans. Rachael emptied out her purse and filled it with 3 boxes of ammunition, one for each of their guns. That was surely an excessive supply, but Ben did not suggest that she take any less. He carried the shotgun under one arm. Given the slightest provocation, he could swing it up and fire in a fraction of a second. Rachael carried the .32 pistol and the combat magnum, one in each hand. She wanted Ben to carry both the Remington and the .357, but he could not handle both efficiently, and he preferred the shotgun. They moved off into the brush, just far enough to slip around the padlocked gate, returning to the dirt track on the other side. Ahead, the road rose under a canopy of pine limbs, flanked by rock-lined drainage ditches bristling with dead dry weeds that had sprung up during the rainy season and withered during the arid spring and summer. About 200 yards above them, the lane took a sharp turn to the right and disappeared. According to Sarah Keel, the lane ran straight and true beyond the bend, directly to the cabin, which was approximately another 200 yards from that point. "Do you think it's safe to approach right out on the road like this?" Rachael whispered, even though they were still so far from the cabin that their normal-speaking voices could not possibly have carried to Eric. Ben found himself whispering, too. "It'll be okay, at least until we reach the bend. As long as we can't see him, he can't see us." She still looked worried. He said, "If he's even up there." "He's up there," she said. "Maybe." "He's up there," she insisted, pointing to vague tire tracks in the thin layer of dust that covered the hard-packed dirt road. Ben nodded. He had seen the same thing. "Waiting," Rachael said. "Not necessarily." "Waiting." He could be recuperating. "No." "Incapacitated." "No. He's ready for us." She was probably right about that as well. He sensed the same thing she did, oncoming trouble. Curiously, though they stood in the shadows of the trees, the nearly invisible scar along her jawline, where Eric had once cut her with a broken glass, was visible, more visible than it usually was in ordinary light. In fact, to Ben, it seemed to glow softly, as if the scar responded to the nearness of the one who had inflicted it, much the way that a man's arthritic joints might alert him to an oncoming storm. Imagination, of course. The scar was no more prominent now than it had been an hour ago. The illusion of prominence was just an indication of how much he feared losing her. In the car, on the drive up from the lake, he had tried his best to persuade her to remain behind and let him handle Eric alone. She was opposed to that idea, possibly because she feared losing Ben as much as he feared losing her. They started up the lane. Ben looked nervously left and right as they went, uncomfortably aware that the heavily forested mountainside, gloomy even at midday, provided countless hiding places, ambush points, very close to them on both sides. The air was heavily laced with the odor of evergreen sap, the crisp and appealing fragrance of dry pine needles, and the musty scent of some rotting dead wood. Ree! 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 He had returned to the armchair with a pair of binoculars that he had remembered were in the bedroom closet. Only minutes after settling down at the window, before his dysfunctioning thought processes could take off on yet another tangent, he saw movement 200 yards below at the sharp bend in the road. He played with the focus knob, pulling the scene in clearer, and in spite of the depth of the shadows at that point along the lane, he saw the two people in perfect detail. Rachael and the bastard she had been sleeping with, Shadway. He had not known whom he expected, other than Seitz, Knowles, and the men of Jean Plan, but he had certainly not expected Rachael and Shadway. He was stunned and could not imagine how she had learned of this place, though he knew that the answer would be obvious to him if his mind had been functioning normally. They were crouched along the bank that flanked the road down there, fairly well concealed, but they had to reveal a little of themselves in order to get a good look at the cabin, and what little they revealed was enough for Eric to identify them in the magnified field of the binoculars. The sight of Rachael enraged him, for she had rejected him, the only woman in his adult life to reject him, the bitch, the ungrateful, stinking bitch, and she turned her back on his money, too. Even worse, in the miasmal swamp of his deranged mind, she was responsible for his death, had virtually killed him by angering him to distraction and then letting him rush out onto Main Street into the path of the truck. He could believe she had actually planned his death in order to inherit the very fortune on which she claimed to have no designs. Yes, of course. Why not? And now there she was with her lover, with the man she had been fucking behind his back, and she had clearly come to finish the job that the garbage truck had started. They pulled back beyond the bend, but a few seconds later he saw movement in the brush to the left of the road, and he caught a glimpse of them moving off into the trees. They were going to make a cautious, indirect approach. Eric dropped the binoculars and shoved up from the armchair, stood swaying in the grip of a rage so great that he almost felt crushed by it. Steel bands tightened across his chest, and for a moment he could not draw his breath. Then the bands snapped, and he sucked in great lungsful of air. He said, "Oh, Rachael, Rachael," in a voice that sounded as if it were echoing up from hell. He liked the sound of it, so he said her name again. "Rachael, Rachael." From the floor beside the chair he plucked up the axe. He realized that he could not handle the axe and both knives, so he chose the butcher's knife and left the other blade behind. He would go out the back way, circle around, slip up on them through the woods. He had the cunning to do it. He felt as if he had been born to stalk and kill. Hurrying across the living room toward the kitchen, Eric saw an image of himself in his mind's eye. He was ramming the knife deep into her guts, then ripping it upward, tearing open her flat young belly. He made a shrill sound of eagerness and almost fell over the empty soup and stew cans in his haste to reach the back door. He would cut her, cut! And when she dropped to the ground with a knife in her belly, he would go at her with the axe, use the blunt edge of it first, smashing her bones to splinters, breaking her arms and legs, and then he would turn the wondrous shiny instrument over in his hands, his strange and powerful new hands, and use the sharp edge. By the time he reached the rear door and yanked it open and went out of the house, he was in the grip of that reptilian fury that he had feared only a short while ago, a cold and calculating fury called forth out of genetic memories of inhuman ancestors. Having at last surrendered to that primeval rage, he was surprised to discover that it felt good. Chapter 22. Waiting for the Stone. Jerry Peek should have been asleep on his feet, for he had been up all night, but seeing Anson Sharp humiliated had revitalized him better than 8 hours in the sheets could have. He felt marvelous. He stood with Sharp in the corridor outside Sarah Keel's hospital room, waiting for Felsen Keel to come and tell them what they needed to know. Peek required considerable restraint to keep from laughing at his boss's vindictive grousing about the farmer from Kansas. "If he wasn't a know-nothing shit-kicker, I'd come down so hard on him that his teeth would still be vibrating next Christmas," Sharp said. "But what's the point, huh? He's just a thick-headed Kansas plowboy who doesn't know any better. No point talking to a brick wall, Peek. No point getting angry with a brick wall." "Right," Peek said. Pacing back and forth in front of Sarah's closed door, glowering at the nurses who passed in the corridor, Sharp said, "You know, those farm families way out there on the plains, they get strange 'cause they breed too much among themselves, cousin to cousin, that sort of thing, which makes them more stupid generation by generation. But not only stupid, Peek. That inbreeding makes them stubborn as mules." "Mr. Keel sure does seem stubborn," Peek said. "Just a dim-witted shit-kicker. So what's the point of wasting energy breaking his butt? He wouldn't learn his lesson anyway." Peek could not risk an answer. He required almost superhuman determination to keep a grin off his face. 6 or 8 times during the next half hour, Sharp said, "Besides, it's faster to let him get the information out of the girl. She's a dim bulb herself, a drugged-up little whore who's probably had syphilis and claps so often her brain's like oatmeal. I figured it'd take us hours to get anything out of her, but when that shit-kicker came into the room and I heard the girl say 'Daddy' in that happy, shaky little voice, I knew he'd get out of her what we needed, a lot faster than we could get it. Let him do our job for us, I thought." Jerry Peek marveled at the deputy director's boldness in trying to reshape Peek's perception of what had actually happened in Sarah's room. Then again, maybe Sharp was beginning to believe that he had not backed down and had cleverly manipulated the stone, getting the best of him. He was fruitcake enough to buy his own lies. Once Sharp put a hand on Peek's shoulder, not in a comradely manner, but to be sure of his subordinate's attention. "Listen, Peek, don't you get the wrong idea about the way I came on with that little whore. The foul language I used, the threats, The little bit of hurt I caused her when I squeezed her hand, the way I touched her. Didn't mean a thing. Just a technique, you know? A good method for getting quick answers. If this wasn't a national security crisis, I'd never have tried that stuff. But sometimes, in special situations like this, we have to do things for our country that maybe neither we nor our country would ordinarily approve of. We understand each other?" "Yes, sir, of course." Surprised by his own ability to fake naivete and admiration, and to do it convincingly, Peake said, "I'm amazed you'd worry that I'd misunderstand. I'd never have thought of such an approach myself, but the moment you went to work on her, well, I knew what you were doing, and I admired your interrogation skills. I see this case as an opportunity, sir. I mean the chance to work with you, which I figured would be a very valuable learning experience, which it has been, even more valuable than I'd hoped." For a moment, Sharp's marble-hard green eyes fixed on Peake with evident suspicion. Then the deputy director decided to take him at his word, for he relaxed a bit and said, "Good. I'm glad you feel that way, Peake. This is a nasty business sometimes. It can even make you feel dirty now and then, what you have to do. But it's for the country, and that's what we always have to keep in mind." "Yes, sir. I always keep that in mind." Sharp nodded and began to pace and grumble again. But Peake knew that Sharp had enjoyed intimidating and hurting Sarah Keel, and had immensely enjoyed touching her. He knew that Sharp was a sadist and a pedophile, for he had seen those dark aspects of his boss surge clearly to the surface in that hospital room. No matter what lies Sharp told him, Jerry Peake was never going to forget what he had seen. Knowing these things about the deputy director gave Peake an enormous advantage, though as yet he had absolutely no idea how to benefit from what he had learned. He had also learned that Sharp was at heart a coward. In spite of his bullying ways and impressive physical appearance, the deputy director would back down in a crunch, even against a smaller man like the Stone, as long as the smaller man stood up to him with conviction. Sharp had no compunctions about violence, and would resort to it when he thought he was fully protected by his government position, or when his adversary was sufficiently weak and unthreatening. But he would back off if he believed he faced the slightest chance of being hurt himself. Possessing that knowledge, Peake had another big advantage, but he did not yet see a way to use that one either. Nevertheless, he was confident he would eventually know how to apply the things he had learned. Making well-considered, fair, and effective use of such insights was precisely what a legend did best. Unaware of having given Peake 2 good knives, Sharp paced back and forth with the impatience of a Caesar. The Stone had demanded half an hour alone with his daughter. When 30 minutes had passed, Sharp began to look at his wristwatch more frequently. After 35 minutes, he walked heavily to the door, put a hand against it, started to push inside, hesitated, and turned away. Hell, give him another few minutes. Can't be easy getting anything coherent out of that spaced-out little whore. Peake murmured agreement. The looks that Sharp cast at the closed door became increasingly murderous. Finally, 40 minutes after they had left the room at the Stone's insistence, Sharp tried to cover his fear of confrontation with the farmer by saying, "I have to make a few important calls. I'll be at the public phones in the lobby." "Yes, sir." Sharp started away, then looked back. "When the shit-kicker comes out of there, he's just going to have to wait for me, no matter how long I take, and I don't give a damn how much that upsets him." "Yes, sir." "It'll do him good to cool his heels a while," Sharp said, and he stalked off, head held high, rolling his big shoulders, looking like a very important man, evidently convinced that his dignity was intact. Jerry Peake leaned against the wall of the corridor and watched the nurses go by, smiling at the pretty ones and engaging them in brief flirtatious conversation when they were not too busy. Sharp stayed away for 20 minutes, giving the stone a full hour with Sarah, but when he came back from making his important, probably non-existent, phone calls, the stone had still not appeared. Even a coward could explode if pushed too far, and Sharp was furious. "That lousy dirt-humping hayseed! He can't come in here reeking of pig shit and screw up my investigation." He turned away from Peek and started toward Sarah's room. Before Sharp took 2 steps, the stone came out. Peek had wondered whether Felsen Keel would look as imposing on second encounter as he had appeared when stepping dramatically into Sarah's room and interrupting Anson Sharp in an act of molestation. To Peek's great satisfaction, the stone was even more imposing than on the previous occasion. That strong, seamed, weathered face, those oversized hands, work-gnarled knuckles, an air of unshakable self-possession and serenity. Peek watched with a sort of awe as the man crossed the hallway, as if he were a slab of granite come to life. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but as I'm sure you understand, my daughter and I had a lot of catching up to do. And as you must understand, this is an urgent national security matter," Sharp said, though more quietly than he had spoken earlier. Unperturbed, the stone said, "My daughter says you want to know if maybe she has some idea where a fellow named Leben is hiding out." "That's right," Sharp said tightly. "She said something about him being a living dead man, which I can't quite get clear with her, but maybe that was just the drugs talking through her. You think?" "Just the drugs," Sharp said. "Well, she knows of a certain place he might be," the stone said. "The fella owns a cabin above Lake Arrowhead, she says. It's a sort of secret retreat for him." He took a folded paper from his shirt pocket. "I've written down these directions." He handed the paper to Peek. To Peek, not to Anson Sharp. Peek glanced at the stone's precise, clear handwriting, then passed the paper to Sharp. "You know," the stone said, "my Sarah was a good girl up until 3 years ago, a fine daughter in every way. Then she fell under the spell of a sick person who got her onto drugs, put twisted thoughts in her head. She was only 13 then, impressionable, vulnerable, easy pickin'. Mr. Keel, we don't have time." The stone pretended not to hear Sharp, even though he was looking directly at him. "My wife and I tried our best to find out who it was that had her spellbound. Figured it had to be an older boy at school, but we could never identify him. Then one day, after a year during which hell moved right into our home, Sarah up and disappeared, ran off to California to live the good life. That's what she wrote in the note to us. Said she wanted to live the good life, and that we were unsophisticated country people who didn't know anything about the world. Said we were full of funny ideas, like honesty, sobriety, and self-respect, I suppose. These days, lots of folks think those are funny ideas. Mr. Keel. Anyway," the stone continued, "not long after that, I finally learned who it was who corrupted her. A teacher. Can you credit that? A teacher who's supposed to be a figure of respect. New young history teacher. I demanded the school board investigate him. Most of the other teachers rallied round him to fight any investigation, 'cause these days a lot of 'em seem to think we exist just to keep our mouths shut and pay their salaries, no matter what garbage they want to pump into our children's heads. 2/3 of the teachers—" "Mr. Keel," Sharp said more forcefully, "none of this is of any interest to us, and we—" "Oh, it'll be of interest when you hear the whole story," the stone said. "I can assure you." Peek knew the stone was not the kind of man who rambled, knew all of this had some purpose, and he was eager to see where it was going to wind up. "As I was saying," the Stone continued, "2/3 of the teachers and half the town were agin me, like I was the troublemaker. But in the end they turned up worse stuff about that history teacher, worse than giving and selling drugs to some of his students, and by the time it was over, they were glad to be shed of him. Then the day after he was canned, he showed up at the farm, wanting to go man to man. He was a good-sized fella, but he was on something even then, what you call pot, marijuana, or maybe even stronger poison, and it wasn't so hard to handle him. I'm sorry to say I broke both his arms, which is worse than I intended." Jesus, Peake thought. But even that wasn't the end of it, 'cause it turned out he had an uncle was president of the biggest bank in our county. The very same bank has my farm loans. Now, any man who allows personal grudges to interfere with his business judgment is an idiot. But this banker fella was an idiot, 'cause he tried to pull a fast one to teach me a lesson, tried to reinterpret one of the clauses in my biggest loan, hoping to call it due and put me at risk of my land. The wife and I been fighting back for a year, filed a lawsuit and everything, and just last week the bank had to back down and settle our suit out of court for enough to pay off half my loans." The Stone was finished, and Peake understood the point, but Sharp said impatiently, "So, I still don't see what it has to do with me." "Oh, I think you do," the Stone said quietly, and the eyes he turned on Sharp were so intense that the deputy director winced. Sharp looked down at the directions on the piece of paper, read them, cleared his throat, looked up. "This is all we want. I don't believe we'll need to talk further with either you or your daughter." "I'm certainly relieved to hear that," the Stone said. "We'll be going back to Kansas tomorrow, and I wouldn't want to think this will be following us there." Then the Stone smiled, at Peake, not at Sharp. The deputy director turned sharply away and stalked down the hall. Peake returned the Stone's smile, then followed his boss. Chapter 23. The Dark of the Woods. Ree, 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 ree. At first the steam whistle cries of the cicadas pleased Rachael because they were reminiscent of grade school field trips to public parks, holiday picnics, and the hiking she had done while in college. However, she quickly grew irritated by the piercing noise. Neither the brush nor the heavy pine boughs softened the racket. Every molecule of the cool, dry air seemed to reverberate with that grating sound, and soon her teeth and bones were reverberating with it, too. Her reaction was, in part, a result of Benny's sudden conviction that he had heard something in the nearby brush that was not part of the ordinary background noises of a forest. She silently cursed the insects and willed them to shut up so she could hear any unnatural sounds, such as twig snapping and underbrush rustling from the passage of something more substantial than the wind. The combat magnum was in her purse, and she was holding only the .32 pistol. She had discovered she needed one hand to push aside tall weeds and to grab convenient branches to pull herself over steeper or more treacherous stretches of ground. She considered getting the .357 out of the bag, but the sound of the zipper would pinpoint their location to anyone who might be seeking them. Anyone. That was a cowardly evasion. Surely only one person might be seeking them out here. Eric. She and Benny had been moving directly south across the face of the mountainside, catching brief glimpses of the cabin on the slope a couple of 100 yards above, being careful to interpose trees and brush and rock formations between themselves and the large picture windows that made her think of enormous, square eye sockets. When they had been about 30 yards past the cabin, they had turned east, which was upslope, and the way proved sufficiently steep that they had progressed at only half the speed they had been making previously. Benny's intention had been to circle the cabin and come in behind it. Then, when they had ascended only about 100 yards, which put them still 100 yards below and 30 south of the structure, Benny heard something, stopped, eased up against the protective cover of a spruce trunk that had a 5-foot diameter, cocked his head, and raised the shotgun. Ree, ree, ree. In addition to the ceaseless cicada chorus, which had not fallen silent because of their presence, and therefore would not fall silent to reveal anyone else's presence either, there was the annoyance of a noisy wind. The breeze that had sprung up when they had come out of the sporting goods store down by the lake, less than 3/4 of an hour ago, had evidently grown stronger. Not much of it reached as far as the sheltered forest floor, barely a soft breath. But the upper reaches of the massive trees stirred restlessly, and a hollow, mournful moaning settled down from above as the wind wove through the interstices of the highest branches. Rachael stayed close to Benny and pressed against the trunk of the spruce. The rough bark prickled even through her blouse. She felt as if they remained frozen there, listening alertly and peering intently into the woods for at least 1/4 of an hour, though she knew it must have been less than a minute. Then, warily, Benny started uphill again, angling slightly to the right to follow a shallow, dry wash that was mostly free of brush. She stayed close behind him. Sparse brown grass, crisp as paper, lightly stroked their legs. They had to take care to avoid stepping on some loose stones deposited by last spring's runoff of melting snow, but they made somewhat better progress than they had outside the wash. The flanking walls of brush presented the only drawback to the easier new route. The growth was thick, some dry and brown, some dark green, and it pressed in at both sides of the shallow wash, with only a few widely separated gaps through which Benny and Rachael could look into the woods beyond. She half expected Eric to leap through the bushes and set upon them. She was encouraged only by the brambles tangled through a lot of the brush, and by the wicked thorns she saw on some of the bushes themselves, which might give a would-be attacker second thoughts about striking from that direction. On the other hand, having already returned from the dead, would Eric be concerned about such minor obstacles as thorns? They went only 10 or 15 yards before Benny froze again, half crouching to present a smaller target, and raised the shotgun. This time Rachael heard it too, a clatter of dislodged pebbles. Ree, ree, a soft scrape as of shoe leather on stone. She looked left and right, then up the slope, then down, but she saw no movement associated with the noise. A whisper of something moving through brush more purposeful than mere wind. Nothing more. 10 seconds passed uneventfully. 20. As Benny scanned the bushes around them, he no longer retained any vestige of that deceptive, I'm just an ordinary everyday real estate salesman look. His pleasant but unexceptional face was now an arresting sight. The intensity of his concentration brought a new sharpness to his brow, cheekbones, and jaws. An instinctive sense of danger and an animal determination to survive were evident in his squint, in the flaring of his nostrils, and in the way his lips pulled back in a humorless, feral grin. He was spring-tense, acutely aware of every nuance of the forest, and just by looking at him, Rachael could tell that he had hair-trigger reflexes. This was the work he had been trained for, hunting and being hunted. His claim to being largely a past-focused man seemed like pretense or self-delusion, for there was no doubt whatsoever that he possessed an uncanny ability to focus entirely and powerfully on the present, which he was doing now. The cicadas, the wind in the attic of the forest, the occasional trilling of a distant bird. Nothing else. 30 seconds. In these woods, at least, they were supposed to be the hunters, but suddenly they seemed to be the prey, and this reversal of roles frustrated Rachael as much as it frightened her. The need to remain silent was nerve-shredding, for she wanted to curse out loud, shout at Eric, challenge him. She wanted to scream. 40 seconds. Cautiously, Benny and Rachael began moving uphill again. They circled the large cabin until they came to the edge of the forest at the rear of it, and every step of the way they were stalked, or believed themselves to be stalked. 6 more times, even after they left the dry wash and turned north through the woods, they stopped in response to unnatural sounds. Sometimes the snap of a twig or a not quite identifiable scraping noise would be so close to them that it seemed as if their nemesis must be only a few feet away and easily seen, yet they saw nothing. Finally, 40 feet in back of the cabin, just inside the tree line where they were still partially concealed by purple shadows, they crouched behind up-thrusting blocks of granite that poked out of the earth like worn and slightly rotted teeth. Benny whispered, "Must be a lot of animals in these woods. That must have been what we heard." "What kind of animals?" she whispered. In a voice so low that Rachael could barely hear it, Benny said, "Squirrels, foxes. This high up, maybe a wolf or two. Can't have been Eric. No way. He's not had the survival or combat training that'd make it possible to be that quiet or to stay hidden so well and so long. If it was Eric, we'd have spotted him. Besides, if it had been Eric, and if he's as deranged as you think he might be, then he'd have tried to jump us somewhere along the way." "Animals," she said doubtfully. "Animals." With her back against the granite teeth, she looked at the woods through which they had come, studying every pocket of darkness and every peculiar shape. Animals. Not a single purposeful stalker, just the sounds of several animals whose paths they had crossed. Animals. Then why did she still feel as if something were back there in the woods, watching her, hungering for her? "Animals," Benny said. Satisfied with that explanation, he turned from the woods, got up from a squat to a crouch, and peered over the lichen-speckled granite formation, examining the rear of Eric's mountain retreat. Rachael was not convinced that the only source of danger was the cabin, so she rose, leaned one hip and shoulder against the rock, and took a position that allowed her to shift her attention back and forth from the rustic building in front of them to the forest behind. At the rear of the mountain house, which stood on a wide shelf of land between slopes, a 40-foot-wide area had been cleared to serve as a backyard, and the summer sun fell across the greater part of it. Ryegrass had been planted, but had grown only in patches, for the soil was stony. Besides, Eric apparently had not installed a sprinkler system, which meant even the patchy grass would be green only for a short while between the melting of the winter snow and the parching summer. Having died a couple of weeks ago, in fact, the grass was now mown to a short, brown, prickly stubble, but flower beds, evidently irrigated by a passive drip system, ringed the wide stained wood porch that extended the length of the house, a profusion of yellow, orange, fire-red, wine-red, pink, white, and blue blossoms trembled and swayed and dipped in the gusty breeze. Zinnias, geraniums, daisies, baby chrysanthemums, and more. The cabin was of notched log and mortar construction, but it was not a cheap, unsophisticated structure. The workmanship looked first-rate. Eric must have spent a bundle on the place. It stood upon an elevated foundation of invisibly mortared stones, and it boasted large, casement-style French windows, 2 of which were part-way open to facilitate ventilation. A black slate roof discouraged dry wood moths, and playful squirrels attracted to shake shingle roofs, and there was even a satellite dish up there to assure good TV reception. The back door was open even wider than the 2 casement windows, and taken with the bright bobbing flowers, that should have given the place a welcoming look. Instead, to Rachael, the open door resembled the gaping lid of a trap, flung wide to disarm the sniffing prey that sought the scented bait. Of course they would go in anyway. That was why they had come here, to go in to find Eric. But she didn't have to like it. After studying the cabin, Benny whispered, "Can't sneak up on the place. There's no cover. Next best thing is a fast approach, straight in at a run, and hunker down along the porch railing." "Okay." "Probably the smartest thing is for you to wait here. Let me go first and see if maybe he's got a gun and starts taking pot shots at me. If there's no gunfire, you can come after me." "Stay here alone?" "I'll never be far away. Even 10 feet is too far." "And we'll be separated only for a minute." "That's exactly 60 times longer than I could stand being alone here," she said, looking back into the woods, where every deep pool of shadow and every unidentifiable form appeared to have crept closer while her attention was diverted. "No way, Jose. We go together." "I figured you'd say that." A tempest of warm wind whirled across the yard, stirring up dust, whipping the flowers and lashing far enough into the perimeter of the forest to buffet Rachel's face. Benny edged to the end of the granite formation, the shotgun held in both hands, peered around the corner, taking one last look at each of the rear windows to be sure no one was looking out of them. The cicadas had stopped singing. What did their sudden silence mean? Before she could call that new development to Benny's attention, he flung himself forward out of the concealment of the woods. He bolted across the patchy, dead brown lawn, propelled by the electrifying feeling that something murderous was bounding through the shadowed forest behind her, was reaching for her hair, was going to seize her, was going to drag her away into the dark of the woods. Rachael plunged after Benny, past the rocks, out of the trees, into the sun. She reached the back porch even as he was hunkering down beside the steps. Breathless, she stopped beside him and looked back toward the forest. Nothing was pursuing her. She could hardly believe it. Fast and light on his feet, Benny sprang up the porch steps to the wall beside the open door, where he put his back to the logs and listened for movement inside the house. Evidently he heard nothing, for he pulled open the screen door and went inside, staying low, the shotgun aimed in front of him. Rachael went after him, into a kitchen that was larger and better equipped than she expected. On the table, a plate held the remnants of an unfinished breakfast of sausages and biscuits. Soup cans and an empty jar of peanut butter littered the floor. The cellar door was open. Benny cautiously, quietly pushed it shut, closing off the sight of steps descending into the gloom beyond. Without being told what to do, Rachael hooked a kitchen chair with one hand, brought it to the door, tilted it under the knob, and wedged it into place, creating an effective barricade. They could not go into the cellar until they had searched the main living quarters of the cabin, for if Eric was in one of the ground floor rooms, he might slip into the kitchen as soon as they went down the steps, might close the door and lock them in the dark basement. Conversely, if he was in the windowless basement already, he might creep upstairs while they were searching for him and sneak in behind them, a possibility they had just precluded by wedging that door shut. She saw that Benny was pleased by the perception she'd shown when she'd put that chair under the knob. They made a good team. She braced another door, which probably opened onto the garage, used a chair on that one, too. If Eric was in there, he could escape by rolling up the big outer door, of course, but they would hear it, no matter where they were in the cabin, and would have him pinpointed. They stood in the kitchen for a moment, listening. Rachael could hear only the gusty breeze humming in the fine mesh screen of the open kitchen window, sighing through the deep eaves under the overhanging slate roof. Staying low and moving fast, Benny rushed through the doorway between the kitchen and the living room, looking left and right as he crossed the threshold. He signaled to Rachael that the way was clear, and she went after him. In the ultra-modern living room, the cabin's front door was open, though not as wide as the back door had been. A couple of hundred loose sheets of paper, 2 small ring-bound notebooks with black vinyl covers, and several manila file folders were scattered across the floor, some rumpled and torn. Also on the floor, beside an armchair near the big front window, lay a medium-sized knife with a serrated blade and a point tip. A couple of sunbeams, having pierced the forest outside, struck through the window, and one touched the steel blade, making its polished surface gleam, rippling lambently along its cutting edge. Benny stared worriedly at the knife, then turned toward one of the 3 doors that, in addition to the kitchen archway, opened off the living room. Rachael was about to pick up some of the papers to see what they were, but when Benny moved, she followed. 2 of the doors were closed tight, but the one Benny had chosen was ajar an inch. He pushed it open all the way with the barrel of the shotgun and went through with his customary caution. Guarding the rear, Rachael remained in the living room where she could see the open front door, the 2 closed doors, the kitchen arch, but where she also had a view of the room into which Benny had gone. It was a bedroom, wrecked in the same way that the bedroom in the Villa Park mansion and the kitchen in the Palm Springs house had been wrecked, proof that Eric had been here and that he had been seized by another demented rage. In the bedroom, Benny gingerly rolled aside one of the large mirrored doors on a closet, looked warily inside, apparently found nothing of interest. He moved across the bedroom to the adjoining bath, where he passed out of Rachael's sight. She glanced nervously at the front door, at the porch beyond, at the kitchen archway, at each of the other 2 closed doors. Outside, the gusty breeze moaned softly under the overhanging roof and made a low, eager, whining noise. The rustle of wind-stirred trees carried through the open front door. Inside the cabin, the deep silence grew even deeper. Curiously enough, that stillness had the same effect on Rachael as a crescendo in a symphony. While it built, she became tenser, more convinced that events were hurtling toward an explosive climax. "Eric, damn it, where are you? Where are you, Eric?" Benny seemed to have been gone an ominously long time. She was on the verge of calling to him in panic, but finally he reappeared, unharmed, shaking his head to indicate that he had found no sign of Eric and nothing else of interest. They discovered that the 2 closed doors opened onto 2 more bedrooms that shared a second bath between them, although Eric had furnished neither chamber with beds. Benny explored both rooms, closets, and the connecting bath, while Rachael stood in the living room by one doorway and then by the other, watching. She could see that the first room was a study with several bookshelves laden with thick volumes, a desk, and a computer. The second was empty, unused. When it became clear that Benny was not going to find Eric in that part of the cabin either, Rachael bent down, plucked up a few sheets of paper, Xerox copies, she noted, from the floor, and quickly scanned them. By the time Benny returned, she knew what she had found, and her heart was racing. "It's the wild card file," she said sotto voce. "He must have kept another copy here." She started to gather up more of the scattered pages, but Benny stopped her. "We've got to find Eric first," he whispered. Nodding agreement, she reluctantly dropped the papers. Benny went to the front door, eased open the creaky screen door with the least amount of noise he could manage, and satisfied himself that the plank-floored porch was deserted. Then Rachael followed him into the kitchen again. She slipped the tilted chair out from under the knob of the basement door, pulled the door open, and backed quickly out of the way as Benny covered it with a shotgun. Eric did not come roaring out of the darkness. With tiny beads of sweat shimmering on his forehead, Benny went to the threshold, found the switch on the wall of the stairwell, and flicked down the lights below. Rachael was also sweating. As was surely the case with Benny, her perspiration was not occasioned by the warm summer air. It was still not advisable for Rachael to accompany Benny into the windowless chamber below. Eric might be outside watching the house, and he might slip inside at the opportune moment. Then, as they returned to the kitchen, they might be ambushed from above when they were in the middle of the stairs and most vulnerable. So she remained at the threshold, where she could look down the cellar steps and also have a clear view of the entire kitchen, including the archway to the living room and the open door to the rear porch. Benny descended the plank stairs more quietly than seemed humanly possible, although some noise was unavoidable. A few creaks, a couple of scraping noises. At the bottom he hesitated, then turned left out of sight. For a moment Rachael saw his shadow on the wall down there, made large and twisted into an odd shape by the angle of the light. But as he moved farther into the cellar, the shadow dwindled and finally went with him. She glanced at the archway. She could see a portion of the living room, which remained deserted and still. In the opposite direction, at the porch door, a huge yellow butterfly clung to the screen, slowly working its wings. A clatter sounded from below. Nothing dramatic, as if Benny had bumped against something. She looked down the steps. No Benny, no shadow, the archway, nothing. The back door, just the butterfly. More noise below, quieter this time. "Benny?" He did not answer her, probably didn't hear her. She had spoken at barely more than a whisper, after all. The archway, the back door, the stairs. Still no sign of Benny. "Benny!" she repeated, then saw a shadow below. For a moment her heart twisted because the shadow looked so strange, but Benny appeared and started up toward her, and she sighed with relief. "Nothing down there but an open wall safe tucked behind the water heater," he said when he reached the kitchen. "It's empty, so maybe that's where he kept the files that are spread over the living room." Rachael wanted to put down her gun and throw her arms around him and hug him tight and kiss him all over his face just because he had come back from the cellar alive. She wanted him to know how happy she was to see him, but the garage still had to be explored. By unspoken agreement, she removed the tilted chair from under the knob and opened the door, and Benny covered it with the shotgun. Again, there was no sign of Eric. Benny stood on the threshold, fumbled for the switch, found it, but the lights in the garage were dim. Even with a small window high in one wall, the place remained shadowy. He tried another switch, which operated the big electric door. It rolled up with much humming, rumbling, creaking, and bright brassy sunlight flooded inside. "That's better," Benny said, stepping into the garage. She followed him and saw the black Mercedes 560 SEL, additional proof that Eric had been there. The rising door had stirred up some dust, motes of which drifted lazily through the inslanting sunlight. Overhead in the rafters, spiders had been busy spinning ersatz silk. Rachael and Benny circled the car warily, looked through the windows, saw the keys dangling in the ignition, and even peered underneath, but Eric was not to be found. An elaborate workbench extended across the entire back of the garage. Above it was a pegboard tool rack, and each tool hung in a painted outline of itself. Rachael noticed that no wood axe hung in the axe-shaped outline, but she did not even give the missing instrument a second thought, because she was only looking for places where Eric could hide. She was not, after all, doing an inventory. The garage provided no sheltered spaces large enough for a man to conceal himself, and when Benny spoke again, he no longer bothered to whisper. "I'm beginning to think maybe he's been here and gone." "But that's his Mercedes." This is a two-car garage, so maybe he keeps a vehicle up here all the time, a Jeep or four-wheel drive pickup, good for scooting around these mountain roads. Maybe he knew there was a chance the feds would learn what he'd done to himself and would be after him, with an APB on the car. So he split in the Jeep, or whatever it was. Rachael stared at the black Mercedes, which stood like a great sleeping beast. She looked up at the webs in the rafters. She stared at the sun-splashed dirt road that led away from the garage. The stillness of the mountain redoubt seemed less ominous than it had since their arrival, not peaceful and serene by any means, certainly not welcoming either, but it was somewhat less threatening. "Where would he go?" she asked. Benny shrugged. "I don't know, but if I do a thorough search of the cabin, maybe I'll find something that'll point me in the right direction." "Do we have time for a search? I mean, when we left Sarah Keel at the hospital last night, I didn't know the feds might be on this same trail. I told her not to talk about what had happened and not to tell anyone about this place. At worst, I thought maybe Eric's business partners would start sniffing around, trying to get something out of her, and I figured she'd be able to handle them. But she won't be able to stall the government, and if she believes we're traitors, she'll even think she's doing the right thing when she tells them about this place, so they'll be here sooner or later." "I agree," Benny said, staring thoughtfully at the Mercedes. "Then we've no time to worry about where Eric went. Besides, that's a copy of the wild card file in there on the living room floor. All we have to do is pick it up and get out of here, and we'll have all the proof we need." He shook his head. "Having the file is important, maybe even crucial, but I'm not so sure it's enough." She paced agitatedly, the .32 pistol held with the muzzle pointed at the ceiling rather than down, for an accidentally triggered shot would ricochet off the concrete floor. "Listen, the whole story's right there in black and white. We just give it to the press." "For one thing," Benny said, "the file is, I assume, a lot of highly technical stuff, lab results, formulae, and no reporter's going to understand it. He'll have to take it to a first-rate geneticist for review, for translation." "So?" "So maybe the geneticist will be incompetent or just conservative in his assumption of what's possible in his field, and in either case, he might disbelieve the whole thing. He might tell the reporter it's a fraud, a hoax." "We can deal with that kind of setback. We can keep looking until we find a geneticist who—" Interrupting, Benny said, "Worse. Maybe the reporter will take it to a geneticist who does his own research for the government, for the Pentagon. And isn't it logical that federal agents have contacted a lot of scientists specializing in recombinant DNA research, warning them that media types might be bringing them certain stolen files of a highly classified nature, seeking analysis of the contents?" "The feds can't know that's my intention." "But if they've got a file on you, and they do, then they know you well enough to suspect that'd be your plan." "All right. Yes," she admitted unhappily. "So any Pentagon-supported scientist is going to be real eager to please the government and keep his own fat research grants, and he's sure as hell going to alert them the moment such a file comes into his hands. Certainly he's not going to risk losing his grants or being prosecuted for compromising defense secrets. So at best, he'll tell the reporter to take his damn file and get lost, and he'll keep his mouth shut. At best, most likely he'll give the reporter to the feds, and the reporter will give us to the feds. The file will be destroyed, and very likely we'll be destroyed too." Rachael didn't want to believe what he said, but she knew there was truth in it. Out in the woods, the cicadas were singing again. "So what do we do now?" she asked. Evidently, Benny had been thinking hard about that question as they had gone through room after room of the cabin without finding Eric, for his answer was well prepared. "With both Eric and the file in our possession, we're in a lot stronger position. we wouldn't have just a bunch of cryptic research papers that only a handful of people could understand. We'd also have a walking dead man, his skull staved in, and by God, that's dramatic enough to guarantee that virtually any newspaper or television network will run an all-stops-pulled story before getting expert opinions on the file itself. Then there'll be no reason for the government or anyone else trying to shut us up. Once Eric's seen on TV news, his picture'll show up on the covers of Time and Newsweek, and the National Enquirer will have enough material for a decade, and David Letterman will be making zombie jokes every night, so silencing us won't achieve anything. He took a deep breath, and she had a hunch that he was going to propose something she would not like in the least. When he continued, he confirmed her hunch. All right, like I said, I need to search this place thoroughly to see if I can come up with any clue that'll tell us where Eric's gone. But the authorities may show up here soon. Now that we've got a copy of the wild card file, we can't risk having it taken away from us. So you've got to leave with the file while
You mean split up? She said. Oh, no.
It's the only way, Rachel.
No.
The thought of leaving him alone here was chilling. The thought of being alone herself was almost too much to bear, and she realized with terrible poignancy how tight the bonds between them had become in just the past 24 hours. She loved him. God, how she loved him. He fixed her with his gentle, reassuring brown eyes, in a voice neither patronizing nor abrasively commanding, but nevertheless full of authority and reason, a voice which brooked no debate, probably the tone he had learned to use in Vietnam, in crises, with soldiers of inferior rank. He said, "You'll take the wild card file out of here, get copies made, send some off to friends in widely separated places, and secrete a few others where you can get your hands on them with short notice. Then we won't have to worry about losing our only copy, or having it taken away from us. We'll have real good insurance. Meanwhile, I'll thoroughly search the cabin here, see what I can turn up. If I find something that points us toward Eric, I'll meet up with you at a prearranged place, and we'll go after him together. If I don't get a lead on him, we'll meet up and hide out together until we can decide what to do next." She did not want to split up and leave him alone here. Eric might still be around, or the feds might show up. Either way, Benny might be killed. But his arguments for splitting up were convincing. Damn it, he was right. Nevertheless, she said, "If I go alone and take the car, how will you get out of here?" He glanced at his wristwatch, not because he needed to know the time, she thought, but to impress upon her that time was running out. "You'll leave the rental Ford for me," he said. "That's got to be ditched soon anyway, because the cops might be on to it. You'll take this Mercedes, and I'll take the Ford just far enough to swap it for something else."
"They'll be on the lookout for the Mercedes, too."
"Oh, sure. But the APB will specify a black 560 SEL with this particular license number driven by a man fitting Eric's description. You'll be driving, not Eric, and we'll switch license plates with one of those cars parked along the gravel road farther down the mountain, which ought to take care of things."
"I'm not so sure."
"I am." Hugging herself as if this were a day in November rather than a day in June, Rachel said,
"But where should we meet up later?"
"Las Vegas." The answer startled her.
"Why there?"
"Southern California's too hot for us. I'm not confident we can hide out here. But if we hop over to Vegas, I have a place."
"What place?"
"I own a motel on Tropicana Boulevard, west of the Strip."
"You're a Vegas wheeler-dealer? Old-fashioned conservative Benny Shadway is a Vegas wheeler-dealer?"
"My real estate development company's been in and out of Vegas property several times, but I'm hardly a wheeler-dealer. It's small stuff by Vegas standards. In this case, it's an older motel with just 28 rooms and a pool, and it's not in the best repair. In fact, it's closed up at the moment. I finished the purchase 2 weeks ago, and we're going to tear it down next month, put up a new place, 60 units, a restaurant. There's still electrical service. The manager's suite is pretty shabby, but it has a working bathroom, furniture, telephone, so we can hide out there if we have to, make plans. Or just wait for Eric to show up someplace very public and cause a sensation that the feds can't put a lid on. Anyway, if we can't get a lead on him, hiding out is all we can do.
I'm to drive to Vegas?
That'd be best, depending on how badly the feds want us, and considering what's at stake, I think they want us real bad. They'll probably have men at the major airports. You can take the state route past Silverwood Lake, then pick up Interstate 15, be in Vegas this evening. I'll follow in a couple of hours.
But if the cops show up
alone, without you to worry about, I can slip away from them.
You think they're going to be incompetent? She asked sourly.
No. I just know I'm more competent.
Because you were trained for this. But that was more than 1.5 decades ago.
He smiled thinly. Seems like yesterday, that war.
And he had kept in shape. She could not dispute that. What was it he'd said? That Nam had taught him to be prepared because the world had a way of turning dark and mean when you least expected it.
Rachel?
He asked, looking at his watch again. She realized that their best chance of surviving, of having a future together, was for her to do what he wanted. "All right," she said. "All right. We'll split, but it scares me, Benny. I guess I don't have the guts for this kind of thing, the right stuff. I'm sorry, but it really scares me." He came to her, kissed her.
Being scared isn't anything to be ashamed of. Only madmen have no fear.
Chapter 24. A Special Fear of Hell. Dr. Easton Solberg had been more than 15 minutes late for his 1 o'clock meeting with Julio Verdad and Reese Hagerstrom. They had stood outside his locked office, and he had finally come hurrying along the wide hall, clutching an armload of books and manila folders, looking harried, more like a 20-year-old student late to class than a 60-year-old professor overdue for an appointment. He was wearing a rumpled brown suit 1 size too large for him, a blue shirt, and a green and orange striped tie that looked to Julio as if it had been sold exclusively in novelty shops as a joke gift. Even by generous appraisal, Solberg was not an attractive man, not even plain. He was short and stocky. His moonish face featured a small, flat nose that would have been called pug on some men, but that was simply porcine on him. Small, close-set gray eyes that looked watery and myopic behind his smudged glasses, a mouth that was strangely wide, considering the scale on which the rest of his visage was constructed, and a receding chin. In the hall outside his office, apologizing effusively, he had insisted on shaking hands with the 2 detectives, in spite of the load in his arms. Therefore he kept dropping books, which Julio and Reese stooped to pick up. Solberg's office was chaos. Books and scientific journals filled every shelf, spilled onto the floor, rose in teetering stacks in the corners, were piled every which way on top of furniture. On his big desk, file folders, index cards, and yellow legal-size tablets were heaped in apparent disorder. The professor shifted mounds of papers off 2 chairs to give Julio and Reese places to sit.
"Look at that lovely view,"
Solberg said, stopping suddenly and gaping at the windows as he rounded his desk, as if noticing for the first time what lay beyond the walls of his office. The Irvine campus of the University of California was blessed with many trees, rolling green lawns, and flower beds, for it sprawled over a large tract of prime Orange County land. Below Dr. Solberg's second-floor office, a walkway curved across manicured grass, past impatience blazing with thousands of bright blossoms, coral, red, pink, purple, and vanished under the branches of jacarandas and eucalyptus.
"Gentlemen, we are among the most fortunate people on earth. To be here in this beautiful land, under these temperate skies, in a nation of plenty and tolerance."
He stepped to the window and opened his stubby arms as if to embrace all of Southern California.
"And the trees, especially the trees. There are some wonderful specimens on this campus. I love trees, I really do. That's my hobby, trees, the study of trees, the cultivation of unusual specimens. It makes for a welcome change from human biology and genetics. Trees are so majestic, so noble. Trees give and give to us fruit, nuts, beauty, shade, lumber, oxygen, and take nothing in return. If I believed in reincarnation, I'd pray to return as a tree."
He glanced at Julio and Reese.
"What about you? Don't you think it'd be grand to come back as a tree, living the long, majestic life of an oak or giant spruce, giving of yourself the way orange and apple trees give, growing great strong limbs in which children could climb?"
He blinked, surprised by his own monologue.
"But of course, you're not here to talk about trees and reincarnation, are you? You'll have to forgive me, but, well, that view, don't you know, just captured me for a moment."
In spite of his unfortunate porcine face, disheveled appearance, apparent disorganization, and evident tendency to be late, Dr. Easton Solberg had at least 3 things to recommend him: keen intelligence, enthusiasm for life, and optimism. In a world of doomsayers where half the intelligentsia waited almost wistfully for Armageddon, Julio found Solberg refreshing. He liked the professor almost at once. As Solberg went behind his desk, sat in a large leather chair, and half disappeared from view beyond his paperwork, Julio said, "On the phone, you said there was a dark side to Eric Leben that you could discuss only in person." "And in strictest confidence," Solberg said.
"The information, if pertinent to your case, must go in a file somewhere, of course, but if it's not pertinent, I expect discretion." "I assure you of that," Julio said. "But as I told you earlier, this is an extremely important investigation involving at least 2 murders and the possible leak of top-secret defense documents." "Do you mean Eric's death might not have been accidental?" "No," Julio said. "That was definitely an accident. But there are other deaths, the details of which I'm not at liberty to discuss, and more people may die before this case is closed. So Detective Hagerstrom and I hope you'll give us full and immediate cooperation."
"Oh, of course, Easton Solberg said, waving one pudgy hand to dismiss the very idea that he might be uncooperative.
"And although I don't know for a certainty that Eric's emotional problems are related to your case, I expect and fear that they may be. As I said, he had a dark side."
However, before Solberg got around to telling them of Leben's dark side, he spent a quarter of an hour praising the dead geneticist, apparently unable to speak ill of the man until he had first spoken highly of him. Eric was a genius. Eric was a hard worker. Eric was generous in support of colleagues. Eric had a fine sense of humor and appreciation for art, good taste in most things, and he liked dogs. Julio was beginning to think they ought to form a committee and solicit contributions to build a statue of Leben for display under a fittingly imposing rotunda in a major public building. He glanced at Reese and saw his partner was plainly amused by the bubbly Solberg. Finally, the professor said,
"But he was a troubled man, I'm sorry to say. Deeply, deeply troubled. He had been my student for a while, though I quickly realized the student was going to outdistance the teacher. When we were no longer student-teacher but colleagues, we remained friendly. We weren't friends, just friendly, because Eric did not allow any relationship to become close enough to qualify as friendship. So, close as we were professionally, it was years before I learned about his obsession with young girls.
How young? Reese asked. Solberg hesitated.
I feel as if I'm betraying him.
We may already know much of what you've got to tell us, Julio said. You'll probably only be confirming what we know.
Really? Well, I knew of one girl who was 14. At the time, Eric was 31.
This was before Gene Plan.
Yes, Eric was at UCLA then. Not rich yet, but we could all see he would one day leave academia and take the real world by storm.
A respected professor wouldn't go around bragging about bedding 14-year-old girls, Julio said. How do you find out?
It happened on a weekend, Dr. Solberg said, when his lawyer was out of town and he needed someone to post bail. He trusted no one but me to keep quiet about the ugly details of the arrest. I sort of resented that, too. He knew I'd feel a moral obligation to endorse any censure movement against a colleague involved in such sordid business, but he also knew I'd feel obligated to keep any confidences he imparted, and he counted on the second obligation being stronger than the first. Maybe, to my discredit, it was.
Easton Solberg gradually settled deeper in his chair while he talked, as if trying to hide behind the mounds of papers on his desk, embarrassed by the sleazy tale he had to tell. That Saturday 11 years ago, after receiving Leben's call, Dr. Solberg had gone to a police precinct house in Hollywood, where he had found an Eric Leben far different from the man he knew, nervous, uncertain of himself, ashamed, lost. The previous night, Eric had been arrested in a vice squad raid at a hotbed motel where Hollywood streetwalkers, many of them young runaways with drug problems, took their johns. He was caught with a 14-year-old girl and charged with statutory rape, a mandatory count even when an underage girl admittedly solicits sex for pay. Initially, Leben told Easton Solberg that the girl had looked considerably older than 14, that he'd had no way of knowing she was a juvenile. Later, however, perhaps disarmed by Solberg's kindness and concern, Leben broke down and talked at length of his obsession with young girls. Solberg had not really wanted to know any of it, but he could not refuse Eric a sympathetic ear. He sensed that Eric, who was a distant and self-possessed loner, unlikely ever to have unburdened himself to anyone, desperately needed to confide his intimate feelings and fears to someone at that bleak low point in his life. So Easton Solberg listened, filled with both disgust and pity.
His was not just a lust for young girls, Solberg told Julio and Reese. It was an obsession, a compulsion, a terrible gnawing need.
Only 31 then, Leben was nevertheless deeply frightened of growing old and dying. Already longevity research was the center of his career, but he did not approach the problem of aging only in a scientific spirit. Privately, in his personal life, he dealt with it in an emotional and irrational manner. For one thing, he felt that he somehow absorbed the vital energies of youth from the girls he bedded. Although he knew that notion was ridiculous, almost superstitious, he was still compelled to pursue those girls. He was not really a child molester in the classic sense, did not force himself on mere children. He only went after those girls who were willing to cooperate, usually teenage runaways reduced to prostitution.
And sometimes, Easton Solberg said with soft dismay, he liked to slap them around, not really beat them, but rough them up. When he explained it to me, I had the feeling that he was explaining it to himself for the first time. These girls were so young that they were full of the special arrogance of youth, that arrogance born of the certainty they'd live forever, and Eric felt that by hurting them he was knocking the arrogance out of them, teaching them the fear of death. He was, as he put it, stealing their innocence, the energy of their youthful innocence, and he felt that somehow this made him younger, that the stolen innocence and youth became his own. "A psychic vampire," Julio said uneasily. "Yes," Solberg said, "exactly. A psychic vampire who could stay young forever by draining away the youth of these girls. Yet at the same time, he knew it was a fantasy, knew the girls could not keep him young, but knowing and acknowledging it did nothing to loosen the grip of the fantasy. And though he knew he was sick, even mocked himself, called himself a degenerate, he couldn't break free of his obsession." "What happened to the charge of statutory rape?" Reese asked. "I'm not aware he was tried or convicted. He had no police record." "The girl was remanded to juvenile authorities," Solberg said, "and put in a minimum security facility. She slipped away, skipped town. She'd been carrying no identification, and the name she gave them proved false. So they had no way of tracking her. Without the girl, they had no case against Eric, and the charges were dropped." "You urged him to seek psychiatric help?" Julio asked. "Yes, but he wouldn't. He was an extremely intelligent man, introspective, and he had already analyzed himself. He knew, or at least believed that he knew, the cause of his mental condition." Julio leaned forward in his chair. "And the cause, as he saw it?" Solberg cleared his throat, started to speak, shook his head as if to say that he needed a moment to decide how to proceed. He was obviously embarrassed by the conversation, and was equally disturbed by his betrayal of Eric Leben's confidence, even though Leben was now dead. The heaps of papers on the desk no longer provided adequate cover behind which to hide, so Solberg got up and went to the window, because it afforded the opportunity to turn his back on Julio and Reese, thus concealing his face. Solberg's dismay and self-reproach over revealing confidential information about a dead man, of whom he had been little more than an acquaintance, might have seemed excessive to some, yet Julio admired Solberg for it. In an age when few believed in moral absolutes, many would betray a friend without a qualm, and a moral dilemma of this nature would be beyond their understanding. Solberg's old-fashioned moral anguish seemed excessive only by current decadent standards. "Eric told me that as a child he was sexually molested by an uncle," Solberg said to the window glass. "Hampstead was the man's name. The abuse started when Eric was 4 and continued until he was 9. He was terrified of this uncle, but too ashamed to tell anyone what was happening. Ashamed because his family was so religious. That's important, as you'll see. The Leben family was devoutly, ardently religious. Nazarenes, very strict. No music, no dancing. That cold, narrow religion that makes life a bleakness. Of course, Eric felt like a sinner because of what he'd done with his uncle, even though he was forced into it, and he was afraid to tell his parents. It's a common pattern," Julio said, "even in families that aren't religious. The child blames himself for the adult's crime." Solberg said, "His terror of Barry Hampstead," that was the first name, yes, "grew greater month by month, week by week. And finally, when Eric was 9, he stabbed Hampstead to death." "9?" Reese said, appalled. "Good heavens!" "Hampstead was asleep on the sofa," Solberg continued, "and Eric killed him with a butcher's knife." Julio considered the effects of that trauma on a 9-year-old boy who was already emotionally disturbed from the ordeal of long-term physical abuse. In his mind's eye, he saw the knife clutched in the child's small hand, rising and falling, blood flying off the shining blade, and the boy's eyes fixed in horror upon his grisly handiwork, repelled by what he was doing, yet compelled to finish it. Julio shivered.
Though everyone then learned what had been going on, Solberg said, Eric's parents, somehow in their twisted way, saw him as both a fornicator and a murderer, and they began a fevered and very psychologically damaging campaign to save his soul from hell, praying over him day and night, disciplining him, forcing him to read and reread passages of the Bible aloud until his throat cracked and his voice faded to a hoarse whisper. Even after he got out of that dark and hateful house and got through college by working part-time jobs and winning scholarships, even after he'd piled up a mountain of academic achievements and had become a respected man of science, Eric continued to half believe in hell and in his own certain damnation. Maybe he even more than half believed.
Suddenly Julio saw what was coming, and a chill as cold as any he had ever felt sneaked up the small of his back. He glanced at his partner and saw in Reese's face a look of horror that mirrored Julio's feelings. Still staring out at the verdant campus, which was as thoroughly sun-splashed as before, but which seemed to have grown darker, Easton Solberg said,
You already know of Eric's deep and abiding commitment to longevity research and his dream of immortality achieved through genetic engineering. But now, perhaps you see why he was so obsessed with achieving that unrealistic, some would call it irrational and impossible, goal. In spite of all his education, in spite of his ability to reason, he was illogical about this one thing. In his heart he believed that he would go to hell when he died, not merely because he had sinned with his uncle, but because he had killed his uncle as well, and was both a fornicator and a murderer. He told me once that he was afraid he'd meet his uncle again in hell, and that eternity would be for him total submission to Barry Hampstead's lust.
"Dear God," Julio said shakily, and he unconsciously made the sign of the cross, something he had not done outside of church since he was a child. Turning away from the window and facing the detectives at last, the professor said,
So, for Eric Leben, immortality on earth was a goal sought not only out of a love of life, but out of a special fear of hell. I imagine you can see how, with such motivation, he was destined to be a driven man, obsessed. Inevitably, Julio said, driven to young girls, driven to seek ways to extend the human lifespan, driven to cheat the devil, Solberg said. Year by year it became worse. We drifted apart after that weekend when he made his confessions, probably because he regretted that he'd told me his secrets. I doubt he even told his wife about his uncle and his childhood when he married her a few years later. I was probably the only one. But in spite of the growing distance between us, I heard from poor Eric often enough to know his fear of death and damnation became worse as he grew older. In fact, after 40, he was downright frantic. I'm sorry he died yesterday. He was a brilliant man, and he had the power to contribute so much to humanity. On the other hand, his was not a happy life, and perhaps his death was even a blessing in disguise because—
"Yes," Julio said. Solberg sighed and wiped one hand over his moonish face, which had sagged somewhat with weariness.
Well, sometimes I worried about what Eric might do if he ever achieved a breakthrough in the kind of research he was pursuing. If he thought he had a means of editing his genetic structure to dramatically extend his lifespan, he might have been just foolish enough to experiment on himself with an unproven process. He would know the terrible risks of tampering with his own genetic makeup, but compared to his unrelenting dread of death and the afterlife, those risks might seem minor. And God knows what might have happened to him if he had used himself as a guinea pig.
"What would you say if you knew that his body disappeared from the morgue last night?"
Julio wondered. Chapter 25. Alone. They did not attempt to put the Xerox of the wildcard file in order, but scooped up all the loose papers from the cabin's living room floor and dropped them in a plastic hefty garbage bag that Benny got from a box in one of the kitchen drawers. He twisted the top of the bag and secured it with a plastic-coated wire tie, then placed it on the rear floor of the Mercedes behind the driver's seat. They drove down the dirt road to the gate, on the other side of which they had parked the Ford. As they had hoped, on the same ring with the car keys, they found a key that fit the padlock on the gate. Benny brought the Ford inside, and as he edged past her, Rachael drove the Mercedes out through the gate and parked just beyond. She waited nervously with the 560 SEL, her .32 in one hand, and her gaze sweeping the surrounding forest. Benny went down the road on foot, out of sight, to the 3 vehicles that were parked on the lay-by near one of the driveway entrances they had passed earlier on their way up the mountainside. He carried with him the 2 license plates from the Mercedes, plus a screwdriver and a pair of pliers. When he returned, he had the plates from one of the Dodge Chargers, which he attached to the Mercedes. He got in the car with her and said, "When you get to Vegas, go to a public phone. Look up the number for a guy named Whitney Gavis."
"Who's he?"
"An old friend. And he works for me. He's watching over that run-down motel I told you about, the Golden Sand Inn. In fact, he found the property and turned me on to its potential. He's got keys. He can let you in. Tell him you need to stay in the manager's suite and that I'll be joining you tonight. Tell him as much as you want to tell him. He can keep his mouth shut, and if he's going to be dragged into it, he should know how serious this is."
"What if he's heard about us on the radio or TV?"
"Won't matter to Whitney. He won't believe we're killers or Russian agents. He's got a good head on him, an excellent bullshit detector, and nobody has a better sense of loyalty than Whit. You can trust him."
"If you say so."
"There's a 2-car garage behind the motel office. Make sure you put the Mercedes in there, out of sight, soon as you arrive."
"I don't like this."
"I'm not crazy about it either," Benny said, "but it's the right plan. We've already discussed it." He leaned over and put one hand against her face, then kissed her. The kiss was sweet, and when it ended, she said,
"As soon as you've searched the cabin, you'll leave, whether or not you've found any clue to where Eric might have gone?"
"Yes. I want to get out before the feds show up."
"And if you find a clue to where he's gone, you won't go after him alone?"
"What did I promise you?"
"I want to hear you say it again."
"I'll come for you first," Benny said. "I won't tackle Eric alone. We'll handle him together." She looked into his eyes and was not sure if he was telling the truth or lying. But even if he was lying, she could do nothing about it, because time was running out. They could delay no longer. "I love you," he said.
"I love you, Benny. And if you get yourself killed, I'm never going to forgive you."
He smiled. "You're some woman, Rachael. You could rouse a heartbeat in a rock, and you're all the motivation I need to come back alive. Don't you worry about that. Now, lock the doors when I get out, okay?" He kissed her again, lightly this time. He got out of the car, slammed the door, waited until he saw the power lock buttons sinking into their mountings, then waved her on. She drove down the gravel lane, glancing repeatedly in the rear-view mirror to keep Benny in sight as long as possible, but eventually the road turned and he disappeared beyond the trees. Ben drove the rental Ford up the dirt lane, parked in front of the cabin. A few big white clouds had appeared in the sky, and the shadow of one of them rippled across the log structure. Holding the 12-gauge in one hand and the combat magnum in the other, Rachael had taken only the .32, he climbed the steps to the porch, wondering if Eric was watching him. Ben had told Rachael that Eric had left, gone to some other hiding place. Perhaps that was true. Indeed, the odds were high that it was true, but a chance remained, however slim, that the dead man was still here, perhaps observing from some lookout in the forest. Ree! Ree! He tucked the revolver into his belt at his back and entered the cabin cautiously by the front door, the shotgun ready. He went through the rooms again, looking for something that might tell him where Eric had established another hidey-hole comparable to the cabin. He had not lied to Rachael. It really was necessary to conduct such a search, but he did not require an hour to do it as he'd claimed. If he did not find anything useful in 15 minutes, he would leave the cabin and prowl the perimeter of the lawn for some sign of a place where Eric had entered the woods, trampled brush, footprints in soft soil. If he found what he was looking for, he would pursue his quarry into the forest. He had not told Rachael about that part of his plan, because if he had, she would never have gone to Vegas. But he could not enter those woods and track down his man with Rachael at his side. He had realized as much on the way up through the forest, on their first approach to the cabin. She was not as sure of herself in the wilds as Ben was, not as quick. If she went with him, he would worry about her, be distracted by her, which would give the advantage to Eric if the dead man was, in fact, out there somewhere. Earlier, he had told Rachael that the odd sounds they had heard in the woods were caused by animals. Maybe. But when they had found the cabin abandoned, he had let those forest noises sound again in his memory, and he had begun to feel that he had been too quick to dismiss the possibility that Eric had been stalking them through the shadows, trees, and brush. All the way down the narrow lane, from gravel to blacktop, until she reached the state route that rounded Lake Arrowhead, Rachael was more than half convinced that Eric was going to rush the car from the surrounding woods and fling himself at the door. With superhuman strength born of a demonic rage, he might even be able to put a fist through the closed window. But he did not appear. On the state route, circling the lake, she worried less about Eric and more about police and federal agents. Every vehicle she encountered looked at first sight like a patrol car. Las Vegas seemed 1,000 miles away, and she felt as if she had deserted Benny. When Peake and Sharp had arrived at the Palm Springs airport, directly from their meeting with the Stone, they had discovered that the helicopter, a Bell Jet Ranger, had developed engine trouble. The deputy director, full of pent-up anger that he had been unable to vent on the Stone, nearly took off the chopper pilot's head, as if the poor man not only flew the craft, but was also responsible for its design, construction, and maintenance. Peake winked at the pilot behind Sharp's back. No other helicopter had been for hire, and the 2 choppers belonging to the county sheriff's substation had been engaged and unavailable for quick reassignment. Reluctantly, Sharp had decided they had no choice but to drive from Palm Springs to Lake Arrowhead. The dark green government sedan came with a red emergency beacon that was usually kept in the trunk, but which could be mounted to the roof beading with a thumbscrew clamp in less than a minute. They had a siren, too. They had used both the flashing beacon and the siren to clear traffic out of their way, hurtling north on Highway 111, then virtually flying west on I-10 toward the Redland exit. They had topped 90 miles an hour nearly all the way, the Chevy's engine roaring, the frame shimmying under them. Jerry Peake, behind the wheel, had worried about a blowout, because if a tire blew at that speed, they were dead men. Sharp seemed unconcerned about a blowout, but he complained about the lack of air conditioning and about the warm wind blowing into his face through the open windows. It was as if, certain of his destiny, he were incapable of imagining himself dying now, here, in a rolling car, as if he believed he was entitled to every comfort, regardless of the circumstances, like a crown prince. In fact, Peake realized that was probably exactly how Sharp looked at it. Now they were in the San Bernardino Mountains on State Route 330, a few miles from Running Springs, forced by the twisting road to travel at safer speeds. Sharp was silent, brooding, as he had been ever since they had turned off I-10 at the Redland exit. His anger had subsided. He was calculating now, scheming. Pete could almost hear the clicking, whirring, ticking, and humming of the Machiavellian mechanism that was Anson Sharp's mind. Finally, as alternating bursts of sunlight and forest shadows slapped the windshield and filled the car with flickering, ghostly movement, Sharp said, "Peek, you may be wondering why only the two of us have come here, why I haven't alerted the police or brought more backup of my own." "Yes, sir, I was wondering," Peek said. Sharp studied him for a while. "Jerry, are you ambitious?" "Watch your ass, Jerry," Peek thought, as soon as Sharp called him by his first name, for Sharp was not a man who would ever be chummy with a subordinate. He said, "Well, sir, I want to do well, be a good agent, if that's what you mean." "I mean more than that. Do you hope for promotion, greater authority, the chance to be in charge of investigations?" Peek suspected that Sharp would be suspicious of a junior agent with too much ambition, so he did not mention his dream of becoming a Defense Security Agency legend. Instead, he said disingenuously, "Well, I've always sort of dreamed of one day working my way up to assistant chief of the California office, where I could have some input on operations, but I've got a lot to learn first." "That's all?" Sharp asked. "You strike me as a bright, capable young man. I'd expect you to have set your sights on something higher." "Well, sir, thank you, but there are quite a few bright, capable guys in the agency about my age, and if I could make assistant chief of the district office with that competition, I'd be happy." Sharp was silent for a minute, but Peek knew the conversation was not over. They had to slow to make a sharp rightward curve, and around the bend a raccoon was crossing the road, so Peek eased down on the brake and slowed even further, letting the animal scurry out of the way. At last the deputy director said, "Jerry, I've been watching you closely, and I like what I see. You have what it takes to go far in the company. If you've a desire to go to Washington, I'm convinced you'd be an asset in various posts at headquarters." Jerry Peek was suddenly scared. Sharp's flattery was excessive, and his implied patronage too generous. The deputy director wanted something from Peek, and in return he wanted Peek to buy something from him, something with a high price tag, maybe a lot higher than Peek was willing to pay. But if he refused to accept the deal Sharp was leading to, he'd make a lifelong enemy of the deputy director. Sharp said, "This is not public knowledge, Jerry, and I'd ask you to keep it to yourself. But within 2 years, the director is going to retire and recommend that I take his place at the head of the agency." Peek believed that Sharp was sincere, but he also had the queer feeling that Jared McLean, director of the DSA, would be surprised to hear about his own pending retirement. Sharp continued, "When that happens, I'll be getting rid of many of the men Jared has installed in high positions. I don't mean to be disrespectful of the director, but he's too much of the old school, and the men he's promoted are less company agents than bureaucrats. I'll be bringing in younger and more aggressive men, like you." "Sir, I don't know what to say," Peek told him, which was as true as it was evasive. As intently as Peek watched the road ahead, Sharp watched Peek. "But the men I'll have around me must be totally reliable, totally committed to my vision for the agency. They must be willing to take any risks, make any sacrifices, give whatever is required to further the cause of the agency and, of course, the welfare of the country. At times, rarely but predictably, they'll be in situations where they must
bend the law a little, or even break it altogether for the good of the country and agency. When you're up against the scum we've got to deal with, terrorists, Soviet agents, you can't always play strictly within the rules, not if you want to win, and our government has created the agency to win, Jerry. You're young, but I'm sure you've been around long enough to know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you've bent the law a few times yourself." "Well, sir, yes, a little, maybe," Peake said carefully, beginning to sweat under the collar of his white shirt. They passed a sign, Lake Arrowhead, 10 miles. "All right, Jerry. I'm going to level with you and hope you're the solid, reliable man I think you are. I haven't brought a lot of backup with us, because the word's come down from Washington that Mrs. Leben and Benjamin Shadway have to go. And if we're going to take care of them, we need to keep the party small, quiet, discreet." "Take care of them?" "They're to be terminated, Jerry. If we find them at the cabin with Eric Leben, we try our best to take Leben prisoner so he can be studied under lab conditions. But Shadway and the woman have to be terminated with prejudice. That would be difficult, if not impossible, with a lot of police present. We'd have to delay the terminations until we had Shadway and Mrs. Leben in our sole custody, then stage a fake escape attempt or something. And with too many of our own men present, there'd be a greater chance of the terminations leaking out to the media. In a way, it's sort of a blessing that you and I are getting a chance to handle this alone, because we'll be able to stage it just right before the police and media types are brought in." Terminate? The agency had no license to terminate civilians. This was mad. But Peake said, "Why terminate Shadway and Mrs. Leben? I'm afraid that's classified, Jerry." "But the warrant that cites them for suspected espionage and for the police murders in Palm Springs, well, that's just a cover story, right? Just a way to get the local cops to help us in the search." "Yes," Sharp said, "but there's a great deal about this case you don't know, Jerry. Information that's tightly held and that I can't share with you, not even though I'm asking you to assist me in what may appear to you to be a highly illegal and possibly even immoral undertaking. But as deputy director, I assure you, Shadway and Mrs. Leben are a mortal danger to this country, so dangerous that we dare not let them speak with the media or with local authorities." Bullshit, Peake thought, but he said nothing, just drove onward under felt green and blue-green trees that arched over the road. Sharp said, "The decision to terminate is not mine alone. It comes from Washington, Jerry. And not just from Jared McLean. Much higher than that, Jerry. Much higher. The very highest." Bullshit, Peake thought. Do you really expect me to believe the president ordered the cold-blooded killing of 2 hapless civilians who've gotten in over their heads by no real fault of their own? Then he realized that before the insights he had achieved at the hospital in Palm Springs a short while ago, he might well have been naive enough to believe every word of what Sharp was telling him. The new Jerry Peake, enlightened both by the way Sharp had treated Sarah Keel and by the way he'd reacted to the stone, was not quite so gullible as the old Jerry Peake, but Sharp had no way of knowing that. "From the highest authority, Jerry." Somehow Peake knew that Anson Sharp had his own reasons for wanting Shadway and Rachael Leben dead, that Washington knew nothing about Sharp's plans. He could not cite the reason for his certainty in this matter, but he had no doubt, call it a hunch. Legends, and would-be legends, had to trust their hunches. "They're armed, Jerry, and dangerous, I assure you. Though they aren't guilty of the crimes we've specified on the warrant, they are guilty of other crimes of which I can't speak because you don't have a high enough security clearance. But you can rest assured that we won't exactly be gunning down a pair of upstanding citizens."
Pete was amazed by the tremendously increased sensitivity of his crap detector. Only yesterday, when he had been in awe of every superior agent, he might not have perceived the pure, unadulterated stink of Sharp's smooth line, but now the stench was overwhelming.
"But, sir," Peake said, "if they surrender, give up their guns, we still terminate? With prejudice?"
"Yes."
"We're judge, jury, and executioner?"
A note of impatience entered Sharp's voice. "Jerry, damn it all, do you think I like this? I killed in the war, in Vietnam, when my country told me killing was necessary, and I didn't like that much, not even when it was a certifiable enemy, so I'm not exactly jumping with joy over the prospect of killing Shadway and Mrs. Leben, who on the surface would appear to deserve killing a whole hell of a lot less than the Viet Cong did. However, I am privy to top-secret information that's convinced me they're a terrible threat to my country, and I am in receipt of orders from the highest authority to terminate them. If you want to know the truth, it makes me a little sick. Nobody likes to face the fact that sometimes an immoral act is the only right thing to be done, that the world is a place of moral grays, not just black and white. I don't like it, but I know my duty."
"Oh, you like it well enough," Peake thought. "You like it so much that the mere prospect of blowing them away has you so excited you're ready to piss in your pants."
"Jerry, do you know your duty, too? Can I count on you?"
In the living room of the cabin, Ben found something that he and Rachael had not noticed before, a pair of binoculars on the far side of the armchair near the window. Putting them to his eyes and looking out the window, he could clearly see the bend in the dirt road where he and Rachael had crouched to study the cabin. Had Eric been in the chair, watching them with the binoculars? In less than 15 minutes, Ben finished searching the living room and the 3 bedrooms. It was at the window of the last of these chambers that he saw the broken brush at the far edge of the lawn, at a point well removed from that place where he and Rachael had come out of the forest on their initial approach to the cabin. That was, he suspected, where Eric had gone into the woods just after spotting them with the binoculars. Increasingly, it appeared that the noises they heard in the forest had been the sounds of Eric stalking them. Very likely, Leben was still out there watching. The time had come to go after him. Benny left the bedroom, crossed the living room. In the kitchen, as he pushed open the rear screen door, he saw the axe out of the corner of his eye. It was leaning against the side of the refrigerator. Axe? Turning away from the door, frowning, puzzled, he looked down at the sharp blade. He was certain it had not been there when he and Rachael had entered the cabin through the same door. Something cold crawled through the hollow of his spine. After he and Rachael had made the first circuit of the house, they had wound up in the garage, where they had discussed what they must do next. Then they had come back inside and had gone straight through the kitchen to the living room to gather up the wild-card file. That done, they had returned to the garage, gotten into the Mercedes, and driven down to the gate. Neither time had they passed this side of the refrigerator. Had the axe been here then? The icy entity inside Ben's spine had crept all the way up to the base of his skull. Ben saw 2 explanations for the axe, only 2. First, perhaps Eric had been in the kitchen while they'd been in the adjacent garage planning their next move. He could have been holding the weapon, waiting for them to return to the house, intending to catch them by surprise. They had been only feet away from Eric without realizing it, only moments away from the quick, biting agony of the axe. Then, for some reason, as Eric listened to them discuss strategy, he had decided against attacking, opted for some other course of action, and had put down the axe. Or Eric had not been in the cabin then, had only entered later, after he saw them drive away in the Mercedes.
He had discarded the axe, thinking they were gone for good, then had fled without it when he heard Benny returning in the Ford. One or the other. Which? The need to answer that question seemed urgent and all-important. Which? If Eric had been here earlier, when Rachael and Ben were in the garage, why hadn't he attacked? What had changed his mind? The cabin was almost as empty of sound as a vacuum. Listening, Ben tried to determine if the silence was one of expectation, shared by him and one other lurking presence, or a silence of solitude. Solitude, he soon decided, the dead, hollow, empty stillness that you experienced only when you were utterly and unquestionably alone. Eric was not in the house. Ben looked through the screen door at the woods that lay beyond the brown lawn. The forest appeared still as well, and he had the unsettling feeling that Eric was not out there either, that he would have the woods to himself if he searched for his prey among the trees. "Eric," he said softly but aloud, expecting and receiving no answer. "Where the hell have you gone, Eric?" He lowered the shotgun, no longer bothering to hold it at the ready because he knew in his bones that he would not encounter Eric on this mountain. More silence, heavy, oppressive, profound silence. He sensed that he was teetering precariously on the edge of a horrible revelation. He had made a mistake, a deadly mistake, one that he could not correct. But what was it? What mistake? Where had he gone wrong? He looked hard at the discarded axe, desperately seeking understanding. Then his breath caught in his throat. "My God," he whispered. "Rachael!" Lake Arrowhead, 3 miles. Pete got behind a slow-moving camper in a no-passing zone, but Sharp did not seem bothered by the delay because he was busy seeking Pete's agreement to the double murder of Shadway and Mrs. Leben. "Of course, Jerry, if you have the slightest qualms at all about participating, then you leave it to me. Naturally, I expect you to back me up in a pinch. That's part of your job, after all. But if we can disarm Shadway and the woman without trouble, then I'll handle the terminations myself." "I'll still be an accessory to murder," Pete thought, but he said, "Well, sir, I don't want to let you down." "I'm glad to hear you say that, Jerry. I would be disappointed if you didn't have the right stuff. I mean, I was so sure of your commitment and courage when I decided to bring you along on this assignment, and I can't stress strongly enough how grateful your country and the agency will be for your wholehearted cooperation." "You psycho creep, you lying sack of shit," Pete thought, but he said, "Sir, I don't want to do anything that would be opposed to the best interests of my country, or that would leave a black mark of any kind on my agency record." Sharp smiled, reading total capitulation in that statement. Ben moved slowly around the kitchen, peering closely at the floor where traces of broth from the discarded soup and stew cans glistened on the tile. He and Rachael had taken care to step over and around the spills when they had gone through the kitchen, and Ben had not previously noticed any of Eric's footprints in the mess, which was something he was certain he would have seen. Now he found what had not been there earlier, almost a full footprint in a patch of thick gravy from the Dinty Moore can, and a heel print in a gob of peanut butter. A man's boots, large ones by the look of the tread. 2 more prints shone dully on the tile near the refrigerator, where Eric had tracked the gravy and peanut butter when he had gone over there to put down the axe, and, of course, to hide. To hide! Jesus! When Ben and Rachael had entered the kitchen from the garage and had stepped into the living room to gather up the scattered pages of the wildcard file, Eric had been crouched at the far side of the refrigerator, hiding. Heart racing, Ben turned away from the prints and hurried to the door that connected with the garage. Lake Arrowhead. They had arrived. The slow-moving camper pulled into the parking lot of a sporting goods store, getting out of their way,
and Peak accelerated. Having consulted the directions that the stone had written on a slip of paper, Sharp said, "You're headed the right way. Just follow the state route north around the lake. In 4 miles or so, look for a branch road on the right with a cluster of 10 mailboxes, one of them with a big red and white iron rooster on top of it." As Peak drove, he saw Sharp lift a black attaché case onto his lap and open it. Inside were 2 .38 pistols. He put one on the seat between them. Peak said, "What's that?" "Your gun for this operation." "I've got my service revolver." "It's not hunting season. Can't have a lot of noisy gunfire, Jerry. That might bring neighbors poking around, or even alert some sheriff's deputy who just happens to be in the area." Sharp withdrew a silencer from the attaché case and began to screw it onto his own pistol. "You can't use a silencer on a revolver, and we sure don't want anybody interrupting us until it's over and we've had plenty of time to adjust the bodies to fit our scenario." "What the hell am I going to do?" Peak wondered, as he piloted the sedan north along the lake, looking for a red and white iron rooster. On another road, State Route 138, Rachael had left Lake Arrowhead behind. She was approaching Silverwood Lake, where the scenery of the high San Bernardinos was even more breathtaking, though she had no eye for scenery in her current state of mind. From Silverwood, 138 led out of the mountains and almost due west until it connected with Interstate 15. There she intended to stop for gasoline, then follow 15 north and east all the way across the desert to Las Vegas. That was a drive of more than 200 miles over some of the most starkly beautiful and utterly desolate land on the continent, and even under the best of circumstances, it could be a lonely journey. "Benny," she thought, "I wish you were here." She passed a lightning-blasted tree that reached toward the sky with dead black limbs. The white clouds that had recently appeared were getting thicker. A few of them were not white. In the empty garage, Ben saw a 2-inch by 4-inch patch of boot tread pattern imprinted on the concrete floor in some oily fluid that glistened in the beams of intruding sunlight. He knelt and put his nose to the spot. He was certain that the vague smell of beef gravy was not an imaginary scent. The tread mark must have been here when he and Rachael returned to the car with the wildcard pages, but he had not noticed it. He got up and moved farther into the garage, studying the floor closely, and in only a few seconds he saw a small, moist brown glob about half the size of a pea. He touched his finger to it, brought the finger to his nose. Peanut butter. Carried here on the sole or heel of one of Eric Leben's boots, while Ben and Rachael were in the living room, busily stuffing the wild card file into the garbage bag. Returning here with Rachael and the file, Ben had been in a hurry, because it had seemed to him that the most important thing was to get her out of the cabin and off the mountain before either Eric or the authorities showed up. So he had not looked down, and had not noticed the tread mark or the peanut butter, and of course he'd seen no reason to search for signs of Eric in places he had searched only minutes earlier. He could not have anticipated this cleverness from a man with devastating brain injuries, a walking dead man who, if he followed at all in the pattern of the lab mice, should be somewhat disoriented, deranged, mentally and emotionally unstable. Therefore Ben could not blame himself. No, he had done the right thing when he had sent Rachael off in the Mercedes, thinking he was sending her away all by herself, never realizing that she was not alone in the car. How could he have realized? It was the only thing he could have done. It was not at all his fault, this unforeseeable development that was not his fault, not his fault. But he cursed himself vehemently. Waiting in the kitchen with the axe, listening to them plan their next moves as they stood in the garage, Eric must have realized that he had a chance of getting Rachael alone, and evidently that prospect appealed to him so much that he was willing to forego a whack at Ben. He'd hidden beside the refrigerator until they were in the living room, then crept into the garage, took the keys from the ignition, quietly opened the trunk, returned the keys to the ignition, climbed into the trunk, and pulled the lid shut behind himself. If Rachael had a flat tire and opened the trunk, or if on some quiet stretch of desert highway Eric decided to kick the back seat of the car off its mountings and climb through from the trunk, his heart pounding so hard that it shook him, Ben raced out of the garage toward the rental Ford in front of the cabin. Jerry Peake spotted the red and white iron rooster mounted atop one mailbox of 10. He turned into a narrow branch road that led up a steep slope, past widely separated driveways, and past houses mostly hidden in the forest that encroached from both sides. Sharp had finished screwing silencers on both .38s. Now he took 2 fully loaded spare magazines from the attaché case, kept one for himself, and put the other beside the pistol that he had provided for Peake. "I'm glad you're with me on this one, Jerry." Peake had not actually said that he was with Sharp on this one, and in fact he could not see any way he could participate in cold-blooded murder and still live with himself. For sure his dream of being a legend would be shattered. On the other hand, if he crossed Sharp, he would destroy his career in the DSA. "The macadam should turn to gravel," Sharp said, consulting the directions the stone had given him. In spite of all his recent insights, in spite of the advantages those insights should have given him, Jerry Peake did not know what to do. He did not see a way out that would leave him with both his self-respect and his career. As he drove up the slope, deeper into the dark of the woods, a panic began to build in him, and for the first time in many hours he felt inadequate. "Gravel," Anson Sharp noted as they left the pavement. Suddenly Peake saw that his predicament was even worse than he had realized, because Sharp was likely to kill him, too. If Peake tried to stop Sharp from killing Shadway and the Leben woman, then Sharp would simply shoot Peake first and set it up to look as if the 2 fugitives had done it. That would even give Sharp an excuse to kill Shadway and Mrs. Leben. "They wasted poor damn Peake, so there was nothing else I could do." Sharp might even come out of it a hero. On the other hand, Peake couldn't just step out of the way and let the deputy director cut them down, for that would not satisfy Sharp. If Peake did not participate in the killing with enthusiasm, Sharp would never really trust him, and would most likely shoot him after Shadway and Mrs. Leben were dead, then claim one of them had done it. Jesus! To Peake, whose mind was working faster than it had ever worked in his life, it looked as if he had only 2 choices: join in the killing and thereby gain Sharp's total trust, or kill Sharp before Sharp could kill anyone else. But no, wait, that was no solution either. "Not much farther," Sharp said, leaning forward in his seat, peering intently through the windshield. "Slow it to a crawl." No solution at all, because if he shot Sharp, no one would ever believe that Sharp had intended to kill Shadway and Mrs. Leben. After all, what was the bastard's motive? And Peake would wind up on trial for blowing away his superior. The courts were never, ever easy on cop killers, even if the cop killer was another cop. So sure as hell he'd go to prison, where all those 7-foot-tall, no-neck criminal types would just delight in raping a former government agent, which left, what? One horrible choice, and only one, which was to join in the killing, descend to Sharp's level, forget about being a legend, and settle for being a goddamn Gestapo thug. This was crazy, being trapped in a situation with no right answers, only wrong answers. Crazy and unfair, damn it, and Peake felt as if the top of his head were going to blow off from the strain of seeking a better answer. "That's the gate she described," Sharp said, "and it's open. Park this side of it." Jerry Peake stopped the car, switched off the engine.
Instead of the expected quietude of the forest, another sound came through the open windows the moment the sedan fell silent. A racing engine, another car, echoing through the trees. "Someone's coming," Sharp said, grabbing his silencer-equipped pistol and throwing open his door just as a blue Ford roared into view on the road above them, bearing down at high speed. While the service station attendant filled the Mercedes with Arco unleaded, Rachael got candy and a can of Coke from the vending machines. She leaned against the trunk, alternately sipping Coke and munching on a Mr. Good bar, hoping that a big dose of refined sugar would lift her spirits and make the long drive ahead seem less lonely. "Going to Vegas?" the attendant asked. "That's right." "I expected so. I'm good at guessing where folks is headed. You got that Vegas look. Now listen, first thing you play when you get there is roulette. Number 24, 'cause I have this hunch about it. Just looking at you, okay?" "Okay, 24. He held her Coke while she got the cash from her wallet to pay him. "You win a fortune, I'll expect half, of course. But if you lose, it'll be the devil's work, not mine." He bent down and looked in her window just as she was about to drive away. "You be careful out there on the desert. It can be mean." "I know," she said. She drove onto I-15 and headed north-northeast toward distant Barstow, feeling very much alone. Chapter 26. A Man Gone Bad. Ben swung the Ford around the bend and started to accelerate, but saw the dark green sedan just beyond the open gate. He braked, and the Ford fishtailed on the dirt lane. The steering wheel jerked in his hands, but he did not lose control of the car, kept it out of the ditches on both sides, and slid to a halt in a roiling cloud of dust about 50 yards above the gate. Below, 2 men in dark suits had already gotten out of the sedan. One of them was hanging back, although the other, and bigger man, was rushing straight up the hill, closing fast, like a too-eager marathon runner who had forgotten to change into his running shorts and shoes. The yellowish dust gave the illusion of marbled solidity as it whirled through veined patterns of shade and sunshine. But in spite of the dust, and in spite of the 30 yards that separated Ben from the oncoming man, he could see the gun in the guy's hand. He could also see the silencer, which startled him. No police or federal agents used silencers, and Eric's business partners had opened up with a submachine gun in the heart of Palm Springs, so it was unlikely they would suddenly turn discreet. Then, only a fraction of a second after Ben saw the silencer, he got a good look at the grinning face of the oncoming man, and he was simultaneously astonished, confused, and afraid. Anson Sharp! It had been 16 years since he had seen Anson Sharp in Nam, back in '72, yet he had no doubt about the man's identity. Time had changed Sharp, but not much. During the spring and summer of '72, Ben had expected the big bastard to shoot him in the back or hire some Saigon hoodlum to do it. Sharp had been capable of anything, but Ben had been very careful and had not given Sharp the slightest opportunity. Now, here was Sharp again, as if he'd stepped through a time warp. What the hell had brought him here now, more than a decade and a half later? Ben had the crazy notion that Sharp had been looking for him all this time, anxious to settle the score, and just happened to track him down now, in the midst of all these other troubles. But of course that was unlikely, impossible, so somehow Sharp must be involved with the wild-card mess. Less than 20 yards away, Sharp took a shooter's spread-legged stance on the road below and opened fire with the pistol. With a whap and a wet crackle of gummy safety glass, a slug punched through the windshield 1 foot to the right of Ben's face. Throwing the car into reverse, he twisted around in his seat to see the road behind. Steering with one hand, he drove backward up the dirt lane as fast as he dared. He heard another bullet ricochet off the car, and it sounded very close. Then he was around the turn and out of Sharp's sight. He reversed all the way to the cabin before he stopped. There he shifted the Ford into neutral, left the engine running, and engaged the handbrake, which was the only thing holding the car on the slope. He got out and quickly put the shotgun and the combat magnum on the dirt to one side. Leaning back in through the open door, he gripped the release lever for the handbrake and looked down the hill. 200 yards below, the Chevy sedan came around the bend, moving fast, and started up toward him. They slowed when they saw him, but they did not stop, and he dared to wait a couple of seconds longer before he popped the handbrake and stepped back. Succumbing to gravity, the Ford rolled down the lane, which was so narrow that the Chevy could not pull entirely out of the way. The Ford encountered a small bump, jolted over it, and veered toward one drainage ditch. For a moment, Ben thought the car was going to run harmlessly off to the side, but it stuttered over other ruts that turned it back on course. The driver of the Chevy stopped, began to reverse, but the Ford was picking up a lot of speed and was bearing down too fast to be avoided. The Ford hit another bump and angled somewhat toward the left again, so at the last second, the Chevy swung hard to the right in an evasive maneuver, almost dropping into the ditch. Nevertheless, the two vehicles collided with a clang and a crunch of metal, though the impact wasn't as direct or as devastating as Ben had hoped. The right front fender of the Ford hit the right front fender of the Chevy. Then the Ford slid sideways to the left, as if it might come around 180 degrees, until it was sitting alongside the Chevy, both of them facing uphill. But when it had made only a quarter turn, the Ford's rear wheels slammed into the ditch, and it halted with a shudder, perpendicular to the road, effectively blocking it. The stricken Chevy rolled erratically backward for maybe 30 feet, narrowly missing the other ditch, then came to a halt. Both front doors were flung open. Anson Sharp got out of one, and the driver got out of the other, and neither of them appeared to have been hurt, which was pretty much what Ben had expected when the Ford had not hit them head-on. Ben grabbed the shotgun and the combat magnum, turned, and ran around the side of the cabin. He sprinted across the sun-browned backyard to the tooth-like granite formations from which he and Rachael had observed the place earlier. He paused a moment to scan the woods ahead, looking for the quickest cover, then moved off into the trees toward the same brush-flanked dry wash that he and Rachael had used before. Behind him, in the distance, Sharp was calling his name. Still caught in the spider-web of his moral dilemma, Jerry Peake hung back a little from Sharp and watched his boss warily. The deputy director had lost his head the moment he had seen Shadway in the blue Ford. He had gone charging up the road, shooting from a disadvantageous position when he had little or no chance of hitting his target. Besides, he could see that the woman was not in the car with Shadway, and if they did kill the man before asking questions, they might not be able to find out where she had gone. It was shockingly sloppy procedure, and Peake was appalled. Now Sharp stalked the perimeter of the rear yard, breathing like an angry bull, in such a peculiar state of excitement and rage that he seemed oblivious of the danger of presenting such a high profile. At several places along the edge of the woods, he took a step or two into the knee-high weeds, peering down through the serried ranks of trees. From 3 sides of the yard, the forested land fell away in a jumble of rocky slopes and narrow defiles that offered countless shadowed hiding places. They had lost Shadway for the moment. That much was obvious to Peake. They should call for backup now, because otherwise their man was going to slip entirely away from them through the wilderness. But Sharp was determined to kill Shadway. He was not going to listen to reason. Peake just watched and waited and said nothing. Looking down into the woods, Sharp shouted, "United States Government, Shadway! Defense Security Agency! You hear me? DSA! We want to talk to you, Shadway!" An invocation of authority was not going to work, not now, not after Sharp had started shooting the moment he had seen Ben Shadway. Peake wondered if the deputy director was undergoing a breakdown, which would explain his behavior with Sarah Keel and his determination to kill Shadway and his ill-advised, irresponsible, blazing gun charge up the road a couple of minutes ago. Stomping along the edge of the woods, wading a few steps into the underbrush again, Sharp called out, "Shadway! Hey, it's me, Shadway, Ensign Sharp. Do you remember me, Shadway? Do you remember?" Jerry Peek took one step back and blinked as if someone had just slapped him in the face. Sharp and Shadway knew each other? For God's sake, knew each other. Not merely in the abstract as the hunter and the hunted know each other, but personally, and it was clear from Sharp's taunting manner, crimson face, bulging eyes, and stentorian breathing that they were bitter adversaries. This was a grudge match of some kind, which eliminated any small doubt Peek might have had about the possibility that anyone above Sharp in the DSA had ordered Shadway and Mrs. Leben killed. Sharp had decided to terminate these fugitives, Sharp and no one else. Peek's instincts had been on the money, but it did not solve anything to know he had been right when he'd smelled deception in Sharp's story. Right or not, he was still left with the choice of either cooperating with the deputy director or pulling a gun on him, and neither course would leave him with both his career and his self-respect intact. Sharp plunged deeper into the woods, started down a slope into the gloom beneath interlacing boughs of pine and spruce. He looked back, shouted at Peek to join in the chase, took several more steps into the brush, glanced back again, and called out more insistently when he saw that Peek had not moved. Reluctantly, Peek followed. Some of the tall grass was so dry and brittle that it prickled through his socks. Burrs and bits of milkweed fluff adhered to his trousers. When he leaned against the trunk of a tree, his hand came away sticky with resin. Vines tried to trip him up. Brambles snagged his suit. His leather-soled shoes slipped treacherously on the stones, on patches of dry pine needles, on moss, on everything. Climbing over a fallen tree, he put his foot down in a teeming nest of ants. Although he hurriedly moved out of their way and wiped them off his shoe, a few scaled his leg, and finally he had to pause, roll up his trousers, and brush the damned things off his badly bitten calf. "We're not dressed for this," he told Sharp when he caught up with him. "Quiet," Sharp said, easing under a low-hanging pine branch, heavy with thorn-tipped cones. Peek's feet almost skidded out from under him, and he grabbed desperately at a branch. Barely managing to stay on his feet, he said, "We're going to break our necks." "Quiet," Sharp whispered furiously. Over his shoulder, he looked back angrily at Peek. His face was unnerving, eyes wide and wild, skin flushed, nostrils flared, teeth bared, jaw muscles taut, the arteries throbbing in his temples. That savage expression confirmed Peek's suspicion that since spotting Shadway, the deputy director had been out of control, driven by an almost maniacal hatred and by sheer bloodlust. They pushed through a narrow gap in a wall of dense and bristly brush decorated with poisonous-looking orange berries. They stumbled into a shallow, dry wash and saw Shadway. The fugitive was 15 yards farther along the channel, following it down through the forest. He was moving low and fast, carrying a shotgun. Peek crouched and sidled against the wall of the channel to make as difficult a target of himself as possible. But Sharp stood in full view, as if he thought he was Superman, bellowed Shadway's name, pulled off several shots with the silencer-equipped pistol. With a silencer, you traded range and accuracy for the quiet you gained. So considering the distance between Sharp and Shadway, virtually every shot was wasted. Either Sharp did not know the effective range of his weapon, which seemed unlikely, or he was so completely a captive of his hatred that he was no longer capable of rational action. The first shot tore bark off a tree at the edge of the dry wash, 2 yards to Shadway's left, and with a high, thin whine, the second slug ricocheted off a boulder. Then Shadway disappeared where the runoff channel curved to the right, but Sharp fired 3 more shots, in spite of being unable to see his target.
Even the finest silencer quickly deteriorates with use, and the soft whump of Sharp's pistol grew noticeably louder with each round he expended. The fifth and final shot sounded like a wooden mallet striking a hard but rubbery surface, not thunderous by any means, but loud enough to echo for a moment through the woods. When the echo faded, Sharp listened intently for a few seconds, then bounded back across the dry wash toward the same gap in the brush through which they had entered the channel. "Come on, Peek. We'll get the bastard now." Following, Peek said, "But we can't chase him down in these woods. He's better dressed for it than we are." "We're getting out of the woods, damn it," Sharp said, and indeed they were headed back the way they had come, up toward the yard behind the cabin. "All I wanted to do was make sure we got him moving, so he wouldn't just lie in here and wait us out. He's moving now, by God, and what he'll do is head straight down the mountain toward the lake road. He'll try to steal some transportation down there, and with any luck at all, we'll nail the son of a bitch as he's trying to hotwire some fisherman's car. Now come on!" Sharp still had that savage, frenetic, half-sane look, but Peek realized that the deputy director was not, after all, as overwhelmed and as totally controlled by hatred as he had at first appeared. He was in a rage, yes, and not entirely rational, but he had not lost all of his cunning. He was still a dangerous man. Ben was running for his own life, but he was in a panic about Rachael as well. She was heading to Nevada in the Mercedes, unaware that Eric was curled up in the trunk. Somehow Ben had to catch up with her, though minute by minute she was getting a greater lead on him, rapidly decreasing his hope of closing the gap. At the very least, he had to find a telephone and get hold of Whitney Gavis, his man in Vegas, so when Rachael got there and called Whitney for the motel keys, he would be able to alert her to Eric's presence. Of course, Eric might break out of that trunk or be released from it long before Rachael arrived in Vegas, but that hideous possibility did not even bear contemplation. Rachael, alone on the darkening desert highway, a strange noise in the trunk, her cold, dead husband suddenly kicking his way out of confinement, knocking the back seat off its hinge pins, clambering into the passenger compartment. That monstrous picture shook Ben so badly that he dared not dwell on it. If he gave it too much thought, it would start to seem like an inevitable scenario, and he would be unable to go on. So he resolutely refused to think the unthinkable, and he left the dry wash for a deer trail that offered a relatively easy descent for 30 yards before turning between two fir trees in a direction he did not wish to pursue. Thereafter, progress became considerably more difficult, the ground more treacherous. A wild blackberry patch, wickedly thorned, forced him to detour 50 yards out of his way. A long slope of rotten shale crumbled under his feet, obliging him to descend at an angle to avoid pitching head first to the bottom as the surface shifted beneath him. Deadfalls of old trees and brush forced him either to go around or to climb over, at the risk of a sprained ankle or broken leg. More than once he wished that he were wearing a pair of woodsman's boots instead of Adidas running shoes, though his jeans and long-sleeved shirt provided some protection from burrs and scratchy branches. Regardless of the difficulty, he forged ahead, because he knew that eventually he would reach the lower slopes where the houses below Eric Leben's cabin stood on less wild property. There he would find the going easier. Besides, he had no choice but to go on because he did not know if Anson Sharp was still on his tail. Anson Sharp! It was hard to believe. During his second year in Nam, Ben had been a lieutenant in command of his own recon squad, serving under his platoon captain, Olin Ashbourne, planning and executing a series of highly successful forays into enemy-held territory. His sergeant, George Mendoza, had been killed by machine gun fire during a mission to free 4 U.S. prisoners of war being held at a temporary camp before transfer to Hanoi.
Anson Sharp was the sergeant assigned to replace Mendoza. From the moment he had met Sharp, Ben had not cared for him. It was just one of those instinctive reactions, for initially he had not seen anything seriously wrong with Sharp. The man was not a great sergeant, not Mendoza's equal, but he was competent, and he did not do either drugs or alcohol, which put him a notch above a lot of other soldiers in that miserable war. Perhaps he relished his authority a bit too much and came down too hard on the men under him. Perhaps his talk about women was colored by a disquieting disrespect for them, but at first it had seemed like the usual boring and only half-serious misogyny that you sometimes heard from a certain number of men in any large group. Ben had seen nothing evil about it until later, and perhaps Sharp had been too quick to advise against contact when the enemy was sighted, and too quick to encourage withdrawal once the enemy was engaged. But at first he could not have been accurately labeled a coward. Yet Ben had been wary of him, and had felt somewhat guilty about it, because he had no substantial reasons for distrusting his new sergeant. One of the things he had disliked was Sharp's apparent lack of conviction in all things. Sharp seemed to have no opinions about politics, religion, capital punishment, abortion, or any of the other issues that interested his contemporaries. Sharp also had no strong feelings about the war, either pro or con. He didn't care who won, and he regarded the quasi-democratic South and the totalitarian North as moral equals, if he thought about it at all in moral terms. He had joined the Marines to avoid being drafted into the Army, and he felt none of that leather-neck pride or commitment that made the Corps a home to most of the other men in it. He intended to have a military career, though what drew him to the service was not duty or pride, but the hope of promotion to a position of real power, early retirement in just 20 years, and a generous pension. He could talk for hours about military pensions and benefits. He had no special passion for music, art, books, sports, hunting, fishing, or anything else, except for himself. He himself was his own and only passion. Though not a hypochondriac, he was certainly obsessed with the state of his health and would talk at length about his digestion, his constipation or lack of it, and the appearance of his morning stool. Another man might simply say, "I have a splitting headache," but Anson Sharp, plagued by a similar condition, would expend 200 words describing the degree and nature of the agony in excruciating detail, and would use a finger to trace the precise line of the pain across his brow. He spent a lot of time combing his hair, always managed to be clean-shaven even under battle conditions, had a narcissistic attraction to mirrors and other reflective surfaces, and made a virtual crusade of obtaining as many creature comforts as a soldier could manage in a war zone. It was difficult to like a man who liked nothing but himself. But if Anson Sharp had been neither a good nor an evil man when he had gone to Nam, just bland and self-centered, the war had worked upon the unformed clay of his personality and had gradually sculpted a monster. When Ben became aware of detailed and convincing rumors of Sharp's involvement in the black market, an investigation had turned up proof of an astonishing criminal career. Sharp had been involved in the hijacking of goods in transit to post exchanges and canteens, and he had negotiated the sale of those stolen supplies to buyers in the Saigon underworld. Additional information indicated that, while not a user or direct seller of drugs, Sharp facilitated the commerce in illegal substances between the Vietnamese mafia and U.S. soldiers. Most shocking of all, Ben's sleuthing led to the discovery that Sharp used some profits from criminal activity to keep a pied-à-terre in Saigon's roughest nightclub district. There, with the assistance of an exceedingly vicious Vietnamese thug who served as a combination houseboy and dungeon master, Sharp maintained an 11-year-old girl, Mai Van Trang, as a virtual slave, sexually abusing her whenever he had the opportunity, otherwise leaving her to the mercy of the thug. The inevitable court-martial had not proceeded as predictably as Ben hoped. He wanted to put Sharp away for 20 years in a military prison, but before the case came to trial, potential witnesses began to die or disappear at an alarming pace. 2 Army non-coms, pushers who'd agreed to testify against Sharp in return for lenient treatment, were found dead in Saigon alleyways, throats cut. A lieutenant was fragged in his sleep, blown to bits. The weasel-faced houseboy and poor Mai Van Trang disappeared, and Ben was sure that the former was alive somewhere and that the latter was just as certainly dead and buried in an unmarked grave, not a difficult disposal problem in a nation torn by war and undermined by unmarked graves. In custody awaiting trial, Sharp could effectively plead innocence to involvement in this series of convenient deaths and vanishings, though it was surely his influence with the Vietnamese underworld that provided for such favorable developments. By the start of the court-martial, all of the witnesses against Sharp were gone, and the case was essentially reduced to Ben's word, and that of his investigators, against Sharp's smug protestations of innocence. There wasn't sufficient concrete evidence to ensure his imprisonment, but far too much circumstantial evidence to get him off the hook entirely. Consequently, he was stripped of his sergeant's stripes, demoted to private, and dishonorably discharged. Even that comparatively light sentence had been a blow to Sharp, whose deep and abiding self-love had not permitted him to entertain the prospect of any punishment whatsoever. His personal comfort and well-being were his central, perhaps only, concern, and he seemed to take it for granted that, as a favored child of the universe, he would always be assured of unrelieved good fortune. Before shipping out of Vietnam in disgrace, Sharp had used all of his remaining contacts to arrange a short surprise visit to Ben, too short to do any harm, but just long enough to convey a threat. "Listen, asshole, when you get stateside again, just remember I'll be there waiting for you. I'll know when you're coming home, and I'll have a greeting ready for you." Ben had not taken the threat seriously. For one thing, well before the court-martial, Sharp's hesitancy on the battlefield had grown worse, so bad on some occasions that he had come perilously close to disobeying orders rather than risk his precious skin. If he had not been brought to court for theft, black marketeering, drug dealing, and statutory rape, he very likely would have been arraigned on charges of desertion or other offenses related to his increasing cowardice. He might talk of stateside vengeance, but he would not have the guts for it, and for another thing, Ben was not worried about what would happen to him when he went home, because by then, for better or worse, he had committed himself to the war until the end of it, and that commitment gave him every reason to believe he would go home in a box, in no condition to give a damn whether or not Anson Sharp was waiting for him. Now, descending through the shadowy forest and at last reaching the first of the half-cleared properties where houses were tucked in among the trees, Ben wondered how Anson Sharp, stripped of rank and dishonorably discharged, could have been accepted into training as a DSA agent. A man gone bad like Sharp usually continued skidding downward once his slide began. By now he should have been on his 2nd or 3rd term in prison for civilian crimes. At best, you could have expected to encounter him as a seedy grifter, scratching out a dishonest living, so pathetically small time that he did not draw the notice of the authorities. Even if he had cleaned up his act, he could not have wiped a dishonorable discharge off his record, and with that discredit, he would have been summarily rejected by any law enforcement agency, especially by an organization with standards as high as those of the Defense Security Agency. So how the hell did he swing it? Ben wondered. He chewed on that question as he climbed over a split-rail fence and cautiously skirted a 2-story brick and weathered pine chalet, dashing from tree to tree and bush to bush, staying out of sight as much as possible. If someone looked out a window and saw a man with a shotgun in one hand and a big revolver tucked into the waistband at his back, a call to the county sheriff would be inevitable. Assuming that Sharp wasn't lying when he had identified himself as a Defense Security Agency operative, and there seemed no point in lying about it, the next thing Ben had to wonder about was how far Sharp had risen in the DSA. After all, it seemed far too coincidental for Sharp to have been assigned, by mere chance, to an investigation involving Ben. More likely, Sharp had arranged his assignment when he had read the Leben file and discovered that Ben, his old and perhaps mostly forgotten nemesis, had a relationship with Rachael. He'd seen a long-delayed chance for revenge and had seized it. But surely an ordinary agent could not choose assignments, which meant Sharp must be in a sufficiently high position to set his own work schedule. Worse than that, Sharp was of such formidable rank that he could open fire on Ben without provocation and expect to be able to cover up a murder committed in the plain sight of one of his fellow DSA operatives. With the threat of Anson Sharp layered on top of all the other threats that he and Rachael faced, Ben began to feel as if he were caught up in a war again. In war, incoming fire usually started up when you least expected it, and from the most unlikely source and direction, which was exactly what Anson Sharp's appearance was. Surprise fire from the most unlikely source. At the third mountainside house, Ben nearly walked in among 4 young boys who were engaged in their own stealthy game of war, alerted at the last minute when one of them sprang from cover and opened fire on another with a cap-loaded machine gun. For the first time in his life, Ben experienced a vivid flashback to the war, one of those mental traumas that the media ascribe to every veteran. He fell and rolled behind several low-growing dogwoods, where he lay listening to his pounding heart, stifling a scream for half a minute until the flashback passed. None of the boys had seen him, and when he set out again, he crawled and belly-crawled from one point of cover to another. From the leafy dogwood to a clump of wild azaleas, from the azaleas to a low limestone formation where the desiccated corpse of a ground squirrel lay as if in mourning. Then over a small hill through rough weeds that scratched his face under another split-rail fence. 5 minutes later, almost 40 minutes after setting out from the cabin, he bulled his way down a brush-covered slope and into a dry drainage ditch alongside the state route that circled the lake. 40 minutes, for God's sake! How far into the lonely desert had Rachael gotten in 40 minutes? Don't think about that. Just keep moving. He crouched in the tall weeds for a moment, catching his breath, then stood up and looked both ways. No one was in sight. No traffic was coming or going on the 2-lane blacktop. Considering that he had no intention of throwing away either the shotgun or the combat magnum, which made him frightfully conspicuous, he was lucky to find himself here on a Tuesday and at this hour. The state route would not have been as lightly used at any other time. During the early morning, the road would be busy with boaters, fishermen, and campers on their way to the lake, and later many of them would be returning. But in the middle of the afternoon, it was 2:55, they were comfortably settled for the day. He was also fortunate it was not a weekend, for then the road would have been heavily traveled regardless of the hour. Deciding that he would be able to hear oncoming traffic before it drew into sight and would therefore have time to conceal himself, he climbed out of the ditch and headed north on the pavement, hoping to find a car to steal. Chapter 27. On the Road Again. By 2:55, Rachael was through the El Cajon Pass, still 10 miles south of Victorville and almost 45 miles from Barstow.
This was the last stretch of the interstate on which indications of civilization could be seen with any frequency. Even here, except for Victorville itself and the isolated houses and businesses strung between it and Hesperia and Apple Valley, there was mostly just a vast emptiness of white sand, striated rock, seared desert scrub, Joshua trees, and other cactuses. During the 160 miles between Barstow and Las Vegas, there would be virtually only 2 outposts: Calico, the ghost town, with a cluster of attendant restaurants, service stations, and a motel or two, and Baker, which was the gateway to Death Valley National Monument, and which was little more than a pit stop that flashed by in a few seconds, gone so quickly that it almost seemed like a mirage. Halloran Springs, Cal Neva, and State Line were out there too, but none of them really qualified as a town, and in one case the population was fewer than 50 souls. Here, where the great Mojave Desert began, humankind had tested the wasteland's dominion, but after Barstow, its rule remained undisputed. If Rachael had not been so worried about Benny, she would have enjoyed the endless vistas, the power and responsiveness of the big Mercedes, and the sense of escape and release that always buoyed her during a trip across the Mojave. But she could not stop thinking about him, and she wished she had not left him alone, even though he had made a good argument for his plan and had given her little choice. She considered turning around and going back, but he might have left by the time she reached the cabin. She might even drive straight into the arms of the police if she returned to Arrowhead, so she kept the Mercedes moving at a steady 60 miles an hour toward Barstow. 5 miles south of Victorville, she was startled by a strange, hollow thumping that seemed to come from underneath the car. 4 or 5 sharp knocks, then silence. She swore under her breath at the prospect of a breakdown. Letting the speed fall to 50 and then slowly to 40, she listened closely to the Mercedes for more than half a mile. The hum of the tires on the pavement, the purr of the engine, the soft whisper of the air conditioning. No knocking. When the unsettling sound did not recur, she accelerated to 60 again and continued to listen expectantly, figuring that the unknown trouble was something that occurred only at higher speeds. But when, after another mile, there was no noise, she decided she must have run over potholes in the pavement. She had not seen any potholes, and she could not recall that the car had been jolted simultaneously with the thumping sound, but she could think of no other explanation. The Mercedes' suspension system and heavy-duty shocks were superb, which would have minimized the jolt of a few minor bumps, and perhaps the strange sound itself had distracted her from whatever little vibration there had been. For a few miles, Rachael remained edgy, not exactly waiting for the entire drivetrain to drop out with a great crash or for the engine to explode, but half expecting some trouble that would delay her. However, when the car continued to perform with its usual quiet reliability, she relaxed, and her thoughts drifted back to Benny. The green Chevy sedan had been damaged in the collision with the blue Ford. Bent grille, smashed headlight, crumpled fender, but its function had not been impaired. Peake had driven down the dirt road to gravel, to macadam, to the state route that circled the lake, with Sharp sitting in the passenger seat, scanning the woods around them, the silencer-equipped pistol in his lap. Sharp had been confident, he said, that Shadway had gone in another direction, well away from the lake, but he had been vigilant nonetheless. Peake had expected a shotgun blast to hit the side window and take him out at any moment, but he got down to the state route alive. They had cruised back and forth on the main road until they had found a line of 6 cars and pickups parked along the berm. Those vehicles probably belonged to anglers who had gone down through the woods to the nearby lake, to a favorite but hard-to-reach fishing hole.
Sharp had decided that Shadway would come off the mountain to the south of the cars, and perhaps, recalling having passed them on his way to the cabin turnoff, would come north on the state route, maybe using one of the drainage ditches for cover, or even staying in the forest parallel to the road, with the intention of hot-wiring new wheels for himself. Peake had slipped the sedan behind the last vehicle in the line of 6, a dirty and battered Dodge station wagon, pulling over just a bit farther than the cars in front, so Shadway would not be able to see the Chevy clearly when he walked in from the south. Now Peake and Sharp slumped low in the front seat, sitting just high enough to see through the windshield and through the windows of the station wagon in front of them. They were ready to move fast at the first sign of anyone messing with one of the cars, or at least Sharp was ready. Peake was still in a quandary. The trees rustled in the gusty breeze. A wicked-looking dragonfly swooped past the windshield on softly thrumming iridescent wings. The dashboard clock ticked faintly, and Peake had the weird but perhaps explicable feeling that they were sitting on a time bomb. "He'll show up in the next 5 minutes," Sharp said. "I hope not," Peake thought. "We'll waste the bastard, all right," Sharp said. "Not me," Peake thought. "He'll be expecting us to keep cruising the road back and forth, looking for him. He won't expect us to anticipate him and be lying in wait here. He'll walk right into us. God, I hope not," Peake thought. "I hope he heads south instead of north, or maybe goes over the top of the mountain and down the other side and never comes near this road. Or, God, please, how about just letting him cross this road and go down to the lake and walk across the water and off onto the other shore?" Peake said, "Looks to me as if he's got more firepower than we do. I mean, I saw a shotgun. That's something to think about." "He won't use it on us," Sharp said. "Why not?" "Because he's a prissy-assed moralist, that's why. A sensitive type. Worries about his goddamn soul too much. His type can justify killing only in the middle of a war, and only a war he believes in, or in some other situation where he has absolutely no other choice but to kill in order to save himself." "Yeah, well, but if we start shooting at him, he won't have any choice except to shoot back, right?" "You just don't understand him. In a situation like this, which isn't a damn war, if there's any place to run, if he's not backed into a tight corner, then he'll always choose to run instead of fighting. It's the morally superior choice, you see, and he likes to think of himself as a morally superior guy. Out here in these woods, he's got plenty of places to run, so if we shoot and hit him, it's over. But if we miss, he won't shoot back. Not that pussy-faced hypocrite. He'll run, and we'll have another chance to track him down and take another whack at him. And he'll keep giving us chances until sooner or later he either shakes loose of us for good or we blow him away. Just for God's sake, don't ever back him into a corner. Always leave him an out. When he's running, we have a chance of shooting him in the back, which is the wisest thing we could do, because the guy was in Marine Recon and he was good. Better than most. The best. I have to give him that much. The best. And he seems to have stayed in condition. So if he had to do it, he could take your head off with his bare hands." Peake was unable to decide which of these new revelations was most appalling, that to settle a grudge of Sharp's they were going to kill not only an innocent man, but a man with an unusually complex and faithfully observed moral code, or that they were going to shoot him in the back if they had the chance, or that their target would put his own life at extreme risk rather than casually waste them, though they were prepared to casually waste him, or that if given no other choice, the guy had the ability to utterly destroy them without working up a sweat. Peake had last been to bed yesterday afternoon, almost 22 hours ago, and he badly needed sleep, but his grainy eyes were open wide, and his mind was alert as he contemplated the wealth of bad news that he had just received. Sharp leaned forward suddenly, as if he'd spotted Shadway coming up from the south, but it must have been nothing, for he leaned back in his seat again and let out his pent-up breath. "He's as scared as he is angry," Peake thought. Peake steeled himself to ask a question that would most likely anger or at least irritate Sharp. "You know him, sir?" "Yeah," Sharp said sourly, unwilling to elaborate. "From where?" "Another place." "When?" "Way back," Sharp said, in a tone of voice that made it clear there were to be no more questions. From the beginning of this investigation yesterday evening, Peake had been surprised that someone as high as the deputy director would plunge right into the field work, shoulder to shoulder with junior agents, instead of coordinating things from an office. This was an important case, but Peake had been involved in other important cases, and he had never seen any of the agency's titled officers actually getting their hands dirty. Now he understood. Sharp had chosen to wade into the muddy center of this one because he had discovered that his old enemy Shadway was involved, and because only in the field would he have an opportunity to kill Shadway and stage the shooting to look legitimate. "Way back," Sharp said, more to himself this time than to Jerry Peake. "Way back." The roomy interior of the Mercedes-Benz trunk was warm because it was heated by the sun, but Eric Leben, curled on his side in the darkness, felt another and greater warmth, the peculiar and almost pleasant fire that burned in his blood, flesh, and bones, a fire that seemed to be melting him down into something other than a man. The inner and outer heat, the darkness, the motion of the car, and the hypnotic humming of the tires had lulled him into a trance-like state. For a time he had forgotten who he was, where he was, and why he had put himself in this place. Thoughts eddied lazily through his mind like opalescent films of oil drifting, rippling, intertwining, and forming slow-motion whirlpools on the surface of a lake. At times his thoughts were light and pleasant, the sweet body curves and skin textures of Rachael, Sarah, and other women with whom he had made love, the favorite teddy bear he had slept with as a child, fragments of movies he had seen, lines of favorite songs. But sometimes the mental images grew dark and frightening. Uncle Barry, grinning and beckoning, an unknown dead woman in a dumpster, another woman nailed to a wall, naked, dead, staring, the hooded figure of death looming out of shadows, a deformed face in a mirror, strange and monstrous hands somehow attached to his own wrists. Once the car stopped, and the cessation of movement caused him to float up from the trance. He quickly reoriented himself, and that icy reptilian rage flooded back into him. He eagerly flexed and unflexed his strong, elongated, sharp-nailed hands in anticipation of choking the life out of Rachael, she who had denied him, she who had rejected him, she who had sent him into the path of death. He almost burst out of the trunk, then heard a man's voice, hesitated. Judging by the bits of inane conversation he was able to overhear, and because of the noise of a gas pump nozzle being inserted into the fuel tank, Eric realized that Rachael had stopped at a service station where there were sure to be a few, and perhaps a lot of, people. He had to wait for a better opportunity. Earlier, back at the cabin, when he had opened the trunk, he had immediately noted that the rear wall was a solid metal panel, making it impossible for him to simply kick the car's rear seat off its pins and clamber through into the passenger compartment. Furthermore, the latch mechanism was unreachable from within the trunk because of a metal cover plate fastened in place by several Phillips head screws. Fortunately, Rachael and Shadway had been so busy gathering up the copy of the wildcard file that Eric had been able to snatch a Phillips screwdriver off the tool rack, remove the latch plate, climb into the trunk, and close the lid.
Even in the dark, he could find the bared latch, slip the blade of the screwdriver into the mechanism, and pop it open with no difficulty. If he heard no voices the next time they stopped, he could be out of the trunk in a couple of seconds, fast enough to get his hands on her before she realized what was happening. At the service station, as he waited silently and patiently within the trunk, he brought his hands to his face and thought he detected additional changes from those he had seen and felt at the cabin. Likewise, when he explored his neck, shoulders, and most of his body, he did not seem to be formed quite as he should have been. He thought he felt a patch of scales. Revulsion made his teeth chatter. He quickly stopped examining himself. He wanted to know what he was becoming, yet he didn't want to know. He needed to know, and he couldn't bear knowing. Dimly he suspected that, having intentionally edited a small portion of his own genetic material, he had created an imbalance in unknown, perhaps unknowable, life chemistries and life forces. The imbalance had not been severe until, upon his death, his altered cells had begun to perform as they had never been meant to perform, healing at a rate and to an extent that was unnatural. That activity, the overwhelming flood of growth hormones and proteins it produced, in some manner released the bonds of genetic stability, threw off the biological governor that ensured a slow, measured pace for evolution. Now he was evolving at an alarming rate. More accurately, perhaps, he was devolving, his body seeking to recreate ancient forms still stored within the tens of millions of years of racial experience in his genes. He knew that he was fluctuating mentally between the familiar modern intellect of Eric Leben and the alien consciousnesses of several primitive states of the human race, and he was afraid of devolving both mentally and physically to some bizarre form so remote from human experience that he would cease to exist as Eric Leben, his personality dissolved forever in a prehistoric simian or reptilian consciousness. She had done this to him, had killed him, thereby triggering the runaway response of his genetically altered cells. He wanted vengeance, wanted it so much he ached, wanted to rip the bitch open and slash her steaming guts, wanted to pull out her eyes and break open her head, wanted to claw off that pretty face, that smug and hateful face, chew off her tongue, then put his mouth down against her spurting arteries and drink. He shuddered again. But this time it was a shudder of primal need, a quiver of inhuman pleasure and excitement. After the fuel tank was filled, Rachael returned to the highway, and Eric was lulled into his trance-like state once more. This time his thoughts were stranger, dreamier than those that had occupied him previously. He saw himself loping across a mist-shrouded landscape, barely half erect. Distant mountains smoked on the horizon, and the sky was a purer and darker blue than he had ever seen it before. Yet it was familiar, just as the glossy vegetation was different from anything he had ever encountered as Eric Leben, but was nevertheless known to some other being buried deep within him. Then, in his half-dreams, he was no longer even partially erect, not the same creature at all, slithering now on his belly over warm, wet earth, drawing himself up onto a spongy, rotting log, clawing at it with long-toed feet, shredding the bark and mushy wood to reveal a huge nest of squirming maggots into which he hungrily thrust his face. Transported by a dark, savage thrill, he drummed his feet against the side wall of the trunk, an action that briefly roused him from the tenebrous images and thoughts that filled his mind. He realized that his drumming feet would alert Rachael, and he stopped after, he hoped, only a few hard kicks. The car slowed, and he fumbled in the dark for the screwdriver in case he had to pop the latch and get out fast. But then the car accelerated again. Rachael had not understood what she had heard, and he fell back into the ooze of primordial memories and desires.
Now, mentally drifting in some far place, he continued to change physically. The dark trunk was like a womb in which an unimaginable mutant child formed and reformed again. It was both something old and something new in the world. Its time had passed, and yet its time was still coming. Ben figured they would expect him to remember the line of parked cars along the western shoulder of the state route and would be waiting for him to steal one. Furthermore, they would probably count on him making his way north on the road itself, using the ditch along the eastern berm for cover when he heard traffic coming. Or they might think he'd stay on the eastern slope, on the highlands side of the road, cautiously following the blacktop north, but using the trees and brush for cover. However, he did not think they would expect him to cross the road, enter the woods on the western side of it, the lake side, and then head north under the cover of those trees, eventually coming up on the parked cars from behind. He figured correctly. When he had gone north some distance with the highway on his right and the lake on his left, he cut up the slope to the state route, cautiously crawled up the final embankment, peered over the top, and looked south toward the parked cars. He saw two men slumped in the front seat of the dark green Chevy sedan. They were tucked behind a Dodge station wagon, so he would not have been able to see them if he'd approached from the south instead of circling behind. They were looking the other way, watching geometrically framed slices of the two-lane highway through the windows of the cars parked in front of theirs. Easing down from the top of the embankment, Ben lay on the slope for a minute, flat on his back. His mattress was composed of old pine needles, withered ryegrass, and unfamiliar plants with variegated caladium-like leaves that bruised under him and pressed their cool juice into the cloth of his shirt and jeans. He was so dirty and stained from the frantic descent of the mountainside below Eric's cabin that he had no concern about what additional mess these plants might make of him. The combat magnum, tucked under his waistline, pressed painfully against the small of his back, so he shifted slightly onto one side to relieve that pressure. Uncomfortable though it was, the magnum was also reassuring. As he considered the two men waiting for him on the road above, he was tempted to head farther north until he found untended cars elsewhere. He might be able to steal a vehicle from another place and leave the area before they decided he was gone. On the other hand, he might walk a mile or 2 or 3 without discovering other cars parked beyond the view of their owners, and it was unlikely that Sharp and his fellow agent would wait here very long. If Ben did not show up soon, they would wonder if they had misjudged him. They would start cruising, perhaps stopping now and then to get out and scan the woods on both sides of the road. And though he was better at these games than they were, he could not be sure that they would not surprise him somewhere along the way. Right now, he had the advantage of surprise, for he knew where they were, while they had no idea where he was. He decided to make good use of that advantage. First, he looked around for a smooth, fist-sized rock, located one, and tested its weight in his hand. It felt right, substantial. He unbuttoned his shirt part of the way, slipped the rock inside against his belly, and rebuttoned. With the semi-automatic Remington 12-gauge in his right hand, he stealthily traversed the embankment, moving south until he felt that he was just below the rear end of their Chevrolet. Edging up to the top of the slope again, he found that he had estimated the distance perfectly. The rear bumper of their sedan was inches from his face. Sharp's window was open. Standard government cars seldom boasted air conditioning, and Ben knew he had to make the final approach in absolute silence. If Sharp heard anything suspicious and looked out his window, or if he even glanced at his side view mirror, he would see Ben scurrying behind the Chevy. A convenient noise, just loud enough to provide cover, would be welcome, and Ben wished the wind would pick up a bit. A good strong gust, shaking the trees, would mask his... Better yet, the sound of a car engine rose, approaching from the north, from behind the sedan. Ben waited tensely, and a gray Pontiac Firebird appeared from that direction. As the Firebird drew nearer, the sound of rock music grew louder. A couple of kids on a pleasure ride, windows open, cassette player blaring, Bruce Springsteen singing enthusiastically about love and cars and foundry workers. Perfect. Just as the supercharged Firebird was passing the Chevy, when the noise of engine and Springsteen were loudest, and when Sharp's attention was almost certainly turned in a direction exactly opposite that of his side-view mirror, Ben scrambled quickly over the top of the embankment and crept behind the sedan. He stayed low, under their back window, so he would not be seen in the rear-view mirror if the other DSA agent checked the road behind. As the Firebird and Springsteen faded, Ben duck-walked to the left rear corner of the Chevy, took a deep breath, leaped to his feet, and pumped around from the shotgun into the back tire on that side. The blast shattered the still mountain air with such power that it scared Ben even though he knew it was coming, and both men inside cried out in alarm. One of them shouted, "Stay down!" The car sagged toward the driver's side. His hands stinging from the recoil of the first shot, Ben fired again, strictly to scare them this time, putting the load low over the top of the car, just low enough so some of the shots skipped across the roof, which to those inside must have sounded like pellets impacting in the interior. Both men were down on the front seat, trying to stay out of the line of fire, a position which also made it impossible for them either to see Ben or to shoot at him. He fired another round into the dirt shoulder as he ran, pausing to blow out the front tire on the driver's side, causing the car to sag further in that direction. He pumped one more load into the same tire solely for dramatic effect. The thunderous crash of the shotgun had unnerved even him, so it must have paralyzed Sharp and the other guy. Then glanced at the windshield to be sure both of his adversaries were still below the line of fire. He saw no sign of them, and he put his sixth and final shot through the glass, confident that he would not seriously hurt either man, but would scare them badly enough to ensure that they would continue to hug the car seat for another half-minute or so. Even as the shotgun pellets were lodging in the back seat of the Chevy and the safety glass was still falling out onto the front seat, Ben took 3 running steps, dropped flat to the ground, and pulled himself under the Dodge station wagon. When they got the courage to lift their heads, they would figure he had run into the woods on one side of the road or the other, where he was reloading and waiting to make another pass at them when they showed themselves. They would never expect to find him lying prostrate on the ground beneath the very next car in line. His lungs tried to draw breath in great noisy gulps, but he forced himself to breathe slowly, easily, rhythmically, quietly. He wanted to rub his hands and arms, which stung from firing the shotgun so rapidly and from such unusual positions, but he rubbed nothing, just endured, knowing the stinging and numbness would subside unattended. After a while he heard them talking back there, and then he heard a door open. "Damn it, Peak, come on," Sharp said. Footsteps. Ben turned his head to the right, looking out from beneath the station wagon. He saw Sharp's black Freeman wingtips appear beside the car. Ben owned a pair just like them. These were scuffed, and several spiky burrs clung to the laces. On the left, no shoes appeared. "Now, Peak," Sharp said in a hoarse whisper that was as good as a shout. Another door opened back there, followed by hesitant footsteps, and then shoes came into view at the left side of the station wagon as well. Peak's cheaper black Oxfords were in even worse shape than Anson Sharp's shoes. Mud was smeared over the tops of them and caked along the soles and heels, and there were twice as many burrs clinging to his laces. The 2 men stood on opposite sides of the station wagon, neither of them speaking, just listening and looking. Ben had the crazy idea that they would hear his pounding heart, for to him it sounded like a timpani. "Might be ahead, between 2 of these cars, waiting to sandbag us," Peak whispered. "He's gone back into the woods," Sharp said in a voice as soft as Peak's, but with scorn. "Probably watching us from cover right now, trying not to laugh." The smooth, fist-sized rock that Ben had tucked inside his shirt was pressing into his belly,
but he did not shift his position for fear the slightest sound would give him away. Finally, Sharp and Peak moved together, paralleling each other, stepping out of sight. They were probably looking warily into all the cars and between them, but they were not likely to get down on their knees and look underneath, because it was insane of Ben to hide there, flat on his belly, nearly helpless, with no quick way out, where he could be shot as easily as the proverbial fish in the barrel. If his risk paid off, he would throw them off his trail, send them sniffing in the wrong direction, and have a chance to boost one of these cars. However, if they thought he was dumb enough or clever enough to hide under the station wagon, he was a dead man. Ben prayed that the owner of the wagon would not return at this inopportune moment and drive the heap away, leaving him exposed. Sharp and Peak reached the front of the line of vehicles and, having found no enemy, returned, still walking on opposite sides of the cars. They spoke a bit louder now.
"You said he'd never shoot at us,"
Peak remarked sourly.
"He didn't."
"He shot at me, sure enough,"
Peak said, his voice rising.
"He shot at the car."
"What's the difference? We were in the car."
They stopped beside the station wagon once more. Ben looked left and right at their shoes, hoping he would not have to sneeze, cough, or fart. Sharp said,
"He shot at the tires. You see? No point disabling our transportation if he was going to kill us."
"He shot out the windshield,"
Peak said.
"Yeah, but we were staying down out of the way, and he knew he wouldn't hit us. I tell you, he's a damn pussy, a prissy moralist, sees himself as the guy in the white hat. He'd shoot at us only if he had no choice, and he'd never shoot at us first. We'll have to start the action. Listen, Peak, if he'd wanted to kill us, he could have poked the barrel of that piece through either one of our side windows, could have taken us both out in 2 seconds flat. Think about it."
They were both silent. Peak was probably thinking about it. Ben wondered what Sharp was thinking. He hoped Sharp wasn't thinking about Edgar Allan Poe's The Purloined Letter. He did not suppose there was much danger of that, because he did not think Sharp had ever in his life read anything other than skin magazines.
"He's down in those woods,"
Sharp said at last, turning his back on the station wagon, showing Ben his heels.
"Down toward the lake. He can see us now, I'll bet, letting us make the next move."
"We have to get another car,"
Peak said. "First, you've got to go down in these woods, have a look around, see if you can flush him out."
"Me?"
"You," Sharp said.
"Sir, I'm not really dressed for that sort of thing. My shoes—"
"There's less underbrush here than there was up near Leben's cabin," Sharp said. "You'll manage."
Peak hesitated, but finally said,
"What'll you be doing while I'm poking around down there?"
"From here," Sharp said, "I can look almost straight down through the trees into the brush. If you get near him down there on his own level, he might be able to move away from you under the cover of rocks and bushes, without you getting a glimpse of him. But see, from up above here, I'm almost sure to see him moving, and when I do, I'll go straight for the bastard."
Ben heard a peculiar noise, like a lid being unscrewed from a mayonnaise jar. For a moment he could not imagine what it was, then realized Sharp was taking the silencer off his pistol. Sharp confirmed that suspicion.
"Maybe the shotgun still gives him the advantage."
"Maybe,"
Peak said with amazement. "But there's 2 of us, 2 guns, and without silencers we'll get better range. Go on, Peak. Go down there and smoke him out for me."
Peak seemed on the point of rebellion, but he went. Ben waited. A couple of cars passed on the road. Ben remained very still, watching Anson Sharp's shoes. After a while, Sharp moved 1 step away from the car, which was as far as he could go in that direction, for 1 step put him at the very brink of the embankment that sloped down into the woods. When the next car rumbled along, Ben used the cover of its engine noise to slip out from under the Dodge wagon on the driver's side, where he crouched against the front door, below window level. Now the station wagon was between him and Sharp.
Holding the shotgun in one hand, he opened a few buttons on his shirt. He withdrew the rock that he had found in the forest. On the other side of the Dodge, Sharp moved. Ben froze, listened. Evidently, Sharp had only been sidestepping along the edge of the embankment to keep Peak in sight below. Ben knew he had to act swiftly. If another car came by, he would present quite a spectacle to anyone in it, a guy in filthy clothes holding a rock in one hand and a shotgun in the other, with a revolver tucked into his waistband. With one tap of the horn, any passing driver could warn Sharp of the wild man at his back. Rising up from a crouch, Ben looked across the station wagon directly at the back of Sharp's head. If Sharp turned around now, one of them would have to shoot the other. Ben waited tensely until he was certain that Sharp's attention was directed down toward the northwest portion of the woods. Then he pitched the round, fist-sized rock as hard as he could across the top of the car, very high, very wide of Sharp's head, so the wind of its passage would not draw the man's attention. He hoped Sharp would not see the rock in flight, hoped it would not hit a tree too soon, but would fall far into the forest before impacting. He was doing a lot of earnest hoping and praying lately. Without waiting to see what happened, he dropped down beside the car again and heard his missile shredding pine boughs or brush and finally impacting with a resonant thunk.
"Peak!" Sharp called out. Back of you! Over that way! Movement over there in those bushes by the drainage cut."
Ben heard a scrape and clatter and rustle that might have been Anson Sharp bolting off the top of the embankment and down into the forest. Suspecting that it was too good to be true, he rose warily. Amazingly, Sharp was gone. With the state route to himself, Ben hurried along the line of parked cars, trying doors. He found an unlocked 4-year-old Chevette. It was a hideous bile-yellow heap with clashing green upholstery, but he was in no position to worry about style. He got in, eased the door shut. He took the .357 Combat Magnum out of his waistband and put it on the seat where he could reach it in a hurry. Using the stock of the shotgun, he hammered the ignition switch until he broke the key plate off the steering column. He wondered if the noise carried beyond the car and down through the woods to Sharp and Peak. Putting the Remington aside, he hastily pulled the ignition wires into view, crossed the two bare ends, and tramped on the accelerator. The engines sputtered, caught, raced. Although Sharp probably had not heard the hammering, he surely heard the car starting, knew what it meant, and was without a doubt frantically climbing the embankment that he had just descended. Ben disengaged the handbrake. He threw the Chevette in gear and pulled onto the road. He headed south because that was the way the car was facing, and he had no time to turn it around. The hard, flat crack of a pistol sounded behind him. He winced, pulled his head down on his shoulders, glanced in the rearview mirror, and saw Sharp lurching between the sedan and the Dodge station wagon out into the middle of the road where he could line up a shot better.
"Too late, sucker,"
Ben said, ramming the accelerator all the way to the floor. The Chevette coughed, as if it were a tubercular, spavined old dray horse being asked to run the Kentucky Derby. A bullet clipped the rear bumper, or maybe a fender, and the high-pitched skeen sounded like the Chevette's startled bleat of pain. The car stopped coughing and shuddering, surged forward at last, spewing a cloud of blue smoke in its wake. In the rearview mirror, Anson Sharp dwindled beyond the smoke as if he were a demon tumbling back into Hades. He might have fired again, but Ben did not hear the shot over the scream of the Chevette's straining engine. The road topped a hill and sloped down, turned to the right, sloped some more, and Ben slowed a bit. He remembered the sheriff's deputy at the sporting goods store. The lawman might still be in the area. Ben figured he had used up so much good luck in his escape from Sharp that he would be tempting fate if he exceeded the speed limit in his eagerness to get away from Arrowhead. After all, he was in filthy clothes, driving a stolen car, carrying a shotgun and a Combat Magnum, so if he was stopped for speeding, he could hardly expect to be let off with just a fine. He was on the road again. That was the most important thing now, staying on the road until he had caught up with Rachael, either out on I-15 or in Vegas.
Rachael was going to be all right. He was sure that she would be all right. White clouds had moved in low under the blue summer sky. They were growing thicker. The edges of some of them were gunmetal gray. On both sides of the road, the forest settled deeper into darkness. Chapter 28. Desert Heat. Rachael reached Barstow at 3:40 Tuesday afternoon. She thought about pulling off I-15 to grab a sandwich. She had eaten only an Egg McMuffin this morning and 2 small candy bars purchased at the Arco service station before she'd gotten on the interstate. Besides, the morning's coffee and the recent can of Coke were working through her. She began to feel a vague need to use a restroom, but she decided to keep moving. Barstow was large enough to have a police department plus a California Highway Patrol substation, though there was little chance that she would encounter police of any kind and be identified as the infamous traitor of whom the radio reporter had spoken. Her hunger and bladder pressure were both too mild to justify the risk. On the road between Barstow and Vegas, she would be relatively safe, for chips were rarely assigned to that long stretch of lonely highway. In fact, the threat of being stopped for speeding was so small and so well and widely understood that the traffic moved at an average speed of 70 to 80 miles an hour. She pushed the Mercedes up to 70, and other cars passed her, so she was confident that she would not be pulled over by a patrol car, even in the unlikely event that one appeared. She recalled a roadside rest stop with public facilities about 30 miles ahead. She could wait to use that bathroom. As for food, she was not going to risk malnutrition merely by postponing dinner until she got to Vegas. Since coming through the El Cajon Pass, she had noticed that the number and size of the clouds were increasing, and the farther she drove into the Mojave, the more somber the heavens became. Previously, the clouds had been all white, then white with pale gray beards, and now they were primarily gray with slate-dark streaks. The desert enjoyed little precipitation, but during the summer the skies could sometimes open as if in reenactment of the biblical story of Noah, sending forth a deluge that the barren earth was unprepared to absorb. For the majority of its course, the interstate was built above the runoff line, but here and there road signs warned flash floods. She was not particularly worried about being caught in a flood. However, she was concerned that a hard rain would slow her down considerably, and she was eager to make Vegas by 6:15 or 6:30. She would not feel half safe until she was settled in Benny's shuttered motel, and she would not feel entirely safe until he was with her, the drapes drawn, the world locked out. Minutes after leaving Barstow, she passed the exit for Calico. Once the service stations and motels and restaurants at that turnoff were behind her, virtually unpeopled emptiness lay ahead for the next 60 miles until the tiny town of Baker. The interstate and the traffic upon it were the only proof that this was an inhabited planet rather than a sterile, lifeless hunk of rock orbiting silently in a sea of cold space. As this was a Tuesday, traffic was light, more trucks than cars. Thursday through Monday, tens of thousands of people were on their way to and from Vegas. Frequently, Fridays and Sundays, the traffic was so heavy that it looked startlingly anachronistic in this wasteland, as if all the commuters from a great city had been simultaneously transported back in time to a barren era prior to the Mesozoic epoch. But now, on several occasions, Rachael's was the only vehicle in sight on her side of the divided highway. She drove over a skeletal landscape of scalped hills and bony plains, where white and gray and umber rock poked up like exposed ribs, like clavicles and scapulae, radii and ulnae, here an ilium, there a femur, here 2 fibulae, and over there a cluster of tarsals and metatarsals, as if the land were a burial ground for giants of another age, the graves reopened by centuries of wind. The many-armed Joshua trees
like monuments to Shiva, and the other cactuses of the higher desert were not to be found in these lower and hotter regions. The vegetation was limited to some worthless scrub, here and there a patch of dry brown bunch grass. Mostly the Mojave was sand, rock, alkaline plains, and solidified lava beds. In the distance, to the north, were the Calico Mountains, and still farther north, the granite mountains rose purple and majestic at the horizon, and far to the southeast were the Katy Mountains. All appeared to be stark, hard-edged monoliths of bare and forbidding stone. At 4:10, she reached the roadside rest area that she had recalled when deciding not to stop in Barstow. She slowed, left the highway, and drove into a large empty parking lot. She stopped in front of a low concrete block building that housed men's and women's restrooms. To the right of the restrooms, a piece of ground was shaded by sturdy metal lattice work on 4 8-foot metal poles, and under that sun-foiling shelter were 3 picnic tables. The scrub and bunch grass were cleared away from the surrounding area, leaving clean, bare sand, and blue garbage cans with hinged lids bore polite requests in white block letters, "Please do not litter." She got out of the Mercedes, taking only the keys and her purse, leaving the .32 and the boxes of ammunition hidden under the driver's seat, where she had put them when she stopped for gas at the entrance to I-15. She closed the door, locked it, more from habit than out of necessity. For a moment she looked up at the sky, which was 90% concealed behind steel-gray clouds, as if it were girdling itself in armor. The day remained very hot, between 90 and 100 degrees, although 2 hours ago, before the cloud cover settled in, the temperature had surely been 10 or even 20 degrees higher. Out on the interstate, 2 enormous 18-wheelers roared by, heading east, ripping apart the desert's quiet fabric, but laying down an even more seamless cloth of silence in their wake. Walking to the door of the women's restroom, she passed a sign that warned travelers to watch out for rattlesnakes. She supposed they liked to slither in from the desert and stretch full length on the sun-baked concrete sidewalks. The restroom was hot, ventilated only by jalousie windows set high in the walls, but at least it had been cleaned recently. The place smelled of pine-scented disinfectant. She also detected the limey odor of concrete that had cooked too long in the fierce desert sun. Eric ascended slowly from an intense and vivid dream, or perhaps an unthinkably ancient racial memory, in which he was something other than a man. He was crawling inside a rough-walled burrow, not his own, but that of some other creature, creeping downward, following a musky scent with the sure knowledge that succulent eggs of some kind could be found and devoured in the gloom below. A pair of glowing amber eyes in the inkiness was the first indication he had of resistance to his plans. A warm-blooded, furry beast, well armed with teeth and claws, rushed at him to protect its subterranean nest, and he was suddenly engaged in a fierce battle that was simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. Cold reptilian fury filled him, making him forget the hunger that had driven him in search of eggs. In the darkness, he and his adversary bit, tore, and lashed at each other. Eric hissed, the other squealed and spat, and he inflicted more ruinous wounds than he received until the burrow filled with the exciting stink of blood and feces and urine. Regaining human consciousness, Eric realized that the car was no longer moving. He had no idea how long it had been stopped, maybe only a minute or two, maybe hours. Struggling against the hypnotic pull of the dream world that he'd just left, wanting to retreat back into that thrillingly violent and reassuringly simple place of primal needs and pleasures, he bit down on his lower lip to clear his head, and was startled, but on consideration not surprised, to find that his teeth seemed sharper than they had been previously. He listened for a moment, but he heard no voices or other noises outside. He wondered if they had gone all the way to Vegas, and if the car was now parked in the motel garage where Shadway had told Rachel to put it. The cold, inhuman rage that he had felt in his dream was in him still, although redirected now from an amber-eyed, burrow-dwelling little mammal to Rachael. His hatred of her was overwhelming, and his need to get his hands on her, tear out her throat, rip open her guts, was building toward a frenzy. He fumbled in the pitch-black trunk for the screwdriver. Though there was no more light than before, he did not seem quite as blind as he had been. If he was not actually seeing the vague dimensions of his Stygian cell, then he was evidently apprehending them with some newfound sixth sense, for he possessed at least a threshold awareness of the position and features of each metal wall. He also perceived the screwdriver lying against the wall near his knees, and when he reached down to test the validity of that perception, he put his hand on the ribbed, lucite handle of the tool. He popped the trunk lid. Light speared in. For a moment his eyes stung, then adjusted. He pushed the lid up. He was surprised to see the desert. He climbed out of the trunk. Rachael washed her hands at the sink. There was hot water, but no soap, and dried them in the blast of the hot air blower that was provided in lieu of paper towels. Outside, as the heavy door closed behind her, she saw that no rattlesnakes had taken up residence on the walkway. She went only 3 steps before she also saw that the trunk of the Mercedes was open wide. She stopped, frowning. Even if the trunk had not been locked, the lid could not have slipped its catch spontaneously. Suddenly she knew. Eric! Even as his name flashed through her mind, he appeared at the corner of the building, 15 feet away from her. He stopped and stared as if the sight of her riveted him as much as she was frozen by the sight of him. It was Eric, yet it was not Eric. She stared at him, horrified and disbelieving, not immediately able to comprehend his bizarre metamorphosis, yet sensing that the manipulation of his genetic structure had somehow resulted in these monstrous changes. His body appeared deformed. However, because of his clothing, it was hard to tell precisely what had happened to him. Something was different about his knee joints and his hips, and he was hunchbacked. His red plaid shirt was straining at the seams to contain the mound that had risen from shoulder to shoulder. His arms had grown 2 to 3 inches, which would have been obvious, even if his knobby and strangely jointed wrists had not thrust out beyond his shirt cuffs. His hands looked fearfully powerful, deformed by human standards, yet with a suggestion of suppleness and dexterity. They were mottled yellow-brown-gray. The hugely knuckled and elongated fingers terminated in claws. In places, his skin seemed to have been supplanted by pebbly scales. His strangely altered face was the worst thing about him. Every aspect of his once handsome countenance was changed, yet just enough of his familiar features remained to leave him recognizable. Bones had reformed, becoming broader and flatter in some places, narrower and more rounded in others, heavier over and under his now sunken eyes and through his jawline, which was prognathous. A hideous, serrated bony ridge had formed up the center of his lumpish brow, and, diminishing, trailed across the top of his scalp. "Rachael," he said. His voice was low, vibratory, and hoarse. She thought there was a mournful, even melancholy note in it. On his thickened forehead were twin conical protrusions that appeared to be half-formed, although they seemed destined to be horns the size of Rachel's thumb when they were finished growing. Horns would have made no sense at all to her if the patches of scaly flesh on his hands had not been matched by patches on his face and by wattles of dark leathery skin under his jaw and along his neck, in the manner of certain reptiles. A few lizards had horns, and perhaps at some point in mankind's distant beginnings, evolution had included an amphibian stage boasting such protuberances, though that seemed unlikely. Other elements of his tortured visage were human, while still others were ape-like. She dimly began to perceive that tens of millions of years of genetic heritage had been unleashed within him, that every stage of evolution was fighting for control of him at the same time. long abandoned forms, a multitude of possibilities, were struggling to reassert themselves as if his tissues were just so much putty.
Rachel,
He repeated, but still did not move.
I want.
He could not seem to find the words to finish the thought, or perhaps he simply did not know what it was he wanted. She could not move either, partly because she was paralyzed by terror, but partly because she desperately wanted to understand what had happened to him. If, in fact, he was being pulled in opposing directions by the many racial memories within his genes, if he was devolving toward a subhuman state while his modern form and intellect strove to retain dominance of its tissues, then it seemed every change in him should be functional, with a purpose obviously connected to one pre-human form or another. However, that did not appear to be the case. In his face, pulsing arteries and gnarled veins and bony excrescences and random concavities seemed to exist without reason, with no connection to any known creature on the evolutionary ladder. The same was true of the hump on his back. She suspected that, in addition to the reassertion of various forms from human biological heritage, mutated genes were causing purposeless changes in him, or perhaps were pushing him toward some alien life form utterly different from the human species.
Rachel.
His teeth were sharp.
Rachel.
The gray-blue irises of his eyes were no longer perfectly round, but were tending toward a vertical oval shape, like those in the eyes of serpents. Not all the way there yet, apparently still in the middle of metamorphosis, but no longer quite the eyes of a man.
Rachel.
His nose seemed to have collapsed part of the way into his face, and the nostrils were more exposed than before.
Rachel, please.
He held one monstrous hand toward her in a pathetic gesture, and in his raspy voice was a note of misery and another of self-pity. But there was an even more obvious and more affecting note of love and longing that seemed to surprise him every bit as much as it surprised her.
Please, I want...
"Eric," she said, her own voice almost as strange as his, twisted by fear and weighted down with sadness. "What do you want?"
I want not to be...
"Yes?"
Afraid.
She did not know what to say. He took one step toward her. She immediately backed up. He took another step, and she saw that he was having a little trouble with his feet, as if they had changed within his boots and were no longer comfortable in that confinement. Again she retreated to match his advance. Squeezing the words out, as if it were agony to form and expel them, he said,
I want you.
"Eric," she said softly, pityingly.
Ew.
He took 3 quick, lurching steps. She scampered 4 backward. In that voice fit for a man trapped in hell, he said,
Don't reject me. Don't, Rachel, don't.
"Eric, I can't help you."
Don't reject me.
"You're beyond help, Eric."
Don't reject me again.
She had no weapons, just her car keys in one hand and her purse in the other, and she cursed herself for leaving the pistol in the Mercedes. She backed farther away from him. With a savage cry of rage that made Rachel go cold in the late June heat, Eric came at her in a headlong rush. She threw her purse at his head, turned and sprinted into the desert behind the comfort station. The soft sand shifted under her feet, and a couple of times she almost twisted an ankle, almost fell, and the sparse scrub brush whipped at her legs and almost tripped her. But she did not fall, kept going, ran fast as the wind, tucked her head down, drew her elbows into her sides, ran for her life. When confronting Rachael on the walk behind the restrooms, Eric's initial reaction had surprised him. Seeing her beautiful face, her Titian hair, and her lovely body beside which he had once lain, Eric was unexpectedly overcome with remorse for the way he had treated her, and was filled with an unbearable sense of loss. The primal fury that had been churning in him abruptly subsided, and more human emotions held sway, though tenuously. Tears stung his eyes. He found it difficult to speak, not only because changes within his throat made speech more difficult, but because he was choked up with regret and grief and a sudden crippling loneliness. But she rejected him again, confirming the worst suspicions he had of her and jolting him out of his anguish and self-pity. Like a wave of dark water filled with churning ice, the cold rage of an ancient consciousness surged into him again. The desire to stroke her hair, to gently touch her smooth skin, to take her in his arms, that vanished instantly and was replaced by something stronger than desire, by a profound need to kill her. He wanted to gut her, bury his mouth in her still warm flesh, and finally proclaim his triumph by urinating on her lifeless remains. He threw himself at her, still wanting her, but for different purposes. She ran and he pursued. Instinct, racial memory of countless other pursuits, memories not only in the recesses of his mind but flowing in his blood, gave him an advantage. He would bring her down. It was only a matter of time. She was fast, this arrogant animal, but they were always fast when propelled by terror and the survival instinct, fast for a while, but not forever. And in their fear the hunted were never as cunning as the hunter. Experience assured him of that. He wished that he had taken off the boots, for they restricted him now, but his own adrenaline level was so high that he had blocked out the pain in his cramped toes and twisted heels. Temporarily the discomfort did not register. The prey fled south, though nothing in that direction offered the smallest hope of sanctuary. Between them and the faraway mountains, the inhospitable land was home only to things that crawled and crept and slithered, things that bit and stung, and sometimes ate their own young to stay alive. Having run only a few hundred yards, Rachael was already gasping for breath. Her legs felt leaden. She was not out of shape. It was just that the desert heat was so fierce it virtually had substance, and running through it seemed almost as bad as trying to run through water. For the most part, the heat did not come down from above, because all but a sliver or two of sky was clouded over. Instead, the heat came up, rising from the scorching sand that had been baking in the now hidden sun, storing that terrific heat since dawn, until the clouds had arrived within the last hour or so. The day was still warm, 90 degrees, but the air rising off the sand must have been well over 100. She felt as if she were running across a furnace grate. She glanced back. Eric was about 20 yards behind her. She looked straight ahead and pushed harder, really pumping her legs, putting everything she had into it, crashing through that wall of heat, only to find endless other walls beyond it, sucking in hot air until her mouth went dry and her tongue cleaved to the roof of her mouth, and her throat began to crack, and her lungs began to burn. A natural hedge line of stunted mesquite lay ahead, extending 20 or 30 yards to the left, an equal distance to the right. She didn't want to detour around it because she was afraid she'd lose ground to Eric. The mesquite was only knee-high, and as far as she could see it was neither too solid nor too deep, so she plunged through the hedge, whereupon it proved to be deeper than it looked, 15 or 20 feet across, and also somewhat more tightly grown than it appeared. The spiky, oily plant poked at her legs and snagged her jeans and delayed her with such tenacity that it seemed to be sentient and in league with Eric. Her racing heart began to pound harder, too hard, slamming against her breastbone. Then she was through the hedge, with hundreds of bits of mesquite bark and leaves stuck on her jeans and socks. She increased her pace again, gushing sweat, blinking salty streams of the same effluviant from her eyes before it could blur her vision too much, tasting it at the corners of her mouth. If she kept pouring at this rate, she'd dehydrate dangerously. Already she saw whirls of color at the periphery of her vision, felt a flutter of nausea in her stomach, and sensed incipient dizziness that might abruptly overwhelm her. But she kept pumping her legs, streaking across the barren land, because there was absolutely nothing else she could do. She glanced back again. Eric was closer, only 15 yards now. At great cost, Rachael reached into herself and found a little more strength, a little more energy, an additional measure of stamina. The ground, no longer treacherously soft, hardened into a wide, flat sheet of exposed rock. The rock had been abraded by centuries of blowing sand that had carved hundreds of fine, elaborate whorls in its surface, the fingerprints of the wind. It provided good traction, and she picked up speed again. Soon, however, her reserves would be used up and dehydration would set in, though she dared not think about that. Positive thinking was the key, so she thought positively for 50 more strides, confident of widening the gap between them. The third time she glanced back, she loosed an involuntary cry of despair. Eric was closer, 10 yards. That was when she tripped and fell. The rock ended, and sand replaced it. Because she had not been looking down and had not seen that the ground was going to change, she twisted her left ankle. She tried to stay up, tried to keep going, but the twist had destroyed her rhythm. The same ankle twisted again the very next time she put that foot down. She shouted, "No!" and pitched to the left, rolled across a few weeds, stones, and clumps of crisp bunch grass. She wound up at the brink of a big arroyo, a naturally carved water channel through the desert, which was a roaring river during a flash flood, but dry most of the time, dry now, about 50 feet across, 30 feet deep, with walls that sloped but only slightly. Even as she stopped rolling at the arroyo, she took in the situation, saw what she must do, did it. She threw herself over the brink, rolling again, down the steep wall this time, desperately hoping to avoid sharp rocks and rattlesnakes. It was a bruising descent, and she hit bottom with enough force to knock half the wind out of her. Nevertheless, she scrambled to her feet, looked up, and saw Eric, or the thing that Eric had become, staring down at her from the top of the arroyo wall. He was just 30 or 35 feet above her, but 30 vertical feet seemed like more distance than 30 horizontally measured feet. It was as if she were standing in a city street, with him peering down from the roof of a 3-story building. Her boldness and his hesitation had gained her some time. If he had rolled down right behind her, he very likely would have caught her by now. She had won a brief reprieve, and she had to make the best of it. Turning right, she ran along the flat bed of the arroyo, favoring her twisted ankle. She did not know where the arroyo would lead her, but she stayed on the move and kept her eyes open for something that she could easily turn to her advantage, something that would save her, something, anything. What she needed was a miracle. She expected Eric to plunge down the wall of the gulch when she began to run, but he did not. Instead, he stayed up there at the edge of the channel, running alongside the brink, looking down at her, matching her progress step for step. She supposed he was looking for an advantage of his own. Chapter 29. Remade Men. With the help of the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, which provided a patrol car and a deputy to drive it, Sharp and Peak were back in Palm Springs by 4:30 Tuesday afternoon. They took 2 rooms in a motel along Palm Canyon Drive. Sharp called Nelson Gosser, the agent who had been left on duty at Eric Leben's Palm Springs house. Gosser bought bathrobes for Peak and Sharp, took their clothes to a 1-hour laundry and dry cleaner, and brought them 2 buckets of Kentucky Fried Chicken with coleslaw, fries, and biscuits. While Sharp and Peak had been at Lake Arrowhead, Rachael Leben's red Mercedes 560 SL had been found, with one flat tire, behind an empty house a few blocks west of Palm Canyon Drive. Also, the blue Ford that Shadway had been driving in Arrowhead was traced to an airport rental agency. Of course, neither car offered any hope of a lead. Sharp called the airport and spoke with the pilot of the Bell Jet Ranger. Repairs on the chopper were nearly completed. It would be fully fueled and at the deputy director's disposal within an hour. Avoiding the French fries because he believed that eating them was begging for heart disease, ignoring the coleslaw because it had turned sour last April, he peeled the crisp and greasy breading off the fried chicken and ate just the meat, no fatty skin, while he made a number of other calls to subordinates at the Gene Plan Labs in Riverside and at several places in Orange County. More than 60 agents were on the case. He could not speak to all of them, but by contacting 6, he got a detailed picture of where the various aspects of the investigation were going. Where they were going was nowhere. Lots of questions, no answers. Where was Eric Leben? Where was Ben Shadway? Why hadn't Rachael Leben been with Shadway at the cabin above Lake Arrowhead? Where had she gone? Where was she now? Was there any danger of Shadway and Mrs. Leben putting their hands on the kind of proof that could blow Wildcard wide open? Considering all of those urgent, unanswered questions and the humiliating failure of the expedition to Arrowhead, most other men would have had little appetite. But with gusto, Anson Sharp worked through the last of the chicken and biscuits. And considering that he had put his entire future at risk by virtually subordinating the agency's goal in this case to his own personal vendetta against Ben Shadway, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to lie down and enjoy the deep and untroubled sleep of an innocent child. But as he turned back the covers on the queen-sized motel bed, he had no fear of insomnia. He was always able to sleep the moment he rested his head on the pillow, regardless of the circumstances. He was, after all, a man whose only passion was himself, whose only commitment was to himself, whose only interests lay in those things which impinged directly upon him. Therefore, taking care of himself, eating well, sleeping, staying fit, and maintaining a good appearance was of paramount importance. Besides, truly believing himself to be superior to other men and favored by fate, he could not be devastated by any setback, for he was certain that bad luck and disappointment were transitory conditions, insignificant anomalies in his otherwise smooth and ever-ascending path to greatness and acclaim. Before slipping into bed, Sharp sent Nelson Gosser to deliver some instructions to Peake. Then he directed the motel's switchboard to hold all calls, pulled the drape shut, took off his robe, fluffed his pillow, and stretched out on the mattress. Staring at the dark ceiling, he thought of Shadway and laughed. Poor Shadway must be wondering how in the hell a man could be court-martialed and dismissed from the Marine Corps with a dishonorable discharge and still become a DSA agent. That was the primary problem with good old pure-hearted Ben. He labored under the misconception that some behavior was moral and some immoral, that good deeds were rewarded, and that, ultimately at least, bad deeds brought misery down upon the heads of those committing them. But Anson Sharp knew there was no justice in the abstract, that you had to fear retribution from others only if you allowed them to retaliate, and that altruism and fair play were not automatically rewarded. He knew that morality and immorality were meaningless concepts. Your choices in life were not between good and evil, but between those things that would benefit you and those things that would not. And only a fool would do anything that did not benefit him or that benefited someone else more than it did him. Looking out for number one was all that counted, and any decision or action that benefited number one was good, regardless of its effect on others. With his actions limited only by that extremely accommodating philosophy, he'd found it relatively easy to erase the dishonorable discharge from his record. His respect for computers and knowledge of their capabilities were also invaluable. In Vietnam, Sharp had been able to steal large quantities of PX and USO canteen supplies with astonishing success, because one of his co-conspirators, Corporal Eugene Dalmet, was a computer operator in the division quartermaster's office. With the computer, he and Gene Dalmet were able to accurately track all supplies within the system and choose the perfect place and time at which to intercept them. Later, Dalmet often managed to erase all record of a stolen shipment from the computer. Then, through computer-generated orders, he was able to direct unwitting supply clerks to destroy the paper files relating to that shipment, so no one could prove the theft had ever occurred, because no one could prove there had been anything to steal in the first place. In this brave new world of bureaucrats and high technology, it seemed that nothing was actually real unless there were paperwork and extensive computer data to support its existence. The scheme worked wonderfully until Ben Shadway started nosing around. Shipped back to the States in disgrace, Sharp was not despairing because he took with him the uplifting knowledge of the computer's wondrous talent for remaking records and rewriting history. He was sure he could use it to remake his reputation as well. For 6 months, he took courses in computer programming, worked at it day and night to the exclusion of all else, until he was not only a first-rate operator-programmer, but a hacker of singular skill and cleverness, and those were the days when the word hacker had not yet been invented. He landed a job with Oxelbein Placement, an executive employment agency large enough to require a computer programmer, but small and low-profile enough to be unconcerned about the damage to its image that might result from hiring a man with a dishonorable discharge. All Oxelbein cared about was that he had no civilian criminal record and was highly qualified for his work in a day when the computer craze had not yet hit the public, leaving businesses hungry for people with advanced data processing skills. Oxelbein had a direct link with the main computer at TRW, the largest credit investigating firm. The TRW files were the primary source for local and national credit rating agencies. Oxelbein paid TRW for information about executives who applied to it for placement, and whenever possible, reduced costs by selling to TRW information that TRW did not process. In addition to his work for Oxelbein, Sharp secretly probed at TRW's computer, seeking the scheme of its data encoding system. He used a tedious trial-and-error approach that would be familiar to any hacker a decade later, though in those days the process was slower because the computers were slower. In time, however, he learned how to access any credit files at TRW, and more important, discovered how to add and delete data. The process was easier then than it would be later, because in those days the need for computer security had not yet been widely recognized. Accessing his own dossier, he changed his Marine discharge from dishonorable to honorable, even gave himself a few service commendations, promoted himself from sergeant to lieutenant, and cleaned up a number of less important negatives on his credit record. Then he instructed TRW's computer to order a destruction of the company's existing hard copy file on him and to replace it with a file based on the new computer record. No longer stigmatized by the dishonorable discharge notation on his credit record, he was able to obtain a new job with a major defense contractor, General Dynamics. The position was clerical and did not require security clearance, so he avoided coming under the scrutiny of the FBI and the GAO, both of which had linkages with an array of Defense Department computers that would have turned up his true military history. Using the Hughes computer's links with those same Defense Department systems, Sharp was eventually able to access his service records at the Marine Corps Office of Personnel, MCOP, and change them as he had changed his file at TRW. Thereafter, it was a simple matter to have the MCOP computer issue an order for the destruction of the hard copy of Sharp's Marine records and replacement with the updated, corrected, and amended file. The FBI maintained its own records of men involved in criminal activity while in military service. It used these for cross-checking suspects in civilian criminal cases, and when required to conduct an investigation of a federal job applicant who was in need of a security clearance. Having compromised the MCOP computer, Sharp directed it to send a copy of his new records to the FBI, along with a notation that his previous file contained serious inaccuracies of libelous nature, requiring its immediate destruction. In those days, before anyone had heard of hackers or realized the vulnerability of electronic data, people believed what computers told them. Even bureau agents, trained to be suspicious, believed computers. Sharp was relatively confident that his deception would succeed. A few months later, he applied to the Defense Security Agency for a position in its training program and waited to see if his campaign to remake his reputation had succeeded. It had. He was accepted into the DSA after passing an FBI investigation of his past and character. Thereafter, with the dedication of a true power-monger and the cunning of a natural-born Machiavelli, he had begun a lightning-fast ascent through the DSA. It didn't hurt that he was able to use that computer to improve his agency records by inserting forged commendations and exceptional service notations from senior officers after they were killed in the line of duty or died of natural causes and were unable to dispute those post-dated tributes. Sharp had decided that he could be tripped up only by a handful of men who'd served with him in Vietnam and had participated in his court-martial. Therefore, after joining the DSA, he began keeping track of those who posed a threat. 3 had been killed in Nam after Sharp was shipped home. Another died years later in Jimmy Carter's ill-conceived attempt to rescue the Iranian hostages. Another died of natural causes. Another was shot in the head in Teaneck, New Jersey, where he'd opened an all-night convenience store after retiring from the Marines, and where he'd had the misfortune to be clerking when a Benzedrine-crazed teenager tried to commit armed robbery. 3 other men, each capable of revealing Sharp's true past and destroying him, returned to Washington after the war and began careers in the State Department, FBI, and Justice Department. With great care, but without delay lest they discover Sharp at the DSA, he planned the murder of all 3 and executed those plans without a hitch. 4 others who knew the truth about him were still alive, including Shadway, but none of them was involved in government or seemed likely to discover him at the DSA. Of course, if he ascended to the director's chair, his name would more often appear in the news, and enemies like Shadway might be more likely to hear of him and try to bring him down. He had known for some time that those 4 must die sooner or later. When Shadway had gotten mixed up in the Leben case, Sharp had seen it as yet one more gift of fate, additional proof that he, Sharp, was destined to rise as far as he wished to go. Given his own history, Sharp was not surprised to learn of Eric Leben's self-experimentation. Others professed amazement or shock at Leben's arrogance in attempting to break the laws of God and nature by cheating death. But long ago, Sharp had learned that absolutes like truth, or right or wrong, or justice, or even death, were no longer so absolute in this high-tech age. Sharp had remade his reputation by the manipulation of electrons, and Eric Leben had attempted to remake himself from a corpse into a living man by the manipulation of his own genes. And to Sharp, it was all part of the same wondrous enchiridion to be found in the sorcerer's bag of 20th-century science. Now, sprawled comfortably in his motel bed, Anson Sharp enjoyed the sleep of the amoral, which is far deeper and more restful than the sleep of the just, the righteous, and the innocent. Sleep eluded Jerry Peek for a while. He had not been to bed in 24 hours, had chased up and down mountains, had achieved 2 or 3 shattering insights, and had been exhausted when they got back to Palm Springs a short while ago, too exhausted to eat any of the Kentucky Fried Chicken that Nelson Gosser supplied. He was still exhausted, but he could not sleep. For one thing, Gosser had brought a message from Sharp to the effect that Peek was to catch 2 hours of shut-eye and be ready for action by 7:30 this evening, which gave him half an hour to shower and dress after he woke. 2 hours! He needed 10. It hardly seemed worth lying down if he had to get up again so soon. Besides, he was no nearer to finding a way out of the nasty moral dilemma that had plagued him all day: serve as an accomplice to murder at Sharp's demand and thereby further his career at the cost of his soul, or pull a gun on Sharp if that became necessary, thus ruining his career but saving his soul. The latter course seemed an obvious choice, except that if he pulled a gun on Sharp he might be shot and killed. Sharp was cleverer and quicker than Peek, and Peek knew it. He had hoped that his failure to shoot at Shadway would have put him in such disfavor with the deputy director that he would be booted off the case, dropped with disgust, which would not have been good for his career, but would sure have solved this dilemma. But Sharp's talons were deep in Jerry Peek now, and Peek reluctantly acknowledged that there would be no easy way out. What most bothered him was the certainty that a smarter man than he would already have found a way to use this situation to his great advantage. Having never known his mother, having been unloved by his sullen, widowed father, having been unpopular in school because he was shy and introverted, Jerry Peek had long dreamed of remaking himself from a loser into a winner, from a nobody into a legend, and now his chance had come to start the climb, but he did not know what to do with the opportunity. He tossed, he turned, he planned and schemed and plotted against Sharp, and for his own success, but his plans and schemes and plots repeatedly fell apart under the weight of their own poor conception and naivete. He wanted so badly to be George Smiley or Sherlock Holmes or James Bond, but what he felt like was Sylvester the Cat, witlessly plotting to capture and eat the infinitely clever Tweety Bird. His sleep was filled with nightmares of falling off ladders and off roofs and out of trees while pursuing a macabre canary that had Anson Sharp's face. Ben had wasted time ditching the stolen Chevette at Silverwood Lake and finding another car to steal. It would be suicidal to keep the Chevette when Sharp had both its description and license number. He finally located a new black Mercure parked at the head of a long footpath that led down to the lake, out of sight of its fisherman owner. The doors were locked, but the windows were open a crack for ventilation. He had found a wire coat hanger in the trunk of the Chevette, along with an incredible collection of other junk, and he had brought it along for just this sort of emergency. He'd used it to reach through the open top of the window and pop the door latch, then had hot-wired the Mercure and headed for Interstate 15. He did not reach Barstow until 4:55. He had already arrived at the unnerving conclusion that he would never be able to catch up to Rachael on the road. Because of Sharp, he had lost too much time. When the lowering sky released a few fat drops of rain, he realized that a storm would slow the Mercure down even more than the reliably maneuverable Mercedes, widening the gap between him and Rachael. So he swung off the lightly trafficked interstate into the heart of Barstow and used a telephone booth at a Union 76 station to call Whitney Gavis in Las Vegas. He would tell Whitney about Eric Leben hiding in the trunk of Rachael's car. With any luck at all, Rachael would not stop on the road, would not give Eric an easy opportunity to go after her, so the dead man would wait in his hidey-hole until they were all the way into Vegas. There, forewarned, Whit Gavis would fire about 6 rounds of heavy buckshot into the trunk as Eric opened it from the inside, and Rachael, never having realized she was in danger, would be safe. Everything was going to be all right. Whit would take care of everything. Ben finished tapping in the number, using his AT&T card for the call, and in a moment Whit's phone began to ring 160 miles away. The storm was still having trouble breaking. Only a few big drops of rain spattered against the glass walls of the booth. The phone rang. The previously milky clouds had curdled into immense gray-black thunderheads, which in turn had formed still darker, knotted, more malignant masses that were moving at great speed toward the southeast. The phone rang again and again and again. Be there, damn it, Ben thought. But Whit was not there, and wishing him home would not make it true. On the 20th ring, Ben hung up. For a moment he stood in the telephone booth, despairing, not sure what to do. Once he'd been a man of action, with never a doubt in a crisis, but in reaction to various unsettling discoveries about the world he lived in, he had tried to remake himself into a different man, student of the past, train fancier. He had failed in that remake, a failure that recent events had made eminently clear. He could not just stop being the man he had once been. He accepted that now, and he had thought that he had lost none of his edge. But he realized that all those years of pretending to be someone else had dulled him. His failure to look in the Mercedes's trunk before sending Rachael away, his current despair, his confusion, his sudden lack of direction, were all proof that too much pretending had its deadly effect. Lightning sizzled across the swollen black heavens, but even that scalpel of light did not split open the belly of the storm. He decided there was nothing to be done but hit the road, head for Vegas, hope for the best, though hope seemed futile now. He could stop in Baker, 60 miles ahead, and try Whit's number again. Maybe his luck would change. It had to change. He opened the door of the booth and ran to the stolen Mercure. Again, lightning blasted the charred sky. A cannonade of thunder volleyed back and forth between the sky and the waiting earth. The air stank of ozone. He got in the car, slammed the door, started the engine, and the storm finally broke, throwing 1,000,000 tons of water down upon the desert in a sudden deluge. Chapter 30. Rattlesnakes. Rachael had been following the bottom of the wide arroyo for what seemed miles, but was probably only a few hundred yards. The illusion of greater distance resulted partly from the hot pain in her twisted ankle, which was subsiding, but only slowly. She felt trapped in a maze through which she might forever search futilely for a non-existent exit. Narrower arroyos branched off the primary channel, all on the right-hand side. She considered pursuing another gulch, but each intersected the main run at an angle, so she couldn't see how far they extended. She was afraid of deviating into one only to encounter a dead end within a short distance. To her left, 3 stories above, Eric hurried along the brink of the arroyo, following her limping progress as if he were the mutant master of the maze in a Dungeons and Dragons game. If and when he started down the arroyo wall, she would have to turn and immediately climb the opposite wall, for she now knew she could not hold her own in a chase. Her only chance of survival was to get above him and find some rocks to hurl down on him as he ascended in her wake. She hoped he would not come after her for a few more minutes, because she needed time for the pain in her ankle to subside further before testing it in a climb. Distant thunder sounded from Barstow in the west. One long peal, another, then a third that was louder than the first 2. The sky over this part of the desert was gray and soot-black, as if heaven had caught fire, burned, and was now composed only of ashes and cold black coals. The burnt-out sky had settled lower as well, until it almost seemed to be a lid that was going to come down all the way and clamp tightly over the top of the arroyo. A warm wind whistled mournfully and moaned up there on the surface of the Mojave, and some gusts found their way down into the channel, flinging bits of sand in Rachel's face. The storm, already underway in the west, had not reached here yet, but it would arrive soon. A pre-storm scent was heavy in the air, and the atmosphere had the electrically charged feeling that preceded a hard rain. She rounded a bend and was startled by a pile of dry tumbleweeds that had rolled into the gulch from the desert above. Stirred by a downdraft, they moved rapidly toward her with a scratchy sound, almost a hiss, as if they were living creatures. She tried to sidestep those bristly brown balls, stumbled, and fell full length into the powdery silt that covered the floor of the channel. Falling, she feared for the ankle she had already hurt, but fortunately she did not twist it again. Even as she fell, she heard more noise behind her. She thought for a moment that the sound was made by the tumbleweeds still rubbing against one another in their pack-like progress along the arroyo, but a harder clatter alerted her to the true source of the noise. When she looked back and up, she saw that Eric had started down the wall of the gulch. He'd been waiting for her to fall or to encounter an obstacle. Now that she was down, he was swiftly taking advantage of her bad luck. He had descended a third of the incline and was still on his feet, for the slope was not quite as steep here as it had been where Rachel had rolled over the edge. As he came, he dislodged a minor avalanche of dirt and stones, but the wall of the arroyo did not give way entirely. In a minute he would reach the bottom, and then, in 10 steps, would be on top of her. Rachel pushed up from the ground, ran toward the other wall of the gulch, intending to climb it, but realized she had dropped her car keys. She might never find her way back to the car. In fact, she'd probably either be brought down by Eric or get lost in the wasteland. But if by some miracle she did reach the Mercedes, she had to have the keys. Eric was almost halfway down the slope, descending through dust that rose from the slide he had started. Frantically looking for the keys, she returned to the place where she'd fallen, and at first she couldn't see them. Then she glimpsed the shiny notched edges poking out of the powdery brown silt, almost entirely buried. Evidently she'd fallen atop the keys, pressing them into the soft soil. She snatched them up. Eric was more than halfway to the arroyo floor. He was making a strange sound, a thin, shrill cry, half stage whisper, half shriek. Thunder pounded the sky somewhat closer now, still pouring sweat, gasping for breath, her mouth seared by the hot air, her lungs aching. She ran to the far wall again, shoving the car keys into a pocket of her jeans. This embankment had the same degree of slope as the one Eric was descending, but Rachel discovered that ascending on her feet was not as easy as coming down that way. The angle worked against her as much as it would have worked for her if she'd been going the other direction. After 3 or 4 yards, she had to drop forward against the bank, desperately using hands and knees and feet to hold on and thrust herself steadily up the incline. Eric's eerie whisper-shriek rose behind her, closer. She dared not look back. 15 feet farther to the top. Her progress was maddeningly hampered every foot of the way by the softness of the earth face she was climbing. In spots, it tended to crumble under her as she tried to find or make handholds or footholds. She required all the tenacity of a spider to retain what ground she gained, and she was terrified of suddenly slipping back all the way to the bottom. The top of the arroyo was less than 12 feet away, so she must be about 2 stories above the floor of it. "Rachel!" the Eric thing said behind her in a raspy voice like a rat-tail file drawn across her spine. "Don't look down. Don't. For God's sake, don't." Vertical erosion channels cut the wall from top to bottom, some only a few inches wide and a few inches deep, others a foot wide and 2 feet deep. She had to stay away from those, for where they scored the slope too close to one another, the earth was especially rotten and most prone to collapse under her. Fortunately, in some places there were bands of striated stone, pink, gray, brown, with veins of what appeared to be white quartz. These were the outer edges of rock strata that the eroding arroyo had only recently begun to uncover, and they provided firmer footholds. "Rachel!" She grabbed a foot-deep rock ledge that thrust out of the soft earth above her, intending to pull and kick her way onto it, hoping that it would not break off. But before she could test it, something grabbed at the heel of her right shoe. She couldn't help it. She had to look down this time, and there he was. Dear God, the Eric thing on the arroyo wall beneath her, holding himself in place with one hand, reaching up with the other, trying to get a grip on her shoe, coming up only an inch short of his goal. With dismaying agility, more like an animal than a human being, he flung himself upward. His hands and knees and feet refastened to the earthen wall with frightening ease. He reached eagerly for her again. He was now close enough to clutch at her calf instead of at the bottom of her shoe, but she was not exactly moving like a sloth. She was damn fast, too, responding even as he moved toward her. Reflexes goosed by a flood of adrenaline, she let go of the wall with her knees and feet, holding on only to the rock ledge an arm's length above her head, dangling, recklessly letting the untested stone support her entire weight. As he reached for her, she pulled her legs up, then kicked down with both feet, putting all the power of her thighs into it, striking his grasping hand, smashing his long, bony, mutant fingers. He loosed an inhuman wail. She kicked again. Instead of slipping back down the wall as Rachel had hoped he would, Eric held on to it, surged upward another foot, shrieking in triumph, and took a swipe at her. At the same moment, she kicked out again, smashing one foot into his arm, stomping the other squarely into his face. She heard her jeans tear, then felt a flash of pain and knew that he had hooked claws through the denim even as her kick had landed. He bellowed in pain, finally lost his hold on the wall and hung for an instant by the claws in her jeans. Then the claws snapped and the cloth tore, and he fell away into the arroyo. Rachel didn't wait long enough to watch him tumble 2 stories to the bottom of the gulch, but turned at once to the demanding task of heaving herself onto the narrow stone ledge from which she hung precariously. Pulsations of pain, throbbing in time with her wildly pounding heart, coursed through her arms from wrists to shoulders. Her straining muscles twitched and rebelled at her demands. Clenching her teeth, breathing through her nose so hard that she snorted like a horse, she struggled upward, digging at the wall beneath the ledge with her feet to provide what little thrust she could. By sheer perseverance and determination, spiced with a generous measure of motivating terror, she clambered onto the ledge at last. Exhausted, suffering several pains, she nevertheless refused to pause. She dragged herself up the last 8 feet of the arroyo wall, finding handholds in a few final outcroppings of rock and among the erosion-exposed roots of the mesquite bushes that grew at the brink. Then she was at the edge, over the top, pushing through a break in the mesquite, and she rolled onto the surface of the desert. Lightning stepped down the sky as if providing a staircase for some descending god, and all around Rachel the low desert scrub threw short-lived giant shadows. Thunder followed, hard and flat, and she felt it reverberate in the ground against her back. She dragged herself back to the brink of the arroyo, praying that she would see the Eric thing still at the bottom, motionless, dead a second time. Maybe he'd fallen on a rock. There were a few rocks on the floor of the gulch. It was possible. Maybe he had landed on one of them and snapped his spine. She peered over the edge. He was more than halfway up the wall again. Lightning flashed, illuminating his deformed face, silvering his inhuman eyes, plating an electric gleam to his 2 sharp teeth. Leaping up, Rachel started kicking at the loose earth along the brink and at the brush that grew there, knocking it down on top of him.
He hung from the quartz-veined ledge, keeping his head under it for protection, so the sandy earth and brush cascaded harmlessly over him. She stopped kicking dirt, looked around for some stones, found a few about the size of eggs, and hurled them down at his hands. When the stones connected with his grotesque fingers, he let go of the ledge and moved entirely under it, clinging to the earth in the shadow of that stone shelf where she could not hit him. She could wait for him to reappear, then pelt him again. She could keep him pinned there for hours, but nothing would be gained. It would be a tense, wearying, futile enterprise. When she exhausted the supply of stones within her reach and had only dirt to throw, he would ascend with animal quickness, undeterred by that pathetic bombardment, and he would finish her. A white-hot celestial cauldron tipped, spilling forth a third molten streak of lightning. It made contact with the earth much closer than the two before it, no more than 1/4 of a mile away, accompanied by a simultaneous crash worthy of Armageddon, and with a crackle sizzle that was the voice of death speaking in the language of electricity. Below, unfazed by the lightning, emboldened by the cessation of the attack Rachael had been waging, the Eric thing put one monstrous hand over the edge of the ledge. She kicked more dirt down on him, lots of it. He withdrew his hand, taking shelter again, but she continued to stomp away at the rotten brink of the embankment. Suddenly, an enormous chunk collapsed directly under her feet, and she nearly fell into the arroyo. As the ground began to shift, she threw herself backward just in time to avoid catastrophe and landed hard on her buttocks. With so much dirt pouring down over him, he might hesitate longer before making another attempt to pull himself across the overhanging ledge. His caution might give her an extra couple of minutes lead time. She got up and sprinted off into the forbidding desert. The overused muscles in her legs were repeatedly stabbed and split by cleaver-sharp pains. Her right ankle remained tender, and her right calf burned where the claws had cut through her jeans. Her mouth was drier than ever, and her throat was cracking. Her lungs felt seared by her deep, shuddering gasps of hot desert air. She didn't succumb to the agony, couldn't afford to succumb, just kept on running. Not as fast as before, but as fast as she could. Ahead, the land became less flat than it had been, began to roll in a series of low hills and hollows. She ran up a hill and down, up another, on and on, trying to put concealing barriers between herself and Eric before he crawled out of the arroyo. Eventually, deciding to stay in one of the hollows, she turned in a direction that she thought was north. Though her sense of direction might have become totally fouled up during the chase, she believed she had to go north first, then east, if she hoped to circle around to the Mercedes, which was now at least a mile away, probably much farther. Lightning! Lightning! This time an incredibly long-lived bolt glimmered between the thunderheads and the ground below for at least 10 seconds, racing, jigging south to north, like a gigantic needle trying to sew the storm tight to the land forever. That flash and the Empyrean blast that followed were sufficient to bring the rain at last. It fell hard, pasting Rachael's hair to her skull, stinging her face. It was cool, blessedly cool. She licked her chapped lips, grateful for the moisture. Several times she looked back, dreading what she would see, but Eric was never there. She had lost him, and even if she'd left footprints to mark her flight, the rain would swiftly erase them. In his alien incarnation, he might somehow be able to track her by scent, but the rain would provide cover in that regard as well, scrubbing her odor from the land and air. Even if his strange eyes provided better vision than the human eyes they had once been, he would not be able to see far in this heavy rain and gloom. "You've escaped," she told herself as she hurried north. "You're going to be safe." It was probably true, but she didn't believe it. By the time Ben Shadway drove just a few miles east of Barstow, the rain not only filled the world,
but became the world. Except for the metronomic thump of the windshield wipers, all sounds were those of water in motion, drowning out everything else. A ceaseless drumming on the roof of the Mercure, the snap, snap, snap of droplets hitting the windshield at high speed, the slosh and hiss of wet pavement under the tires. Beyond the comfortable, though abruptly humid confines of the car, most of the light had bled out of the bruised and wounded storm-dark sky, and little remained to be seen other than the omnipresent rain falling in millions of slanting gray lines. Sometimes the wind caught sheets of water the same way it might catch sheer curtains at an open window, blowing them across the vast desert floor in graceful undulant patterns, one filmy layer after another, gray on gray. When the lightning flashed, which it did with unnerving frequency, billions of drops turned bright silver, and for a second or two it appeared as if snow were falling on the Mojave. At other times, the lightning-transformed rain seemed more like glittery, streaming tinsel. The downpour grew worse until the windshield wipers could not keep the glass clear. Hunching over the steering wheel, Ben squinted into the storm-lashed day. The highway ahead was barely visible. He had switched on the headlights, which did not improve visibility, but the headlights of oncoming cars, though few, were refracted by the film of water on the windshield, stinging his eyes. He slowed to 40, then 30. Finally, because the nearest rest area was over 20 miles ahead, he drove onto the narrow shoulder of the highway, stopped, left the engine running, and switched on the Mercure's emergency blinkers. Since he had failed to reach Whitney Gavis, his concern for Rachael was greater than ever, and he was more acutely aware of his inadequacies by the minute. But it would be foolhardy to do anything other than wait for the blinding storm to subside. He would be of no help whatsoever to Rachael if he lost control of the car on the rain-greased pavement, slid into one of the big 18-wheelers that constituted most of the sparse traffic, and got himself killed. After Ben had waited through 10 minutes of the hardest rain he had ever seen, as he was beginning to wonder if it would ever let up, he saw that a sluice of fast-moving dirty water had overflowed the drainage channel beside the road. Because the highway was elevated a few feet above the surrounding land, the water could not flow onto the pavement, but it did spill into the desert beyond. As he looked out the side window of the Mercure, he saw a sinuous dark form gliding smoothly across the surface of the racing yellow-brown torrent, then another similar form, then a third and a fourth. For a moment he stared uncomprehendingly before he realized they were rattlesnakes driven out of the ground when their dens flooded. There must have been several nests of rattlers in the immediate area, for in moments 20 of them appeared. They made their way across the steadily widening spate to higher and drier ground, where they came together, coiling among one another, weaving, tangling, knotting their long bodies, forming a writhing and fluctuous mass, as if they were not individual creatures, but parts of one entity that had become detached in the deluge and was now struggling to reform itself. Lightning flashed. The squirming rattlers, like the mane of an otherwise buried Medusa, appeared to churn with greater fury as the stroboscopic stormlight revealed them in stuttering flashes. The sight sent a chill to the very marrow of Ben's bones. He looked away from the serpents and stared straight ahead through the rain-washed windshield. Minute by minute, his optimism was fading. His despair was growing. His fear for Rachael had attained such depth and intensity that it began to shake him, physically shake him, and he sat shivering in the stolen car, in the blinding rain, upon the somber, storm-hammered desert. The cloudburst erased whatever trail Rachael might have left, which was good, but the storm had drawbacks too. Though the downpour had reduced the temperature only a few degrees, leaving the day still very warm, and although she was not even slightly chilled, she was nevertheless soaked to the skin. Worse, The drenching rain fell in cataracts, which, combined with the midday gloom that the gray-black clouds had imposed upon the land, made it difficult to maintain a good sense of direction. Even when she risked descending from one of the hollows onto a hill to get a fix on her position, the poor visibility left her less than certain that she was heading back toward the rest area and the Mercedes. Worse still, the lightning shattered through the malignant bellies of the thunderheads and crashed to the ground with such frequency that she figured it was only a matter of time until she was struck by one of those bolts and reduced to a charred and smoking corpse. But worst of all, the loud and unrelenting noise of the rain, the hissing, chuckling, sizzling, crackling, gurgling, dripping, burbling, and hollow, steady drumming, blotted out any warning sounds that the Eric thing might have made in pursuit of her, so she was in greater danger of being set upon by surprise. She repeatedly looked behind her and glanced worriedly at the tops of the gentle slopes on both sides of the shallow little hollow through which she hurried. She slowed every time she approached a turn in the course of the hollow, fearing that he would be just around the bend, would loom out of the rain, strange eyes radiant in the gloom, and would seize her in his hideous hands. When without warning she encountered him at last, he did not see her. She turned one of those bends that she found so frightening, and Eric was only 20 or 30 feet away, on his knees in the middle of the hollow, preoccupied with some task that Rachael could not at first understand. A wind-carved, flute-holed rock formation projected out from the slope in a wedge-shaped wing, and Rachael quickly took cover behind it before he saw her. She almost turned at once to creep back the way she had come, but his peculiar posture and attitude had intrigued her. Suddenly it seemed important to know what he was doing, because by secretly observing him, she might learn something that would guarantee her escape, or even something that would give her an advantage over him in a confrontation at some later time. She eased along the rock formation, peering into several convexities and flute holes until she found a wind-sculpted bore about 3 inches in diameter, through which she could see Eric. He was still kneeling on the wet ground, his broad, humped back bowed to the driving rain. He appeared to have changed. He did not look quite the same as when he had confronted her outside the public restrooms. He was still monstrously deformed, though in a vaguely different way from before, a subtle difference, but important. What was it exactly? Peering out of the flute hole in the stone, wind whistling softly through the 8 or 10-inch deep bore and blowing in her face, Rachael strained her eyes to get a better view of him. The rain and murky light hampered her, but she thought he seemed more ape-like, hulking, slump-shouldered, slightly longer in the arms. Perhaps he was also less reptilian than he had been, yet still with those grotesque, bony, long, and wickedly taloned hands. Surely any change, she perceived, must be imaginary, for the very structure of his bones and flesh couldn't have altered noticeably in less than a quarter of an hour. Could it? Then again, why not? If his genetic integrity had collapsed thoroughly since he had beaten Sarah Keel last night, when he'd still been human in appearance, if his face and body and limbs had been altered so drastically in the 12 hours between then and now, the pace of his metamorphosis was obviously so frantic that, indeed, a difference might be noticeable in just a quarter of an hour. The realization was unnerving. It was followed by a worse realization. Eric was holding a thick, writhing snake, one hand gripping it near the tail, the other hand behind its head, and he was eating it alive. Rachael saw the snake's jaws unhinged and gaping, fangs like twin slivers of ivory in the flickering stormlight, as it struggled unsuccessfully to curl its head back and bite the hand of the man-thing that held it. Eric was tearing at the middle of the serpent with his inhumanly sharp teeth, ripping hunks of meat loose and chewing enthusiastically. Because his jaws were heavier and longer than the jaws of any man, their obscenely eager movement, the crushing and grinding of the snake, could be seen even at this distance. Shocked and nauseated, Rachael wanted to turn away from the spy hole in the rock. However, she did not vomit, and she did not turn away, because her nausea and disgust were outweighed by her bafflement and her need to understand Eric. Considering how much he wanted to get his hands on her, why had he abandoned the chase? Had he forgotten her? Had the snake bitten him, and had he in his savage rage traded bite for bite? But he was not merely striking back at the snake. He was eating it, eagerly consuming one solid mouthful after another. Once, when Eric looked up at the fulminous heavens, Rachael saw his storm-lit countenance twisted in a frightening expression of inhuman ecstasy. He shuddered with apparent delight as he tore at the serpent. His hunger seemed as urgent and insatiable as it was unspeakable. Rain slashed, wind moaned, thunder crashed, lightning flashed, and she felt as if she were peering through a chink in the walls of hell, watching a demon devour the souls of the damned. Her heart hammered hard enough to compete with the sound of the rain drumming on the ground. She knew she should run, but she was mesmerized by the pure evil of the sight framed in the flute hole. She saw a second snake, then a third, fourth, fifth, oozing out of the rain-pooled ground around Eric's knees. He was kneeling at the entrance to a den of the deadly creatures, a nest that was apparently flooding with the runoff from the storm. The rattlers wriggled forth, and finding the man-thing in their midst, immediately struck at his thighs and arms, biting him repeatedly. Though Eric neither cried out nor flinched, Rachael was filled with relief, knowing that he would soon collapse from the effects of the venom. He threw aside the half-eaten snake and seized another. With no diminishment of his perverse hunger, he sank his pointed, razored teeth into the snake's living flesh and tore loose one dripping gobbet after another. Maybe his altered metabolism was capable of dealing with the potent venom of the rattlers, either breaking it down into an array of harmless chemicals or repairing tissues as rapidly as the venom damaged them. Chain lightning flashed back and forth across the malevolent sky, and in that incandescent flare, Eric's long, sharp teeth gleamed like shards of a broken mirror. His strangely shining eyes cast back a cold reflection of the celestial fire. His wet, tangled hair streamed with short-lived, silvery brightness. The rain glistered like molten silver on his face, and all around him the earth sizzled as if the lightning-lined water was actually melted fat, bubbling and crackling in a frying pan. At last Rachael broke the mesmeric hold that the scene exerted, turned from the flute hole, and ran back the way she had come. She sought another hollow between other low hills, a different route that would lead her to the roadside comfort station and the Mercedes. Leaving the hilly area and recrossing the sandy plains, she was frequently the tallest thing in sight, much taller than the desert scrub. Once more she worried about being struck by lightning. In the eerie, stroboscopic light, the bleak and barren land appeared to leap and fall and leap again, as if eons of geological activity were being compressed into a few frantic seconds. She tried to enter an arroyo where she might be safe from the lightning, but the deep gulch was two-thirds full of muddy, churning water. Flotillas of whirling tumbleweed boats and bobbing mesquite rafts were borne on the water's rolling back. She was forced to find a route around the network of flooded arroyos, but in time she came to the rest area where she had first encountered Eric. Her purse was still where she had dropped it, and she picked it up. The Mercedes was also exactly where she'd left it. A few steps from the car she halted abruptly, for she saw that the trunk lid, previously open, was now closed. She had the dreadful feeling that Eric, or the thing that had once been Eric, had returned ahead of her, had climbed into the trunk again, and had pulled the lid shut behind him. Shaking, indecisive, afraid, Rachael stood in the drenching rain, reluctant to go closer to the car. The parking lot, lacking adequate drainage, was being transformed into a shallow lake. She stood in water that came over the tops of her running shoes. The .32 pistol was under the driver's seat. If she could reach it before Eric threw open the trunk lid and came out. Behind her, the staccato plop, plop, plop of water dripping off the picnic table cover sounded like scurrying rats. More water sheeted off the comfort station roof, splashing on the sidewalk. All around, the falling rain slashed into the pools and puddles with a crackling cellophane sound that seemed to grow louder by the second. She took a step toward the car, another, halted again. He might not be in the trunk, but inside the car itself. He might have closed the trunk and slipped into the back seat, or even into the front, where he could be lying now, silent, still, unseen, waiting for her to open the door, waiting to sink his teeth into her the way he'd sunk them into the snake's. Rain streamed off the roof of the Mercedes, rippled down the windows, blurring her view of the car's shadowy interior. Scared to approach the car, but equally afraid of turning back, Rachael at last took another step forward. Lightning flashed, looming large and ominous in the stuttering light. The black Mercedes suddenly reminded her of a hearse. Out on the highway, a large truck passed, engine roaring, big tires making a slushy sound on the wet pavement. Rachael reached the Mercedes, jerked open the driver's door, saw no one inside. She fumbled under the seat for the pistol, found it. While she still had the courage to act, she went around to the back of the car, hesitated only a second, pushed on the latch button, and lifted the trunk lid, prepared to empty the clip of the .32 into the Eric thing if it was crouching there. The trunk was empty. The carpet was soaked, and a gray puddle of rain spread over the center of the compartment, so she figured it had remained open to the elements until an especially strong gust of wind had blown it shut. She slammed the lid, used her keys to lock it, returned to the driver's door, and got in behind the wheel. She put the pistol on the passenger's seat, where she could grab it quickly. The car started without hesitation. The windshield wipers flung the rain off the glass. Outside, the desert beyond the concrete block comfort station was rendered entirely in shades of slate, grays, blacks, browns, and rust. In that dreary sandscape, the only movement was the driving rain and the wind-blown tumbleweed. Eric had not followed her. Maybe the rattlesnakes had killed him after all. Surely he could not have survived so many bites from so many snakes. Perhaps his genetically altered body, though capable of repairing massive tissue damage, was not able to counteract the toxic effects of such potent venom. She drove out of the rest area, back onto the highway, heading east toward Las Vegas, grateful to be alive. The rain was falling too hard to permit safe travel above 40 or 50 miles an hour, so she stayed in the extreme right lane, letting the more daring motorists pass her. Mile by mile, she tried to convince herself that the worst was past, but she remained unconvinced. Ben put the Mercure in gear and pulled onto the highway again. The storm was moving rapidly eastward toward Las Vegas. The rolling thunder was more distant than before, a deep rumble rather than a bone-jarring crash. The lightning, which had been striking perilously close on all sides, now flickered farther away near the eastern horizon. Rain was still falling hard, but it no longer came down in blinding sheets, and driving was possible again. The dashboard clock confirmed the time on Ben's watch, 5:15. Yet the summer day was darker than it should have been at that hour. The storm-blackened sky had brought an early dusk, and ahead the somber land was fading steadily in the embrace of a false twilight. At his current speed, he would not reach Las Vegas until about 8:30 tonight, probably 2 or 3 hours after Rachael had gotten there. He would have to stop in Baker, the only outpost in this part of the Mojave, and try to reach Whitney Gavis again. But he had the feeling he was not going to get hold of Whit, a feeling that maybe his and Rachael's luck had run out. Chapter 31. Feeding Frenzy. Eric remembered the rattlesnakes only vaguely. Their fangs had left puncture wounds in his hands, arms, and thighs, but those small holes had already healed, and the rain had washed the bloodstains from his sodden clothes. His mutating flesh burned with that peculiar, painless fire of ongoing change which completely masked the lesser sting of venom. Sometimes his knees grew weak, or his stomach churned with nausea, or his vision blurred, or a spell of dizziness seized him. But those symptoms of poisoning grew less noticeable minute by minute. As he moved across the storm-darkened desert, images of the serpents rose in his memory, writhing forms curling like smoke around him, whispering in a language that he could almost understand, but he had difficulty believing that they had been real. A few times he recalled biting, chewing, and swallowing mouthfuls of rattler meat, gripped by a feeding frenzy. A part of him responded to those bloody memories with excitement and satisfaction, but another part of him, the part that was still Eric Leben, was disgusted and repelled, and he repressed those grim recollections, aware that he would lose his already tenuous grip on sanity if he dwelt on them. He moved rapidly toward an unknown place, propelled by instinct. Mostly he ran fully erect, more or less like a man, but sometimes he loped and shambled with his shoulders hunched forward and his body bent in an ape-like posture. Occasionally he was overcome with the urge to drop forward on all fours and scuttle across the wet sand on his belly. However, that queer compulsion frightened him, and he successfully resisted it. Shadow fires burned here and there upon the desert floor, but he was not drawn toward them as he had been before. They were not as mysterious and intriguing as they had been previously, for he now suspected that they were gateways to hell. Previously, when he had seen those phantom flames, he had also seen his long-dead Uncle Barry, which probably meant that Uncle Barry had come out of the fire. Eric was sure that Barry Hampstead resided in hell, so he figured the doors were portals to damnation. When Eric had died in Santa Ana yesterday, he had become Satan's property, doomed to spend eternity with Barry Hampstead. But at the penultimate moment he had thrown off the claims of the grave and had rescued his own soul from the pit. Now Satan was opening these doors around him in hopes he would be impelled by curiosity to investigate one gate or another, and on stepping through would deliver himself to the sulphurous cell reserved for him. His parents had warned him that he was in danger of going to hell, that his surrender to his uncle's desires, and later the murder of his tormentor, had damned his soul. Now he knew they were right. Hell was close. He dared not look into its flames, where something beckoned and smiled. He raced on through the desert scrub. The storm, like clashing armies, blasted the day with bright bursts and rolling cannonades. His unknown destination proved to be the comfort station at the roadside rest area, where he had first confronted Rachael. Activated by solenoids that had misinterpreted the storm as nightfall, banks of fluorescent lights had blinked on at the front of the structure and over the doors on each side. In the parking lot, a few mercury vapor arc lamps cast a bluish light on the puddled pavement. When he saw the squat concrete block building in the rain-swept murk ahead, Eric's muddy thoughts cleared, and suddenly he remembered everything Rachael had done to him. His encounter with the garbage truck on Main Street was her doing, and because the violent shock of death was what had triggered his malignant growth, he blamed his monstrous mutation on her as well. He'd almost gotten his hands on her, had almost torn her to pieces, but she'd slipped away from him when he'd been overcome by hunger, by a desperate need to provide fuel for his out-of-control metabolism. Now, thinking of her, he felt that cold reptilian rage well up in him again, and he loosed a thin bleat of fury that was lost in the noise of the storm. Rounding the side of the building, he sensed someone near. A thrill coursed through him. He dropped to all fours and crouched against the block wall in a pool of shadow just beyond the reach of the nearest fluorescent light. He listened, head cocked, breath held. A jalousie window was open above his head, high in the men's room wall. Movement inside. A man coughed. Then Eric heard soft, sweet whistling. All alone in the moonlight from the musical cats. The scrape and click of footsteps on concrete. The door opened outward onto the walk, 8 or 10 feet from where Eric crouched, and a man appeared. The guy was in his late 20s, solidly built, rugged-looking, wearing boots, jeans, cowboy shirt, and a tan Stetson. He stood for a moment beneath the sheltering overhang, looking out at the falling rain. Suddenly he became aware of Eric, turned, stopped whistling, and stared in disbelief and horror. As the other turned toward him, Eric moved so fast he seemed to be a leaping reflection of the lightning that flashed along the eastern horizon. Tall and well-muscled, the cowboy would have been a dangerous adversary in a fight with an ordinary man. But Eric Leben was no longer an ordinary man, or even quite a man at all. And the cowboy's shock at his attacker's appearance was a grave disadvantage, for it paralyzed him. Eric slammed into his prey and drove all 5 talons of his right hand into the man's belly, very deep. At the same time, seizing his prey's throat with his other hand, he destroyed the windpipe, ripping out the voice box and vocal cords, ensuring instant silence. Blood spurted from severed carotid arteries. Death glazed the cowboy's eyes even before Eric tore open his belly. Steaming guts cascaded onto rain-wet concrete, and the dead man collapsed into his own hot entrails. Feeling wild and free and powerful, Eric settled down atop the warm corpse. Strangely, killing no longer repulsed or frightened him. He was becoming a primal beast who took a savage delight in slaughter. However, even the part of him that remained civilized, the Eric Leben part, was undeniably exhilarated by the violence, as well as by the enormous power and cat-like quickness of his mutant body. He knew he should have been shocked, nauseated, but he was not. All his life he had needed to dominate others, to crush his adversaries, and now the need found expression in its purest form, cruel, merciless, violent murder. He was also, for the first time, able to remember clearly the murder of the 2 young women whose car he had stolen in Santa Ana on Monday evening. He felt no burdensome responsibility for their deaths, no rush of guilt, only a sweet, dark satisfaction and a fierce sort of glee. Indeed, the memory of their spilled blood, the memory of the naked woman whom he had nailed to the wall, only contributed to his exhilaration over the murder of the cowboy, and his heart pounded out a rhythm of icy joy. Then, for a while, lowering himself onto the corpse by the men's room door, he lost all conscious awareness of himself as a creature of intellect, as a creature with a past and a future. He descended into a dreamy state where the only sensations were the smell and taste of blood. The drumming and gurgling of rain continued to reach him, too, but it seemed now that it was an internal rather than external noise, perhaps the sound of change surging through his arteries, veins, bones, and tissues. He was jolted out of his trance by a scream. He looked up from the ruined throat of his prey where he'd buried his muzzle. A woman was standing at the corner of the building, wide-eyed, one arm held defensively across her breasts. Judging by her boots, jeans, and cowboy shirt, she was with the man whom Eric had just killed. Eric realized that he had been feeding on his prey, and he was neither startled nor appalled by that realization. A lion would not be surprised or dismayed by its own savagery. His racing metabolism generated hunger unlike any he had ever known, and he needed rich nutrients to allay those pangs. In the meat of his prey, he found the food he required, just as the lion found what it needed in the flesh of the gazelle. The woman tried to scream again, but could not make a sound. Eric rose from the corpse. He licked his blood-slicked lips. The woman ran into the wind-driven rain. Her Stetson flew off, and her yellow hair streamed behind her, the only brightness in the storm-blackened day. Eric pursued her. He found indescribable pleasure in the feel of his feet pounding on the hard concrete, then on waterlogged sand. He splashed across the flooded macadam parking lot, gaining on her by the second. She was heading toward a dull red pickup truck. She glanced back and saw him drawing nearer. She must have realized that she would not reach the pickup in time to start it and drive away, so she turned toward the interstate, evidently hoping to get help from the driver of one of the infrequently passing cars or trucks. The chase was short. He dragged her down before she had reached the end of the parking lot. They rolled through dirty, ankle-deep water. She flailed at him, tried to claw him. He sank his razored talons into her arms, nailing them to her sides, and she let out a terrible cry of pain. Thrashing furiously, they rolled one last time, and then he had her pinned down in the storm runoff, which was chilly in spite of the warm air around them. For a moment he was surprised to find his blood subsiding, replaced by carnal hunger, as he looked down upon the helpless woman. But he merely surrendered to that need as he had surrendered to the urgent need for blood. Beneath him, sensing his intent, the woman tried desperately to throw him off. Her screams of pain gave way to shrill cries of pure terror. Ripping his talons loose of her arm, he shredded her blouse and put his dark, gnarled, inhuman hand upon her bare breasts. Her screams faded. She stared up at him emptily, voiceless, shaking, paralyzed by dread. A moment later, having torn open her pants, he eagerly withdrew his manhood from his own jeans. Even in his frenzy to couple with her, he realized that the erect organ in his hand was not human. It was large, strange, hideous. When the woman's gaze fell upon that monstrous staff, she began to weep and whimper. She must have thought that the gates of hell had opened and that demons had come forth. Her horror and abject fear further inflamed his lust. The storm, which had been subsiding, grew worse for a while, as if in malevolent accompaniment to the brutal act that he was about to perpetrate. He mounted her. The rain beat upon them. The water sloshed around them. A few minutes later, he killed her. Lightning blazed, and as its reflection played across the flooded parking lot, the woman's spreading blood looked like opalescent films of oil on the water. After he had killed her, he fed. When he was satiated, his primal urges grew less demanding, and the part of him that possessed an intellect gained dominance over the savage beast. Slowly he became aware of the danger of being seen. There was little traffic on the interstate, but if one of the passing cars or trucks pulled into the rest area, he would be spotted. He hurriedly dragged the dead woman across the macadam, around the side of the comfort station, and into the mesquite behind the building. He disposed of the dead man there as well. He found the keys in the ignition of the pickup. The engine turned over on the second try. He had taken the cowboy's hat. Now he jammed it on his head, pulling the brim down, hoping it would disguise the strangeness of his face. The pickup's fuel gauge indicated a full tank, so he would not need to stop between here and Vegas. But if a passing motorist glanced over and saw his face, he must remain alert, drive well, attract no notice, always resisting the retrograde evolution that steadily pulled him into the mindless perspective of the beast. He had to remember to avert his grotesque face from the vehicles he passed and from those that passed him. If he took those precautions, then the hat, in conjunction with the early dusk brought by the storm, might provide sufficient cover. He looked into the rear-view mirror and saw a pair of unmatched eyes. One was a luminous pale green with a vertical, slit-shaped orange iris that gleamed like a hot coal. The other was larger, dark, and multifaceted. That jarred him as nothing had for a while, and he looked quickly away from the mirror. Multifaceted? That was far too alien to bear consideration. Nothing like that had featured in any stage of human evolution, not even in ancient eras when the first gasping amphibians had crawled out of the sea onto the shore. Here was proof that he was not merely devolving, that his body was not merely struggling to express all the potential in the genetic heritage of humankind. Here was proof that his genetic structure had run amok, and that it was conveying him toward a form and consciousness that had nothing to do with the human race. He was becoming something else, something beyond reptile or ape or Neanderthal or Cro-Magnon man or modern European man, something so strange that he did not have the courage or the curiosity to confront it. Henceforth, when he glanced in the mirror, he would be certain that it provided a view only of the roadway behind and revealed no slightest aspect of his own altered countenance. He switched on the headlights and drove away from the rest area onto the highway. The steering wheel felt odd in his malformed, monstrous hands. Driving, which should have been as familiar to him as walking, seemed like a singularly exotic act, and difficult, too, almost beyond his capabilities. He clutched the wheel and concentrated on the rainy highway ahead. The whispering tires and metronomic thump of the windshield wipers seemed to pull him on through the storm and the gathering darkness toward a special destiny. Once, when his full intellect returned to him for a brief moment, he thought of William Butler Yeats and remembered a fitting scrap of the great man's poetry. And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born? Chapter 32. Flamingo Pink. Tuesday afternoon, after their meeting with Dr. Easton Solberg at UCI, detectives Julio Verdad and Reese Hagerstrom, still on sick leave, had driven to Tustin, where the main offices of Shadway Realty were located, in a suite on the ground floor of a 3-story Spanish-style building with a blue tile roof. Julio had spotted the stakeout car on the first pass. It was an unmarked muck-green Ford, sitting at the curb half a block from Shadway Realty, where the occupants had a good view of those offices and of the driveway that serviced the parking lot alongside the building. 2 men in blue suits were in the Ford. One was reading a newspaper, and the other was keeping watch. "Feds," Julio said as he cruised by the stakeout. "Sharp's men? DSA?" Reese wondered. "Must be. A little obvious, aren't they? I guess they don't really expect Shadway to turn up here," Julio said, "but they have to go through the motions." Julio parked half a block behind the stakeout, putting several cars between him and the DSA's Ford, so it was possible to watch the watchers without being seen. Reese had participated in scores of stakeouts with Julio, and surveillance duty had never been the ordeal it might have been with another partner. Julio was a complex man whose conversation was interesting hour after hour. But when one or both of them did not feel up to conversation, they could sit through long silences in comfort, without awkwardness, one of the surest tests of friendship. Tuesday afternoon, while they watched the watchers, and also watched the offices of Shadway Realty, they talked about Eric Leben, genetic engineering, and the dream of immortality. That dream was by no means Leben's private obsession. A deep longing for immortality, for commutation of the death sentence, had surely filled humankind since the first members of the species had acquired self-awareness and accrued intelligence. The subject had a special poignancy for Reese and Julio because both had witnessed the deaths of much-loved wives and had never fully recovered from their losses. Reese could sympathize with Leben's dream and even understand the scientist's reasons for subjecting himself to a dangerous genetic experiment. It had gone wrong, yes. The 2 murders and the hideous crucifixion of the one dead girl were proof that Leben had come back from the grave as something less than human, and he must be stopped. but the deadly result of his experiments and the folly of them did not entirely foreclose sympathy. Against the rapacious hunger of the grave, all men and women were united, brothers and sisters. As the sunny summer day grew dreary under an incoming marine layer of ash-gray clouds, Reese felt a cloak of melancholy settle upon him. He might have been overwhelmed by it if he had not been on the job, but he was on the job in spite of also being on sick leave. They, like the DSA stakeout team, were not expecting Shadway to arrive at his headquarters, but they were hoping to identify one of the real estate agents operating out of the office. As the afternoon wore on, they saw several people entering and leaving the premises, but one tall, thin woman with a Betty Boop cap of black hair was the most noticeable, her angular, stork-like frame emphasized by a clinging flamingo pink dress, not pale pink, not frilly pink, but bold, flame-hot pink. She came and went twice, both times chauffeuring middle-aged couples who had arrived at the office in their own cars, evidently clients for whom she was tracking down suitable houses. Her own car, with its personalized license plate, Re-Queen, which most likely stood for Real Estate Queen, was a new canary-yellow Cadillac Seville with wire wheels, as memorable as the woman herself. "That one," Julio said when she returned to the office with the second couple. "Hard to lose in traffic," Reese agreed. At 4:50 she had again come out of the Shadway Realty door and had hurried like a scurrying bird for her car. Julio and Reese had decided that she was probably going home for the day. Leaving the DSA stakeout to its fruitless wait for Benjamin Shadway, they followed the yellow Cadillac down First Street to Newport Avenue and north to Cowan Heights. She lived in a 2-story stucco house with a shake-shingle roof and lots of redwood balconies and decking on one of the steeper streets in the Heights. Julio parked in front as the Pink Lady's caddy disappeared behind the closing garage door. He got out of the car to check the contents of the mailbox, a federal crime, in hope of discovering the woman's name. A moment later, he got back into the car and said, "Theodora Bertelsmann. Apparently goes by the name Teddy, because that was on one of the letters." They waited a couple of minutes, then went to the house, where Reese rang the bell. Summer wind, warm in spite of the winter-gray sky from which it flowed, breathed through surrounding bougainvillea, red-flowered hibiscus, and fragrant star jasmine. The street was still, peaceful, the sounds of the outside world eliminated by the most effective filter known to man, money. "Should have gotten into real estate, I think," Reese said. "Why on earth did I ever want to be a cop?" "You were probably a cop in a previous life," Julio said dryly. "In another century, when being a cop was a better scam than selling real estate. You just fell into the same pattern this time around without realizing things had changed. Caught in a karma loop, huh?" A moment later, the door opened. The stork-tall woman in the flamingo-pink dress looked down at Julio, then only slightly up at Reese, and she was less bird-like and more impressive close up than she had been from a distance. Earlier, watching her from the car, Reese had not been able to see the porcelain clarity of her skin, her startling gray eyes, or the sculpted refinement of her features. Her Betty Boop hair, which had looked lacquered, even ceramic, from 50 yards, now proved to be thick and soft. She was no less tall, no less thin, and no less flamboyant than she had seemed before, but her chest was certainly not flat, and her legs were lovely. "May I help you?" Teddy Bertelsmann asked. Her voice was low and silken. She radiated such an air of quiet self-assurance that if Julio and Reese had been two dangerous men instead of two cops, they might not have dared try anything with her. Presenting his ID and badge, Julio introduced himself and said, "This is my partner, Detective Hagerstrom," and explained that they wanted to question her about Ben Shadway. "Maybe my information is out of date, but I believe you work as a sales agent in his firm." "Of course, you know perfectly well that I do," she said without scorn, even with some amusement. "Please, come in." She led them into a living room as bold in its decor as she was in her dress, but with undeniable style and taste. A massive white marble coffee table, contemporary sofas upholstered in a rich green fabric, chairs in peach silk moire with elaborately carved arms and feet, 4-foot-tall emerald vases holding huge stalks of white-plumed pampas grass. Very large and dramatic modern art filled the high walls of the cathedral-ceilinged room, giving a comfortable human scale to what could have been a forbidding chamber. A wall of glass presented a panorama of Orange County. Teddy Bertelsmann sat on a green sofa, the windows behind her, a pale nimbus of light around her head, and recent Julio sat on moire chairs separated from her by the enormous marble table that seemed like an altar. Julio said, "Miss Bertelsmann." "No, please," she said, slipping off her shoes and drawing her long legs up under herself. "Either call me Teddy, or if you insist on remaining formal, it's Miss Bertelsmann. I despise that ridiculous Ms. business. It makes me think of the South before the Civil War. Dainty ladies in crinolines sipping mint juleps under magnolia trees, while black mammies tend to them."
"Miss Bertelsmann," Julio continued, "we are most eager to speak to Mr. Shadway, and we hope you might have an idea where he is. For instance, it occurs to us that, being a real estate developer and investor as well as broker, he might own rental properties that are currently vacant, one of which he might now be using."
"Excuse me, but I don't see how this falls in your jurisdiction. According to your ID, you're Santa Ana policeman. Ben has offices in Tustin, Costa Mesa, Orange, Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, and Laguna Niguel, but none in Santa Ana, and he lives in Orange Park Acres."
Julio assured her that part of the Shadway-Leben case fell into the jurisdiction of the Santa Ana Police Department, and he explained that cross-jurisdictional cooperation was not uncommon, but Teddy Bertelsmann was politely skeptical and subtly uncooperative. Reese admired the diplomacy, finesse, and aplomb with which she fielded probing questions and answered without saying anything useful. Her respect for her boss and her determination to protect him became increasingly evident, yet she said nothing that made it possible to accuse her of lying or harboring a wanted man. At last, recognizing the futility of the authoritarian approach, apparently hoping revelation of his true motives and a blatant bid for sympathy would work where authority had failed, Julio sighed, leaned back in his chair, and said, "Listen, Miss Bertelsmann, we've lied to you. We aren't here in any official capacity, not strictly speaking. In fact, we're both supposed to be on sick leave. Our captain would be furious if he knew we were still on this case, because federal agencies have taken charge and have told us to back off. But for a lot of reasons, we can't do that, not and keep our self-respect."
Teddy Bertelsmann frowned quite prettily, Reese thought, and said, "I don't understand."
Julio held up one slim hand. "Wait, just listen for a moment." In a soft, sincere, and intimate voice far different from his official tone, he told her how Ernestina Hernandez and Becky Kleinstadt had been brutally murdered, one thrown in a dumpster, the other nailed to a wall. He told her about his own baby brother, Ernesto, who had been killed by rats a long time ago in a faraway place. He explained how that tragedy had contributed to his obsession with unjust death, and how the similarity between the names Ernesto and Ernestina was one of the several things that made the Hernandez girl's murder a special and very personal crusade for him. "Though I'll admit," Julio said, "if the names weren't similar, and if other factors weren't the same, then I'd simply have found different reasons to make a crusade of this. because I almost always make a crusade of a case. It's a bad habit of mine." "A wonderful habit," Reese said.
Julio shrugged. Reese was surprised that Julio was so thoroughly aware of his own motivations. Listening to his partner, contemplating the degree of insight and self-awareness at which these statements hinted, Reese acquired an even greater respect for the man.
"The point is," Julio told Teddy Bertelsmann, "I believe your boss and Rachael Leben are guilty of nothing, that they may be just pawns in a game they don't even fully understand. I think they're being used, that they might be killed as scapegoats to further the interests of others, perhaps even the interests of the government. They need help, and I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that they've sort of become another crusade of mine. Help me to help them, Teddy."
Julio's performance was astonishing, and from anyone else it might have looked like exactly that, a mere performance, but there was no mistaking his sincerity or the depth of his concern. Though his dark eyes were watchful, and though there was a shrewdness in his face, his commitment to justice and his great warmth were unmistakably genuine. Teddy Bertelsmann was smart enough to see that Julio was not shucking and jiving her, and she was won over. She swung her long legs off the sofa and slid forward to the edge of it in a whispery rustle of pink silk, a sound that seemed to pass like a breeze over Reese, raising the small hairs on the backs of his hands and sending a pleasant shiver through him.
"I knew darn well Ben Shadway was no threat to national security," Teddy said. "Those federal agents came sniffing around with that line, and it was all I could do to keep from laughing in their faces. No, in fact, it was all I could do to keep from spitting in their faces."
"Where might Ben Shadway have gone, he and Rachael Leben?" Julio asked. "Sooner or later the feds are going to find them, and I think that for their sake, Reese and I had better find them first. Do you have any idea where we should look?"
Rising from the sofa in a brilliant hot pink whirl, stalking back and forth across the living room on stilt-like legs that ought to have been awkward but were the essence of grace, looking incredibly tall to Reese because he was still sitting on the moire chair, pausing now and standing provocatively hip-shot in thought, then pacing again, Teddy Bertelsmann considered the possibilities and enumerated them.
"Well, okay. He owns property, mostly small houses, all over the county. Right now the only ones not rented. Let me see. One, there's a little bungalow in Orange, a place on Pine Street. But I don't figure he'd be there because he's having some work done on it, a new bathroom, improvements to the kitchen. He wouldn't hide where there are going to be workmen coming and going. 2, there's half of a duplex in Yorba Linda."
Reese listened to her, but for the moment he did not care what she said. He left that part to Julio. All Reese had the capacity to care about was the way she looked and moved and sounded. She filled all his senses to capacity, leaving no room for anything else. At a distance she had seemed angular, bird-like, but up close she was a gazelle, lean and swift, and not the least angular. Her size was less impressive than her fluidity, which was like that of a professional dancer, and her fluidity was less impressive than her suppleness, and her suppleness was less impressive than her beauty, and her beauty was less impressive than her intelligence and energy and flair. Even when her pacing took her away from the window wall, she was surrounded by a nimbus of light. To Reese, she seemed to glow. He had felt nothing like this in 5 years, since his Janet had been killed by the men in the van who'd tried to snatch little Esther that day in the park. He wondered if Teddy Bertelsmann had taken special notice of him, too, or whether he was just another lump of a cop to her. He wondered how he could approach her without making a fool of himself and without giving offense. He wondered if there could ever be anything between a woman like her and a man like him. He wondered if he could live without her. He wondered when he was going to be able to breathe again. He wondered if his feelings showed. He didn't care if they showed.
"The motel,"
Teddy stopped pacing, looked startled for a moment, then grinned, an amazingly lovely grin. "Yes, of course. That would be the most likely place."
"He owns a motel?"
Julio asked. "A run-down place in Las Vegas," Teddy said. "He just bought it, formed a new corporation to make the purchase. Might take the feds a while to tumble to the place because it's such a recent acquisition and in another state. Place is empty, out of business, but it was sold with furnishings. Even the manager's apartment was furnished, I think, so Ben and Rachel could squirrel away there in comfort."
Julio glanced at Reese and said, "What do you think?" Reese had to look away from Teddy in order to breathe and speak. With a funny little wheeze, he said, "Sounds right." Pacing again, flamingo pink silk swirling around her knees, Teddy said, "I know it's right. Ben's in that project with Whitney Gavis, and Whitney is maybe the only man on earth Ben really fully trusts." "Who's this Gavis?"
Julio asked. "They were in Vietnam together," she said. "They're tight as brothers. Tighter, maybe. You know, Ben's a real nice guy, one of the best, and anyone'll tell you so. He's gentle, open, so darn honest and honorable that some people just plain don't believe him for a while until they've gotten to know him better. But it's funny in a way. He holds almost everybody at arm's length, never quite reveals himself completely, except, I think, with Whit Gavis. It's as if things happened to him in the war that made him forever different from other people, that made it impossible for him to be truly close to anyone except those who went through the same thing he went through and came out with their minds in one piece. Like Whit."
"Is he close in the same way with Mrs. Leben?"
Julio asked. "Yes, I think so. I think he loves her," Teddy said, "which makes her about the luckiest woman I know."
Reese sensed jealousy in Teddy's voice, and his heart felt as if it broke loose and plummeted down through his chest. Apparently Julio heard the same note, for he said, "Forgive me, Teddy, but I'm a cop and I'm curious by nature, and you sounded as if you wouldn't mind if he'd fallen for you." She blinked in surprise, then laughed.
"Me and Ben? No. No, for one thing, I'm taller than he is, and in heels I positively tower over him. Besides, he's a homebody, a quiet, peaceful man who reads old mystery novels and collects trains. No, Ben's a great guy, but I'm far too flamboyant for him, and he's too low-key for me."
Reese's heart stopped plummeting.
Teddy said, "Oh, I'm just jealous of Rachel because she's found herself a good man and I haven't. When you're my size, you know from the start that men aren't going to flock to you, except basketball players, and I hate jocks. Then when you get to be 32, you can't help feeling a bit sour every time you see someone catch a good one. Can't help it, even when you're happy for them."
Reese's heart soared. After Julio had asked a few more questions about the motel in Las Vegas and had ascertained its location, he and Reese got up, and Teddy accompanied them to the door. Step by step, Reese racked his mind for an approach, an opening line. As Julio opened the door, Reese looked back at Teddy and said, "Excuse me, Miss Bertelsmann, but I'm a cop, and asking questions is my business, you know, and I was wondering if you're—"
He didn't know where to go with it.
"If you're maybe, seeing anyone in particular." Listening to himself, Reese was amazed and dismayed that Julio could sound so smooth, while he, trying to imitate his partner's cool manner, could sound so rough and obvious. Smiling up at him, she said,
"Does this have bearing on the case you're investigating?"
"Well, I just thought... I wouldn't want you mentioning this conversation to anyone. It's not just that we could get in trouble with our captain, but if you mentioned the motel to anyone, you might jeopardize Mr. Shadway and Mrs. Leben, and, well..." He wanted to shoot himself, put an end to this humiliation. She said,
"I'm not seeing anyone special, not anyone I'd share secrets with."
Reese cleared his throat. Well, that's good. All right.
He started to turn toward the door, where Julio was giving him a strange look, and Teddy said, "You are a big one, aren't you?"
Reese faced her again. Excuse me?
"You're quite a big guy. Too bad there aren't more your size. A girl like me would almost seem petite to you."
What does she mean by that? He wondered. Anything? Just polite conversation? Is she giving me an opening? If it's an opening, how should I respond to it?
"It would be nice to be thought of as petite," she said.
He tried to speak, could not. He felt stupid, awkward, and shy as he'd been at 16. Suddenly he could speak, but he blurted out the question as he might have done as a boy of 16. "Miss Bertelsmann, would you go out with me sometime?" She smiled and said,
"Yes."
"You would?"
"Yes."
"Saturday night? Dinner? 7 o'clock?"
"Sounds nice."
He stared at her, amazed. "Really?" She laughed. "Really?" A minute later, in the car, Reese said, "Well, I'll be damned. I never realized you were such a smooth operator." Julio said kiddingly, affectionately. Blushing, Reese said, "By God, life's funny, isn't it? You never know when it might take a whole new turn." "Slow down," Julio said, starting the engine and driving away from the curb. "It's just a date." "Yeah, probably, but I got a feeling it might turn out to be more than just that. A smooth operator and a romantic fool," Julio said as he steered the car down out of the heights toward Newport Avenue. After some thought, Reese said, "You know what Eric Leben forgot? He was so obsessed with living forever, he forgot to enjoy the life he had. Life may be short, but there's a lot to be said for it. Leben was so busy planning for eternity, he forgot to enjoy the moment." "Listen," Julio said, "if romance is going to make a philosopher out of you, I may have to get a new partner." For a few minutes Reese was silent, submerged in memories of well-tanned legs and flamingo-pink silk. When he surfaced again, he realized that Julio was not driving aimlessly. "Where are we going?" "John Wayne Airport." "Vegas? Is that okay with you?" Julio asked. "Seems like the only thing we can do. Have to pay for tickets out of our own pockets." "I know. You want to stay here? That's all right." "I'm in," Reese said. "I can handle it alone." "I'm in. Might get dangerous from here on, and you have Esther to think about," Julio said. My little Esther, and now maybe Theodora, Teddy Bertelsmann, Reese thought. And when you find someone to care about, when you dare to care, that's when life gets cruel. That's when they're taken from you. That's when you lose it all. A premonition of death made him shiver. Nevertheless, he said, "I'm in. Didn't you hear me say I'm in? For God's sake, Julio, I'm in." Chapter 33. Viva Las Vegas. Following the storm across the desert, Ben Shadway reached Baker, California, gateway to Death Valley, at 6:20. The wind was blowing much harder than it had been back toward Barstow. The driven rain snapped against the windshield with a sound like thousands of impacting bullets. Service station, restaurant, and motel signs were swinging on their mountings, trying to tear loose and fly away. A stop sign twitched violently back and forth, caught in turbulent currents of air, and seemed about to screw itself out of the ground. At a Shell station, two attendants in yellow rain slickers moved with their heads bowed and shoulders hunched. The tails of their glistening vinyl coats flapped against their legs and whipped out behind them. A score of bristly tumbleweeds, some 4 or 5 feet in diameter, bounced, rolled, sailed across tiny Baker's only east-west street, swept in from the desolate landscape to the south. Ben tried to call Whitney Gavis from a payphone inside a small convenience store. He couldn't get through to Vegas.
3 times he listened to a recorded message to the effect that service had been temporarily interrupted. Wind moaned and shrieked against the store's plate-glass windows, and rain drummed furiously on the roof, which was all the explanation he required for AT&T's troubles. He was scared. He had been badly worried ever since finding the axe propped against the refrigerator in the kitchen of Eric's mountain cabin. But now his fear was escalating by the moment, because he began to feel that everything was going wrong for him, that luck had turned entirely against him. The encounter with Sharp, the disastrous change in the weather, his inability to reach Whit Gavis when the phones had been working, now the trouble with the lines to Vegas, made it seem as if the universe was indeed not accidental, but was a machine with dark and frightful purpose, and that the gods in charge of it were conspiring to make certain he would never again see Rachael alive. In spite of his fear, frustration, and eagerness to hit the road again, he paused long enough to grab a few things to eat in the car. He'd had nothing since breakfast in Palm Springs, and he was famished. The clerk behind the counter, a blue-jeaned, middle-aged woman with sun-bleached hair, her brown skin toughened by too many years on the desert, sold him 3 candy bars, a few bags of peanuts, and a 6-pack of Pepsi. When Ben asked her about the phone, she said, "I hear tell there's been a flash flooding east to here, out near Calneva, and worse around State Line. Undermined a few telephone poles, brought down the lines. Word is it'll be repaired in a couple of hours."
"I never knew it rained this hard in the desert," he said as she gave him change.
"Don't rain, really rain, I mean, but maybe 3 times a year. Though when we do get a storm, it sometimes comes down like God is breaking his promise about the fire next time, and he figures to wipe us out with a great flood like before."
The stolen Mercure was parked 6 steps beyond the exit from the store, but Ben was soaked again during the few seconds needed to get to the car. Inside, he popped open a can of Pepsi, took a long swallow, braced the can between his thighs, peeled the wrapper off a candy bar, started the engine, and drove back toward the interstate. Regardless of how terrible the weather got, he would have to push toward Vegas at the highest possible speed, 70 or 80 miles an hour, faster if he could manage it, even though the chances were very high that sooner or later he would lose control of the car on the rain-greased highway. His inability to reach Whit Gavis had left him with no alternative. Ascending the entrance ramp to I-15, the car coughed once and shuddered, but then it surged ahead without further hesitation. For a minute, heading east-northeast toward Nevada, Ben listened intently to the engine and glanced repeatedly at the dashboard, expecting to see a warning light blink on. But the engine purred, and the warning lights remained off, and none of the dials or gauges indicated trouble, so he relaxed slightly. He munched on his candy bar and gradually put the Mercure up to 70, carefully testing its responsiveness on the treacherously wet pavement. Anson Sharp was awake and refreshed by 7:10 Tuesday evening. From his motel room in Palm Springs, with the background sound of hard rain on the roof and water gurgling through a downspout near his window, he called subordinates at several places throughout Southern California. From Dirk Kringer, an agent at the case operation headquarters in Orange County, Sharp learned that Julio Verdad and Reese Hagerstrom had not dropped out of the Leben investigation as they were supposed to have done. Given their well-earned reputation as bulldog cops who were reluctant to quit even hopeless cases, Sharp had ordered both of their personal cars fitted with hidden transmitters last night and had assigned men to follow them electronically, at a distance from which Verdad and Hagerstrom would not spot a tail. That precaution had paid off, for this afternoon they had visited UCI to meet with Dr. Easton Solberg, a former associate of Leben's, and later they had spent a couple of hours on stakeout in front of Shadway Realty's main office in Tustin. They spotted our team and set up their own surveillance half a block back,
Cringer said.
where they could watch both us and the realty office.
Must have thought they were real cute, Sharp said, when all the time we were watching them while they watched us.
Then they followed one of the real estate agents home, a woman named Theodora Bertelsmann.
We already interviewed her about Shadway, didn't we?
Yeah, everyone who works with him in that office. And this Bertelsmann woman wasn't any more cooperative than the rest of them. Maybe less.
How long were Verdad and Hagerstrom at her place?
More than 20 minutes.
Sounds like she might have been more open with them. Have any idea what she told them?
No,
Cringer said.
she lives on a hillside, so it was hard to get a clear angle on any of the windows with a directional microphone. By the time we could have set it up, Verdad and Hagerstrom were leaving anyway. They went straight from her place to the airport.
What? Sharp said, surprised. LAX?
No, John Wayne Airport here in Orange County. That's where they are now, waiting for a flight out.
What flight? To where?
Vegas. They bought tickets on the first available flight to Vegas. It leaves at 8 o'clock.
Why Vegas? Sharp said, more to himself than to Cringer.
Maybe they finally decided to give up on the case like they were told. Maybe they're going off for a little holiday.
You don't go off on a holiday without packing suitcases. You said they went straight to the airport, which I suppose means they didn't make a quick stop home to grab a change of clothes.
Straight to the airport.
All right, good, Sharp said, suddenly excited. Then they're probably trying to get to Shadway and Mrs. Leben before we do, and they've reason to believe the place to look is somewhere in Las Vegas. There was a chance he would get his hands on Shadway after all, and this time the bastard would not slip away. If there are any seats left on that 8 o'clock flight, I want you to put 2 of your men aboard.
Yes, sir.
I have men here in Palm Springs, and we'll head to Vegas too, just as soon as we can. I want to be in place at the airport there, and ready to track Verdad and Hagerstrom the moment they arrive. Sharp hung up and immediately called Jerry Peake's room. Outside, thunder roared in the north and faded to a soft rumble as it moved south through the Coachella Valley. Peake sounded groggy when he answered. "It's almost 7:30, Sharp told him. "Be ready to roll in 15 minutes.
What's happening?
We're going to Vegas after Shadway, and this time, luck's on our side." One of the many problems of driving a stolen car is that you can't be sure of its mechanical condition. You can't very well ask for a guarantee of reliability and a service history from the owner before you make off with his wheels. The stolen Mercure failed Ben 40 miles east of Baker. It began coughing, wheezing, and shuddering as it had done on the entrance ramp to the interstate a while ago, but this time it did not cease coughing until the engine died. He steered onto the berm and tried to restart the car, but it would not respond. All he was doing was draining the battery. So he sat for a moment, despairing, as the rain fell by the pound and by the hundredweight upon the car. But surrender to despair was not his style. After only a few seconds, he formulated a plan and put it into action, inadequate though it might be. He tucked the .357 Combat Magnum under his belt against the small of his back and pulled his shirt out of his jeans to cover the gun. He would not be able to take the shotgun, and he deeply regretted the loss of it. He switched on the Mercure's emergency flashers and got out into the pouring rain. Fortunately, the lightning had passed away to the east. Standing in the storm-gray twilight gloom beside the disabled car, he shielded his eyes with one hand and looked into the rain toward the west, where distant headlights were approaching. I-15 was still lightly traveled. A few determined gamblers were trekking toward their Mecca and would probably have been undeterred by Armageddon, though there were more big trucks than anything else. He waved his arms, signaling for help, but 2 cars and 3 trucks passed him without slowing. As their tires cut through puddles on the pavement, they sent sheets of water pluming in their wake, some of which cascaded over Ben adding to his misery. About 2 minutes later, another 18-wheeler came into view. It was bearing so many lights that it appeared to be decorated for Christmas. To Ben's relief, it began to brake far back and came to a full stop on the berm behind the Mercure. He ran back to the big rig and peered up at the open window where a craggy-faced man with a handlebar mustache squinted down at him from the warm, dry cab.
"Broke down,"
Ben shouted above the cacophony of wind and rain.
"Closest mechanic you're gonna find is back in Baker,"
the driver called down to him.
"Best cross over to the westbound lanes and try to catch a ride going that way." "Don't have time to find a mechanic and get her fixed," Ben shouted. "Gotta make Vegas, fast as I can."
He had prepared the lie while waiting for someone to stop.
"My wife's in the hospital there, hurt bad, maybe dying." "Good Lord," the driver said. "You better come aboard, then."
Ben hurried around to the passenger's door, praying that his benefactor was a highballer who would keep the pedal to the metal in spite of the weather and rocket into Vegas in record time. Driving across the rain-lashed Mojave on the last leg of the trip to Las Vegas, with the darkness of the storm slowly giving way to the deeper darkness of night, Rachael felt lonelier than she'd ever felt before, and she was no stranger to loneliness. The rain had not let up for the past couple of hours, largely because she was more than keeping pace with the storm as it moved eastward, driving deeper into the heart of it. The hollow beating of the windshield wipers and the droning of the tires on the wet road were like the shuttles of a loom that wove not cloth but isolation. Much of her life had been lived in loneliness and in emotional, if not always physical, isolation. By the time Rachael was born, her mother and father had discovered that they could not abide each other, but for religious reasons they had been unwilling to consider divorce. Therefore, Rachel's earliest years passed in a loveless house, where her parents' resentment toward each other was inadequately concealed. Worse, each of them seemed to view her as the other's child, a reason to resent her, too. Neither was more than dutifully affectionate. As soon as she was old enough, she was sent to Catholic boarding schools, where, except for holidays, she remained for the next 11 years. In those institutions, all run by nuns, she made few friends, none close, partly because she had a very low opinion of herself and could not believe that anyone would want to be friends with her. A few days after she graduated from prep school, the summer before she was to enter college, her parents were killed in a plane crash on their way home from a business trip. Rachael had been under the impression that her father had made a small fortune in the garment industry by investing money that her mother had inherited the year of their wedding. But when the will was probated and the estate was settled, Rachael discovered that the family business had been skirting bankruptcy for years and that their upper-class lifestyle had eaten up every dollar earned. Virtually penniless, she had to cancel her plans to attend Brown University and instead went to work as a waitress, living in a boarding house and saving what she could toward a more modest education in California's tax-supported university system. A year later, when she finally started school, she made no real friends because she had to keep waitressing and had no time for the extracurricular activities through which college relationships are formed. By the time she received her degree and launched herself upon a program of graduate study, she had known at least 8,000 nights of loneliness. She was easy prey for Eric. When needing to feed on her youth as a vampire feeds on blood, he had determined to make her his wife. He was 12 years her senior, so he knew far more about charming and winning a young woman than men her own age knew. He made her feel wanted and special for the first time in her life. Considering the difference in their ages, perhaps she also saw in him a father figure capable of giving her not only the love of a husband, but the parental love she had never known. Of course, it had turned out less well than she expected. She learned that Eric didn't love her, but loved instead the thing that she symbolized to him,
vigorous, healthful, energetic youth. Their marriage soon proved to be as loveless as that of her parents. Then she had found Benny, and for the first time in her life she had not been lonely. But now Benny was gone, and she didn't know if she would ever see him again. The Mercedes's windshield wipers beat out a monotonous rhythm, and the tires sang a one-note tune, a song of the void, of despair and loneliness. She attempted to comfort herself with the thought that at least Eric posed no further threat to her or Ben. Surely he was dead from a score of rattlesnake bites. Even if his genetically altered body could safely metabolize those massive doses of virulent poison, even if Eric could return from the dead a second time, he was obviously degenerating, not merely physically but also mentally. She had a vivid mental image of him kneeling on the rain-soaked earth, eating a living serpent, as frightening and elemental as the lightning that flashed above him. If he survived the rattlesnakes, he would very likely remain on the desert, no longer a human being, but a thing, loping hunchbacked or squirming on its belly through the hillocks of sand, slithering down into the arroyos, feeding greedily on other desert dwellers, a threat to any beast he encountered, but no longer a threat to her. And even if some glimmer of human awareness and intelligence remained in him, and if he still felt the need to avenge himself on Rachael, he would find it difficult, if not impossible, to come out of the desert into civilization and move freely about. If he tried that, he would create a sensation, panic, terror, wherever he went, and would probably be chased down and captured or shot. Yet she was still afraid of him. She remembered glancing up at him as he followed her from the top of the arroyo wall, remembered staring down at him later when she had been on top and he had been climbing after her, remembered the way he had looked when she had last seen him engaged in battle with the nest of rattlers. In all those memories there was something about him that, well, something that seemed almost mythic, that transcended nature, that seemed powerfully supernatural, undying and unstoppable. She shuddered with a sudden chill that spread outward from the marrow of her bones. A moment later, topping a rise in the highway, she saw that she was nearing the end of the current leg of her journey. In a broad, dark valley directly ahead and below, Las Vegas glimmered like a miraculous vision in the rain. So many millions of lights shone in every hue that the city looked bigger than New York, though it was actually 1/20th the size. Even from this distance, at least 15 miles, she could make out the Strip, with all its dazzling resort hotels, and the downtown casino center that some called Glitter Gulch, for those areas blazed with by far the greatest concentrations of lights, all of which seemed to blink, pulse, and twinkle. Less than 20 minutes later, she came out of the vast, empty reaches of the bleak Mojave onto Las Vegas Boulevard South, where the neon shimmered across the rain-mirrored road in waves of purple, pink, red, green, and gold. Pulling up to the front doors of the Bally's Grand, she almost wept with relief when she saw the bellmen, valet parking attendants, and a few hotel guests standing under the porte-cochere. For hours on the interstate, the passing cars had seemed untenanted in the storm-obscured night, so it was wonderful to see people again, even if they were all strangers. At first, Rachael hesitated to leave the Mercedes with a valet parking attendant because the precious wild card file was in a garbage bag on the floor behind the driver's seat, but she decided that no one was likely to steal a garbage bag, especially not one full of creased and crumpled papers. Besides, it would be safer with the valet than parked in the public lot. She left the car in his care and took a claim check for it. She had mostly recovered from the twist she'd given her ankle when running from Eric. The claw punctures in her calf throbbed and burned, although those wounds felt better too. She entered the hotel with only a slight limp.
For a moment she was almost thrown into shock by the contrast between the stormy night behind her and the excitement of the casino. It was a glittery world of crystal chandeliers, velvet brocade, plush carpets, marble, polished brass, and green felt, where the sound of wind and rain could not be heard above the roar of voices exhorting Lady Luck, the ringing of slot machines, and the raucous music of a pop-rock band in the lounge. Gradually, Rachael became uncomfortably aware that her appearance made her an object of curiosity in these surroundings. Of course, not everyone, not even a majority of the clientele, dressed elegantly for a night of drinking, nightclub shows, and gambling. Women in cocktail dresses and men in fine suits were common, but others were dressed more casually, some in polyester leisure suits, some in jeans and sport shirts. However, none of them wore a torn and soiled blouse, as she did, and none of them wore jeans that looked as if they might have just been through a rodeo contest, as she did, and none of them boasted filthy sneakers with blackened laces and one sole half torn off from scrambling up and down arroyo walls, as she did, and none of them was dirty-faced and stringy-haired, as she was. She had to assume that even in the escapist world of Vegas, people watched some TV news and might recognize her as the infamous traitor and fugitive wanted throughout the Southwest. The last thing she needed was to call attention to herself. Fortunately, gamblers are a single-minded group, more intent upon their wagering than upon the need to breathe, and a few of them even glanced up from their games to look at her. None looked twice. She hurried around the perimeter of the casino to the public telephones, which were in an alcove where the casino noise faded to a soft roar. She called information for Whitney Gavis's number. He answered on the first ring. Rather breathlessly, she said, "I'm sorry. You don't know me. My name's Rachael."
"Ben's Rachael?"
he interrupted. "Yes," she said, surprised.
"I know you. Know all about you."
He had a voice amazingly like Benny's, calm and measured and reassuring.
"And I just heard the news an hour ago. That ridiculous damn story about defense secrets. What a crock. Anybody who knows Benny wouldn't believe it for a second. I don't know what's going on, but I figured you guys would be coming my way if you needed to go to ground for a while."
"He's not with me, but he sent me to you," Rachael explained.
"Say no more. Just tell me where you are."
"The Grand."
"It's 8 o'clock. I'll be there by 8:10. Don't go wandering around. They have so much surveillance in those casinos you're bound to be on a monitor somewhere if you go onto the floor, and maybe one of the security men on duty will have seen the evening news. Get my drift?"
"Can I go to the restroom? I'm a mess. I could use a quick wash-up."
"Sure. Just don't go onto the casino floor, and be back by the phones in 10 minutes, 'cause that's where I'll meet you. There are no security cameras by the phones. Sit tight, kid."
"Wait!
"What is it?"
What do you look like? How will I recognize you?" he said.
"Don't worry, kid. I'll recognize you. Benny's shown me your picture so often that every detail of your gorgeous face is burned into my cerebral cortex. Remember, sit tight."
The line went dead, and she hung up. Jerry Peake was not sure he wanted to be a legend anymore. He was not even sure he wanted to be a DSA agent, legendary or otherwise. Too much had been happening too fast. He was unable to assimilate it properly. He felt as if he were trying to walk through one of those big rolling barrels that were sometimes used as the entrance to a carnival funhouse, except they were spinning this barrel about 5 times faster than even the most sadistic carny operator would dare, and it also seemed to be an endless tube from which he would never emerge. He wondered if he would ever get his feet under him and know stability again. Anson Sharp's call had roused Peake from a sleep so deep that it almost required a headstone. Even a quick cold shower had not entirely awakened him. A ride through rain-washed streets to the Palm Springs airport with siren wailing and emergency beacon flashing had seemed like part of a bad dream. At the airfield at 8:10, a light transport twin turboprop arrived from the Marine Corps Training Center at nearby 29 Palms, provided as an inter-service courtesy to the Defense Security Agency on an emergency basis, little more than half an hour after Sharp had requested it. They boarded and immediately took off into the storm. The daredevil steep ascent of the hotshot military pilot, combined with the howling wind and driving rain, finally blew away the lingering traces of sleep. Pete was wide awake, gripping the arms of his seat so hard that his white knuckles looked as if they would split through his skin.
"With any luck,"
Sharp told Peake and Nelson Gosser, the other man he'd brought along,
"we'll land at McCarran International in Vegas, about 10 or 15 minutes ahead of that flight from Orange County. When Verdad and Hagerstrom come waltzing into the terminal, we'll be ready to put them under tight surveillance."
At 8:10, the 8 p.m. flight to Vegas had not yet taken off from John Wayne Airport in Orange County, but the pilot assured the passengers that departure was imminent. Meanwhile, there were beverages, honey-roasted beer nuts, and mint wafers to make the minutes pass more pleasantly.
"I love these honey-roasted beer nuts," Reese said, "but I just remembered something I don't like at all."
"What's that?" Julio asked.
"Flying. It's a short flight. A man doesn't expect to have to fly all over the map when he chooses a career in law enforcement. 45 minutes, 50 at most," Julio said soothingly.
"I'm in," Reese said quickly before Julio could start to get the wrong idea about his objections to flying.
"I'm in the case for the duration, but I just wish there was a boat to Vegas."
At 8:12, they taxied to the head of the runway and took off. Driving east in the red pickup, Eric struggled mile by mile to retain sufficient human consciousness to operate the truck. Sometimes bizarre thoughts and feelings plagued him, a wishful longing to leave the truck and run naked across the dark desert plains, hair flying in the wind, the rain sluicing down his bare flesh, an unsettlingly urgent need to burrow, to squirm into a dark, moist place and hide, a hot, fierce, demanding sexual urge, not human in any regard, more like an animal's rutting fever. He also experienced memories, clear images in his mind's eye that were not his own, but from some genetic storage bank of racial recollections, scavenging hungrily in a rotting log for grubs and wriggling insects, mating with some musk-drenched creature in a dank and lightless den. If he allowed any of these thoughts, urges, or memories to preoccupy him, he would slip away into that mindless subhuman state he had entered both times when he had killed back at the rest area, and in that condition he'd drive the pickup straight off the road. Therefore, he tried to repress those alluring images and urges, strove to focus his attention on the rainy highway ahead. He was largely successful, though at times his vision briefly clouded and he began to breathe too fast, and the siren call of other states of consciousness became almost too much to bear. For long stretches of time he felt nothing physically unusual happening to him, but on several occasions he was aware of changes taking place, and then it was as if his body were a ball of tangled worms that, having recently lain dormant and still, suddenly began to squirm and writhe frantically. After having seen his inhuman eyes in the rearview mirror back at the rest stop, one green and orange with a slit-shaped iris, the other multifaceted and even stranger, he had not dared to look at himself, for he knew that his sanity was already precarious. However, he could see his hands upon the steering wheel, and he was aware of ongoing alterations in them. For a while, his elongated fingers grew shorter, thicker, and the long hooked nails retracted somewhat, and the web between thumb and first finger all but vanished. Then the process reversed itself, and his hands grew larger again, the knuckles lumpier, the claws even sharper and more wickedly pointed than before. At the moment, his hands were so hideous, dark, mottled, with a backward curving spur at the base of each monstrous nail, and with one extra joint in each finger, that he kept his gaze on the road ahead and tried not to look down. His inability to confront his own appearance resulted not merely from fear of what he was becoming. He was afraid, yes, but he also took a sick, demented pleasure in his transformation. At least for the moment, he was immensely strong, lightning quick, and deadly. Except for his inhuman appearance, he was the personification of that macho dream of absolute power and unstoppable fury that every young boy entertained, and that no man ever quite outgrew. He could not allow himself to dwell on this, for his power fantasies could trigger a descent into the animal state. The peculiar and not unpleasant fire in his flesh, blood, and bones was with him now at all times, without pause, and in fact it grew hotter by the hour. Previously he had thought of himself as a man melting into new forms, but now he almost felt as if he were not melting, but aflame, as if fire would leap from his fingertips at any moment. He had given it a name, the change fire. Fortunately, the debilitating spasms of intense pain that had seized him early in his metamorphosis were no longer a part of the changes. Now and then an ache arose, or a brief stabbing agony, but nothing as intense as before, and nothing that lasted longer than a minute or two. Apparently, during the past 10 hours, amorphousness had become a genetically programmed condition of his body, as natural to him, and therefore as painless, as respiration, a regular heartbeat, digestion, and excretion. Periodic attacks of cripplingly severe hunger were the only pains he suffered. However, those pangs could be excruciating, unlike any hunger he had ever known in his previous life. As his body destroyed old cells and manufactured new ones at a frantic pace, it required a lot of fuel to fire the process. He also found himself urinating far more frequently than usual, and each time he pulled off the road to relieve his bladder, his urine reeked ever more strongly of ammonia and other chemicals. Now, as he drove the pickup over a rise in the highway and suddenly found himself looking down upon the sprawling, scintillant spectacle of Las Vegas, he was hit once more by a hunger that seized his stomach in a vice-like grip and twisted hard. He began to sweat and shake uncontrollably. He steered the pickup onto the berm and stopped. He fumbled for the handbrake, pulled it on. He had begun to whimper when the first pangs struck him. Now he heard himself growling deep in his throat, and he sensed his self-control rapidly slipping away as his animal needs became more demanding, less resistible. He was afraid of what he might do. Maybe leave the car and go hunting in the desert. He could get lost out there in those trackless barrens, even within a few miles of Vegas. Worse, all intellect fled, guided by pure instinct. He might go onto the highway and somehow stop a passing car, drag the screaming driver from the vehicle and rip him to pieces. Others would see, and then there would be no hope of journeying secretly to the shuttered motel in Vegas where Rachael was hiding. Nothing must stop him from reaching Rachael. The very thought of her brought a blood-red tinge to his vision and elicited an involuntary shriek of rage that rebounded shrilly off the rain-washed windows of the truck. Taking his revenge on her, killing her, was the one desire powerful enough to have given him the strength to resist devolution during the long drive across the desert. The possibility of revenge had kept him sane, had kept him going. Desperately repressing the primal consciousness that acute hunger had unleashed within him, he turned eagerly to the styrofoam cooler that was in the open storage compartment behind the pickup's front seat. He had seen it when he had gotten into the truck at the rest area, but he had not thus far explored its contents. He lifted the lid and saw with some relief that the cowboy and the girl had been making a sort of picnic of their trip to Vegas. The cooler contained half a dozen sandwiches in tightly sealed Ziploc bags, 2 apples, and a 6-pack of beer. With his dragon hands, Eric shredded the plastic bags and ate the sandwiches almost as fast as he could stuff them into his mouth. Several times he choked on the food, gagged on gummy wads of bread and meat, and had to concentrate on chewing them more thoroughly. 4 of the sandwiches were filled with thick slices of rare roast beef. The taste and smell of the half-cooked flesh excited him almost unbearably. He wished the beef had been raw and dripping. He wished he could have sunk his teeth into the living animal and could have torn loose throbbing chunks of its flesh. The other 2 sandwiches were Swiss cheese and mustard, no meat, and he ate them too because he needed all the fuel he could get, but he did not like them, for they lacked the delicious and exhilarating flavor of blood. He remembered the taste of the cowboy's blood. Even better, the intensely coppery flavor of the woman's blood, taken from her throat and from her breast. He began to hiss and twist back and forth in his seat, exhilarated by those memories. Ravenous, he ate the 2 apples as well, although his enlarged jaws, strangely reshaped tongue, and sharply pointed teeth had not been designed for the consumption of fruit. He drank all of the beer, choking and spluttering on it as he poured it down. He had no fear of intoxication, for he knew that his racing metabolism would burn off the alcohol before he felt any effect from it. For a while, having devoured every ounce of food in the cooler, he slumped back in the driver's seat, panting. He stared stupidly at the water-filmed windows, the beast within him temporarily subdued. Dreamy memories of murder and vaguer recollections of coupling with the cowboy's woman drifted like tendrils of smoke across the back of his mind. Out on the night-clad desert, shadow fires burned, doorways to hell, beckoning him to the damnation that had been his destiny but that he had escaped by beating death, or merely hallucinations. Perhaps his tortured subconscious mind, terrified of the changes taking place in the body it inhabited, was trying desperately to externalize the change fire, to transfer the heat of metamorphosis out of his flesh and blood and into these vivid illusions. That was the most intellectual train of thought he had ridden in many hours, and for a moment he felt a heartening resurgence of the cognitive powers that had earned him the reputation of a genius in his field. But only for a moment. Then the memory of blood returned, and a shiver of savage pleasure passed through him, and he made a thick guttural sound in the back of his throat. A few cars and trucks passed on the highway to his left, heading east, heading to Vegas. Vegas. Slowly he recalled that he was also bound for Vegas, for the Golden Sand Inn, for a rendezvous with revenge. Part 3. Darkest. Night can be sweet as a kiss, though not a night like this. The Book of Counted Sorrows. Chapter 34. Convergence. After washing her face and doing what little she could with her lank and tangled hair, Rachael returned to the vicinity of the public telephones and sat on a red leatherette bench nearby, where she could see everyone who approached from the front of the hotel lobby and from the stairs that led out of the sunken casino. Most people remained down on the bright and noisy gaming level, but the lobby concourse was filled with a steady stream of passers-by. She studied all the men as surreptitiously as possible. She was not trying to spot Whitney Gavis, for she had no idea what he looked like. However, she was worried that someone might recognize her from photographs on television. She felt that enemies were everywhere, all around her, closing in, and while that might be paranoia, it might also be the truth. If she had ever been wearier and more miserable, she could not remember the time. The few hours of sleep she'd had last night in Palm Springs had not prepared her for today's frantic activity. Her legs ached from all the running and climbing she had done. Her arms felt stiff, leaden. A dull pain extended from the back of her neck to the base of her spine. Her eyes were bloodshot, grainy, and sore. Although she had stopped in Baker for a pack of diet sodas and had emptied all 6 cans during the drive to Vegas, her mouth was dry and sour.
"You look beat, kid,"
Whitney Gavis said, stepping up to the bench on which she sat, startling her. She'd seen him approaching from the front of the lobby, but she had turned her attention to other men, certain that he could not be Whitney Gavis. He was about 5'9", an inch or two shorter than Benny, perhaps more solidly built than Benny, with heavier shoulders, a broader chest. He was wearing baggy white pants and a soft pastel blue cotton knit shirt, a modified Miami Vice look without the white jacket. However, the left side of his face was disfigured by a web of red and brown scars, as if he'd been deeply cut or burned, or both. His left ear was lumpy, gnarled. He walked with a stiff and awkward gait, laboriously swinging his left hip in a manner that indicated either that the leg was paralyzed or, more likely, that it was an artificial limb. His left arm had been amputated midway between the elbow and the wrist, and the stump poked out of the short sleeve of his shirt. Laughing at her surprise, he said,
"Evidently Benny didn't warn you. As knight-errant riding to the rescue, I leave something to be desired."
Blinking up at him, she said, No, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to have a friend, no matter. I'm sure that you... Oh, hell, there's no reason to... She started to get up, then realized he might be more comfortable sitting down, then realized that was a patronizing thought, and consequently found herself bobbing up and down in embarrassing indecision. Laughing again, taking her by the arm with his one hand, Whitney said,
"Relax, kid, I'm not offended. I've never known anyone who's less concerned about a person's appearance than Benny. He judges you by what you are and what you deliver, not by the way you look or by your physical limitations. So it's just exactly like him to forget to mention my, shall we say, peculiarities. I refuse to call them handicaps. Anyway, you've every reason to be disconcerted, kid."
I guess he didn't have time to mention it, even if he'd given it a thought, she said, deciding to remain standing. We parted in quite a hurry. She'd been startled because she had known that Benny and Whitney had been in Vietnam together, and on first seeing this man's grievous infirmities, she couldn't understand how he could have been a soldier. Then, of course, she realized he had been a whole man when he had gone to Southeast Asia, and that he'd lost his arm and leg in that conflict.
"Ben's all right?"
Whitney asked. I don't know.
"Where is he?"
Coming here to join me, I hope, but I don't know for sure. Suddenly she was stricken by the awful realization that it might just as easily have been her Benny who had returned from the war with his face scarred, one hand gone, one leg blown off, and that thought was devastating. Since Monday night, when Benny had taken the .357 Magnum away from Vince Boresco, Rachael had more or less unconsciously thought of him as endlessly resourceful, indomitable, and virtually invincible. She had been afraid for him at times, and since she had left him alone on the mountain above Lake Arrowhead, she had worried about him constantly. But deep down she had wanted to believe that he was too tough and quick to come to any harm. Now, seeing how Whitney Gavis had returned from the war, and knowing that Benny had served at Whitney's side, Rachael abruptly knew and felt, and finally believed, that Benny was a mortal man, as fragile as any other, tethered to life by a thread as pitifully thin as those by which everyone else was suspended above the void.
"Hey, are you all right?"
Whitney asked. I'll be okay, she said shakily. I'm just exhausted and worried.
"I want to know everything. The real story, not the one on the news."
"There's a lot to tell," she said, "but not here."
"No,"
he said, looking around at the passers-by.
Not here.
Benny's going to meet me at the Golden Sand.
The motel? Yeah, sure. That's a good place to hole up, I guess. Not exactly first-class accommodations.
I'm in no position to be choosy. He'd entrusted his car to the valet, too, and he presented both his claim check and Rachel's when they left the hotel. Beyond the enormous high-ceilinged porte-cochere, wind-harried rain slashed the night. The lightning had abated, but the downpour was not gray and dreary and lightless, at least not in the vicinity of the hotel. Millions of droplets reflected the amber and yellow lights that surrounded the entrance to the Grand, so it looked as if a storm of molten gold were plating the Strip in an armor fit for angels. Whitney's car, a like-new white Carmen Ghia, was delivered first, but the black Mercedes rolled up behind it. Although she knew that she was calling attention to herself in front of the valets, Rachel insisted on looking carefully in the back seat and in the trunk before she would get behind the wheel and drive away. The plastic garbage bag containing the wild card file was where she had left it, though that was not what she was looking for. She was being ridiculous, and she knew it. Eric was dead, or reduced to a subhuman form, creeping around in the desert more than 100 miles from here. There was no way he could have trailed her to the Grand, no way he could have gotten into the car during the short time it had been parked in the hotel's underground valet garage. Nevertheless, she looked warily in the trunk and was relieved when she found it empty. She followed Whitney's Carmen Ghia onto Flamingo Boulevard, drove east to Paradise Boulevard, then turned south toward Tropicana and the shelter of the shuttered Golden Sand Inn. Even at night, in the cloaking rain, Eric dared not drive along Las Vegas Boulevard South, that garish and baroque street that the locals called the Strip. The night was set ablaze by 8- and 10-story signs of blinking, pulsing, flashing incandescent bulbs, and by hundreds upon hundreds of miles of glowing neon tubes folded upon themselves as if they were the luminous intestines of transparent deep-water fish. The blur of water on the pickup's windows and the cowboy hat, its brim turned down, were not sufficient to disguise his nightmarish face from passing motorists. Therefore, he turned off the Strip well before he reached the hotels on the first eastbound street he encountered, just past the back of McCarran International Airport. That street boasted no hotels, no carnivalesque banks of lights, and the traffic was sparse. By a circuitous route, he made his way to Tropicana Boulevard. He had overheard Shadway telling Rachel about the Golden Sand Inn, and he had no difficulty finding it on a relatively undeveloped and somewhat dreary stretch of Tropicana. The single-story U-shaped building embraced a swimming pool with the open end exposed to the street, sun-weathered wood trim in need of paint, stained, cracked, pock-marked stucco, a tar and crushed rock roof of the type common in the desert, bald and in need of re-rocking. A few windows broken and boarded over, landscaping overrun by weeds, dead leaves and paper litter drifted against one wall. A large neon sign, broken and unlit, hung between 20-foot-tall steel posts near the entrance drive, swinging slightly on its pivots as the wind wailed in from the west. Nothing but empty scrubland lay for 200 yards on either side of the Golden Sand Inn. Across the boulevard was a new housing development currently under construction, a score of homes in various stages of framing, skeletal shapes in the night and rain. But for the few cars passing on Tropicana, the motel was relatively isolated here on the southeastern edge of the city. And judging by the total lack of lights, Rachel had not yet arrived. Where was she? He had driven very fast, but he did not believe he could have passed her on the highway. As he thought about her, his heart began to pound, his vision acquired a crimson tint. The memory of blood made his saliva flow. That familiar cold rage spread out in icy crystals through his entire body, but he clenched his sharp, fierce teeth and strove to remain at least functionally rational. He parked the pickup on the graveled shoulder of the road, more than 100 yards past the golden sand, easing the front end into a shallow drainage ditch to give the impression that it had slid off the road and had been abandoned until morning. He switched off the headlights, then the engine. The pounding of the rain was louder now that the competing sound of the engine was gone. He waited until the eastbound and westbound lanes of the boulevard were deserted, then threw open the passenger side door and got out into the storm. He sloshed through the drainage ditch, which was full of racing brown water, and made his way across the barren stretch of desert toward the motel. He ran, for if a car came along Tropicana, he had nothing behind which to hide, except a few tumbleweeds still rooted in the sandy soil and shaking in the wind. Exposed to the elements, he again wanted to strip off his clothes and succumb to a deep-seated desire to run free through the wind and night, away from the lights of the city into wild places. But the greater need for vengeance kept him clothed and focused on his objective. The motel's small office occupied the northeast corner of the U-shaped structure. Through the big plate glass windows, he could see only a portion of the unlighted room, the dim shapes of a sofa, one chair, an empty postcard rack, an end table and lamp, and the check-in desk. The manager's apartment, where Shadway had told Rachael to take shelter, was probably reached through the office. Eric tried the door, the knob disappearing in his huge leathery hand. It was locked, as he had expected. Abruptly, he saw a vague reflection of himself in the wet glass, a horned, demonic visage, bristling with teeth and twisted by strange, bony excrescences. He looked quickly away, choking back the whimper that tried to escape him. He moved into the courtyard, where doors to motel rooms lay on 3 sides. There were no lights, but he could see a surprising amount of detail, including the dark blue shade of paint on the doors. Whatever he was becoming, it was perhaps a creature with better night vision than a man possessed. A battered aluminum awning overhung the cracked walkway that served all 3 wings, forming a shabby promenade. Rain drizzled from the awning, splashed onto the edge of the concrete walk, and puddled in a strip of grass that had been almost entirely choked out by weeds. His boots made thick squelching sounds as he walked through the weeds onto the concrete pool apron. The swimming pool had been drained, but the storm was beginning to fill it again. Down at the deeper end of the sloped bottom, at least a foot of water had already collected. Beneath the water, an elusive and perhaps illusory shadow fire flickered crimson and silver, further distorted by the rippling of the fluid under which it burned. Something about that shadow fire, more than any other before it, shot sparks of fear through him. Looking down into the black hole of the mostly empty pool, he was overcome by an instinctive urge to run, to put as much distance between himself and this place as possible. He quickly turned away from the pool. He stepped under the aluminum awning, where the tinny drumming of the rain made him feel claustrophobic, as if he were sealed inside a can. He went to room 15, near the center of the middle wing of the U, and tried the door. It was locked, too, but the lock looked old and flimsy. He stepped back and began kicking the door. By the 3rd blow, he was so excited by the very act of destruction that he began to keen shrilly and uncontrollably. On the 4th kick, the lock snapped and the door flew inward with a screech of tortured metal. He went inside. He remembered Shadway telling Rachael that electrical service had been maintained, but he did not switch on the lights. For one thing, he did not want to alert Rachael to his presence when at last she arrived. Besides, because of his drastically improved night vision, the dimensions of the lightless room and the contours of the furniture were revealed in sufficient detail to allow him to roam the chamber without falling over things. Quietly, he closed the door. He moved to the window that looked out upon the courtyard, parted the musty, greasy drapes an inch or two, and peered into the lesser gloom of the blustery night. From here he had a commanding view of the open end of the motel and of the door to the office. When she came, he would see her. Once she had settled in, he would go after her. He shifted his weight impatiently from one foot to the other. He made a thin, whispery, eager sound. He longed for the blood. Amos Zachariah Tate, the craggy-faced, squint-eyed trucker with the carefully tended handlebar mustache, looked as if he might be the reincarnation of an outlaw who had prowled these same solitary reaches of the Mojave in the days of the Old West, preying upon stagecoaches and pony express riders. However, his manner was more that of an itinerant preacher from the same age, soft-spoken, most courteous, generous, yet hard-bitten, with firm convictions about the redemption of the soul that was possible through the love of Jesus. He provided Ben not merely with a free ride to Las Vegas, but with a wool blanket to ward off the chill that the truck's air conditioner threw upon his rain-sodden body, coffee from one of 2 large thermos bottles, a chewy granola bar, and spiritual advice. He was genuinely concerned about Ben's comfort and physical well-being, a natural-born Good Samaritan who was embarrassed by displays of gratitude and who was devoid of self-righteousness, which drained all of the potential offensiveness from his well-meant, low-key pitch for Jesus. Besides, Amos believed Ben's lie about a desperately injured, perhaps dying wife in the Sunrise Hospital in Vegas. Although Amos said he did not usually take the laws of the land lightly, even minor laws like speed limits, he made an exception in this case and pushed the big rig up to 65 and 70 miles an hour, which was as fast as he felt he dared go in this foul weather. Huddled under the warm wool blanket, sipping coffee, chewing the sweet granola bar, and thinking bitter thoughts of death and loss, Ben was grateful to Amos Tate, but he wished they could make even better speed. If love was the closest that human beings could hope to come to immortality, which was what he'd thought when in bed with Rachael, then he had been given a key to life everlasting when he had found her. Now, at the gates of that paradise, it seemed the key was being snatched out of his hand. When he considered the bleakness of life without her, he wanted to seize control of the truck from Amos, push the driver aside, get behind the wheel, and make the rig fly to Vegas. But all he could do was pull the blanket a little tighter around himself and, with growing trepidation, watch the dark miles go by. The manager's apartment at the Golden Sand Inn had been unused for a month or more, and it had a stale smell. Although the odor was not strong, Rachael repeatedly wrinkled her nose in distaste. There was a quality of putrescence in the smell which over time would probably leave her nauseated. The living room was large, the bedroom small, the bathroom minuscule. The tiny kitchen was cramped and dreary but completely equipped. The walls did not look as if they had been painted in a decade. The carpets were threadbare, and the kitchen linoleum was cracked and discolored. The furniture was sagging and scarred and splitting at the seams, and the major kitchen appliances were dented and scraped and yellowing with age. "Not a layout you're ever going to see in Architectural Digest," Whitney Gavis said, bracing himself against the refrigerator with the stump of his left arm and reaching behind with his one good hand to insert the plug in the wall socket. The motor came on at once. "But the stuff works, pretty much, and it's unlikely anyone's going to look for you here." As they had gone through the apartment, turning on lights, she had begun to tell him the real story behind the warrants for her and Benny's arrest. Now they pulled up chairs at the formica-topped kitchen table, which was filmed with gray dust and ringed with a score of cigarette scars, and she told him the rest of it as succinctly as she could. Outside, the moaning wind seemed like a sentient beast, pressing its featureless face to the windows as if it wanted to hear the tale she told, or as if it had something of its own, to add to the story. Standing at the window of room 15, waiting for Rachael to arrive, Eric had felt the change fire growing hotter within him. He began to pour sweat. It streamed off his brow and down his face, gushed from every pore, as if trying to match the rate at which the rain ran off the awning of the promenade beyond the window. He felt as if he were standing in a furnace, and every breath he drew seared through his lungs. All around him now, in every corner, the room was filled with the phantom flames of shadow fires, at which he dared not look. His bones felt molten, and his flesh was so hot that he would not have been surprised to see real flames spurt from his fingertips.
"Melting,"
he said in a voice deep and guttural and thoroughly inhuman.
"The melting man."
His face suddenly shifted. A terrible crunching, splintering noise filled his ears for a moment, issuing from within his skull, but it turned almost at once into a sickening, spluttering, oozing liquid sound. The process was accelerating insanely. Horrified, terrified, but also with a dark exhilaration and a wild demonic joy, he sensed his face changing shape. For a moment he was aware of a gnarled brow extending so far out over his eyes that it penetrated his peripheral vision. But then it was gone, subsiding, the new bone melting into his nose and mouth and jawline, pulling his nominally human countenance forward into a rudimentary misshapen snout. His legs began to give way beneath him, so he turned reluctantly from the window, and with a crash he fell to his knees on the floor. Something snapped in his chest. To accommodate the snout-like restructuring of his visage, his lips split farther back along his cheeks. He dragged himself onto the bed, rolled onto his back, giving himself entirely to the devastating, yet not essentially unpleasant process of revolutionary change. And as from a great distance, he heard himself making peculiar sounds, a dog-like growl, a reptilian hiss, and the wordless but unmistakable exclamations of a man in the throes of sexual orgasm. For a while, darkness claimed him. When he came partially to his senses a few minutes later, he found that he had rolled off the bed and was lying beneath the window, where he had recently been keeping a watch for Rachael. Although the change fire had not grown cooler, although he still felt his tissues seeking new forms in every part of his body, he resolutely pushed aside the drapes and reached up toward the window. In the dim light, his hands looked enormous and chitinous, as if they belonged to a crab or lobster that had been gifted with fingers instead of pincers. He grabbed the sill and pulled himself off the floor, stood. He leaned against the glass, his breath coming in great hot gasps that steamed the pane. Light shone in the windows of the motel office. Rachael must have arrived. Instantly he was seething with hatred. The motivating memory smell of blood filled his nostrils, but he also had an immense and strangely formed erection. He wanted to mount her, then kill her, as he had taken and then slain the cowboy's woman. In his degenerate and mutant state, he was unsettled to discover that he was having trouble holding on to an understanding of her identity. Second by second, he was ceasing to care who she was. The only thing that mattered now was that she was female and prey. He turned away from the window and tried to reach the door, but his metamorphosing legs collapsed beneath him. Again, for a time, he squirmed and writhed upon the motel floor, the change fire hotter than ever within him. His genes and chromosomes, once the undisputed regulators, the masters of his very form and function, had become plastic themselves. They were no longer primarily recreating previous stages in human evolution, but were exploring utterly alien forms that had nothing to do with the physiological history of the human species. They were mutating either randomly or in response to inexplicable forces and patterns he could not perceive. And as they mutated, they directed his body to produce the mad flood of hormones and proteins with which his flesh was molded. He was becoming something that had never before walked the earth and that had never been meant to walk it. The Marine Corps twin-engine turboprop transport from 29 Palms landed in driving rain at McCarran International Airport in Las Vegas at 9:03 p.m. Tuesday. It was only 10 minutes ahead of the estimated time of arrival for the scheduled airline flight from Orange County, on which Julio Verdad and Reese Hagerstrom were passengers. Harold Ince, a DSA agent in the Nevada office, met Anson Sharp, Jerry Peak, and Nelson Gosser at the debarkation gate. Gosser immediately headed for another gate, where the incoming flight from Orange County would unload. It would be his job to run a discreet tail on Verdad and Hagerstrom until they had left the terminal, whereupon they would become the responsibility of the surveillance team that would be waiting outside. Ince said, "Mr. Sharp, sir, we're cutting it awful close."
"Tell me something I don't know,"
Sharp said, walking swiftly across the waiting area that served the gate toward the long corridor that led to the front of the terminal. Peak hurried after Sharp, and Ince, a much shorter man than Sharp, hustled to stay at his side. "Sir, the car's waiting for you out front, discreetly at the end of the taxi line, as you requested."
"Good. But what if they don't take a cab?"
"One rental car desk is still open. If they stop to make those arrangements, I'll warn you at once."
"Good."
They reached the moving walkway and stepped onto the rubber belt. No other flights had landed recently or were about to take off, so the corridor was deserted. On the speaker system that served the long hall, taped messages from Vegas showroom performers, Joan Rivers, Paul Anka, Rodney Dangerfield, Tom Dreesen, Bill Cosby, and others, offered lame jokes and mostly advice about safety on the pedway. Please use the moving handrail, stay to the right, allow other passengers to pass on the left, and be careful not to trip at the end of the moving belt. Dissatisfied with the leisurely speed of the walkway, striding along between the moving handrails, Sharp glanced down and slightly back at Ince and said,
"How's your relationship with the Las Vegas police?"
"They're cooperative, sir."
"That's all?"
"Well, maybe better than that," Ince said. "They're good guys. They have a hell of a job to do in this city, what with all the hoods and transients, and they handle it well. Got to give them credit. They're not soft, and because they know how hard it is to keep the peace, they have a lot of respect for cops of all kinds."
"Like us?"
"Like us."
"If there's shooting," Sharp said, "and if someone reports it, and if the Vegas uniforms arrive before we've been able to mop up, can we count on them to conform their reports to our needs?"
Ince blinked in surprise. "Well, maybe."
"I see," Sharp said coldly.
They reached the end of the moving walkway. As they strode into the main lobby of the terminal, he said,
"Ince, in days to come, you better build a tighter relationship with the local agencies. Next time I don't want to hear maybe."
"Yes, sir, but—"
"You stay here, maybe over by the newsstand. Make yourself as inconspicuous as possible."
"That's why I'm dressed this way," Ince said. He was wearing a green polyester leisure suit and an orange Banlon shirt. Leaving Ince behind, Sharp pushed through a glass door and went outside, where rain was blowing under the overhanging roof. Jerry Peak caught up with him at last.
"How long do we have, Jerry?"
Glancing at his watch, Peak said,
"They land in 5 minutes."
The taxi line was short at this hour, only 4 cabs. Their car was parked at the curb marked Arrivals, Unloading Only, about 50 feet behind the last taxi. It was one of the agency's standard crap brown Fords that might as well have had unmarked law enforcement sedan painted on the sides in foot-tall block letters. Fortunately, the rain would disguise the institutional nature of the car and would make it more difficult for Verdad and Hagerstrom to spot a tail. Pete got behind the wheel, and Sharp sat in the passenger's seat, putting his attaché case on his lap. He said,
"If they take a cab, get close enough to read its plates, then fall way back. Then if we lose it, we can get a quick fix on its destination from the taxi company."
Pete nodded. Their car was half sheltered by the overhang and half exposed to the storm. Rain hammered only on Sharp's side, and only his windows were blurred by the sheeting water. He opened the attaché case and removed the 2 pistols whose registration numbers could be traced neither to him nor to the DSA. One of the silencers was fresh, the other too well used when they had pursued Shadway at Lake Arrowhead. He fitted the fresh one to a pistol, keeping that weapon for himself. He gave the other gun to Pete, who seemed to accept it with reluctance.
"Something wrong?"
Sharp asked.
Pete said, "Well, sir, do you still want to kill Shadway?"
Sharp gave him a narrow look.
"It isn't what I want, Jerry. Those are my orders. Terminate him. Orders from authorities so high up the ladder that I sure as hell am not going to buck them. But what is it? If Verdad and Hagerstrom lead us to Shadway and Mrs. Leben, if they're right there, you can't terminate anyone in front of them. I mean, sir, those detectives won't keep their mouths shut, not them. I'm pretty sure I can make Verdad and Hagerstrom back off,"
Sharp assured him. He pulled the clip out of the pistol to make sure it was fully loaded.
"The bastards are supposed to stay out of this, and they know it. When I catch them red-handed in the middle of it, they're going to realize that their careers and pensions are in jeopardy. They'll back off. And when they're gone, we'll take out Shadway and the woman. If they don't back off, then we take them out too,"
Sharp said. With the heel of his hand, he slammed the clip back into the pistol. The refrigerator hummed noisily. The damp air still smelled stale, with a hint of decay. They hunched over the old kitchen table like 2 conspirators in one of those old war movies about the anti-Nazi underground in Europe. Rachel's .32 pistol lay on the cigarette-scarred formica, within easy reach, though she did not really believe she would need it, at least not tonight. Whitney Gavis had absorbed her story in a condensed form, with remarkably little shock and without skepticism, which surprised her. He did not seem to be a gullible man. He would not believe just any crazy tale he was told, yet he had believed her wild narrative. Maybe he trusted her implicitly because Benny loved her. "Benny showed you pictures of me?" she had asked, and Whitney had said,
"Yeah, kid. The last couple months. You're all he can talk about."
So she said, "Then he knew that what we had together was special, knew it before I did." Whitney said,
"No, he told me that you knew the relationship was special too, but you were afraid to admit it just yet. He said you'd come around, and he was right."
She said, "If he showed you pictures of me, why didn't he show me pictures of you? Or at least talk about you, since you're his best friend?" And Whitney had said,
"Benny and me are committed to each other, have been ever since Nam, as good as brothers, better than brothers, so we share everything. But until recently, you hadn't committed to him, kid, and until you did, he wasn't going to share everything with you. Don't hold that against him. It's Nam that made him that way."
Vietnam was probably another reason that Whitney Gavis believed her incredible tale, even the part about being pursued by a mutant beast in the Mojave Desert. After a man had been through the madness of Vietnam, maybe nothing strained his credulity any more. Now Whitney said,
"But you don't know for certain that those snakes killed him."
"No," Rachel admitted.
"If he came back from the dead after being hit by the truck, is it possible he could come back after dying of multiple snake bites?"
"Yes, I suppose so."
"And if he doesn't stay dead, you can't be certain he'll just degenerate into something that'll remain out there on the desert, living pretty much an animal's existence."
"No," she said. "Of course I can't guarantee that either." He frowned, and the scarred side of his otherwise handsome face puckered and creased as if it were paper. Outside, the night was marked by ominous noises, though all were related to the storm. The fronds of a palm tree scraped against the roof. The motel sign, stirred by the wind, creaked on corroded hinges. A loose section of downspouting popped and rattled against its braces. Rachael listened for sounds that could not be explained by the wind and rain, heard none, but kept listening anyway. Whitney said,
"The really disturbing thing is that Eric must have overheard Benny telling you about this place."
"Maybe," Rachael said uneasily.
"Almost certainly, kid."
"All right. But considering his appearance when I last saw him, he won't be able to just stand out along the road and hitch a ride. Besides, he seemed to be devolving mentally and emotionally, not just physically. I mean, Whitney, if you could have seen him with those snakes, you'd realize how unlikely it is that he'd have the mental capacity to find a path out of the desert and somehow get all the way here to Vegas."
"Unlikely, but not impossible," he said. "Nothing's impossible, kid. After I had my run-in with an anti-personnel mine in Nam, they told my family I couldn't possibly live. But I did. So they told me I couldn't possibly regain enough muscle control of my damaged face to speak without impairment. But I did. Hell, they had a whole list of things that were impossible, but none of them turned out to be. And I didn't have your husband's advantage, this genetic business."
"If you can call it an advantage," she said, remembering the hideous notched ridge of bone on Eric's forehead, the nascent horns, the inhuman eyes, the fierce hands.
"I should arrange other accommodations for you."
"No," she said quickly. "This is where Benny's expecting to find me. If I'm not here—"
"Don't sweat it, kid. He'll find you through me."
"No. If he shows up, I want to be here." "But I want to be here," she insisted sharply, determined not to be talked into another course of action. "As soon as he gets here, I have to see him. I have to see him." Whitney Gavis studied her for a moment. He had a discomfitingly intense gaze. Finally he said,
"God, you really love him, don't you?"
"Yes," she said tremulously.
"I mean really love him."
"Yes," she repeated, trying to prevent her voice from cracking with emotion. "And I'm worried about him, so very worried."
"He'll be all right. He's a survivor."
"If anything happens to him—"
"Nothing will," Whitney said. "But I guess there's not much danger in you staying here tonight, at least. Even if Eric gets to Vegas, it sounds as if he's going to have to stay out of sight and make a slow and careful journey of it. Probably won't arrive for a few days,
if ever."
"So we can wait until tomorrow to find another place for you. You can stay here and wait for Benny tonight. And he'll come. I know he will, Rachael."
Tears shimmered in her eyes. Not trusting herself to speak, she merely nodded. With the good grace not to remark upon her tears, and the good sense not to try to comfort her, Whitney pushed himself up from the kitchen table and said,
"Yes, well, all right then. If you're going to spend even one night in this dump, we've got to make the place more comfortable. For one thing, although there may be towels and some sheets in the linen closet, they're probably dusty, mildewed, or even crawling with disease. So what I'll do is, I'll go buy a set of sheets, towels, and how about some food?"
"I'm starved," she said. "I only had an Egg McMuffin early this morning and a couple of candy bars later, but I've burned all that off half a dozen times over. I made a quick stop in Baker, but that was after my encounter with Eric, and I didn't have much appetite. Just picked up a 6-pack of diet soda, 'cause I was feeling so dehydrated."
"I'll bring back some grub, too. You want to give me a dinner order, or do you trust me?"
She stood up and wearily pushed a pale and trembling hand through her hair. "I'll eat almost anything except turnips and squid."
He smiled. "Lucky for you, this is Vegas. Any other town, the only store open at this hour would be the Turnip and Squid Emporium, but hardly anything in Vegas ever closes. You want to come with me?"
"I shouldn't be showing my face." He nodded.
"You're right. Well, I ought to be back in an hour. You be okay here?"
"Really," she said, "I'm safer here than anywhere else I've been since yesterday morning." In the velvety blackness of room 15, Eric crawled aimlessly across the floor, first one way and then another, twitching, kicking spasmodically, hitching and shuddering and squirming like a broken-backed cockroach.
"Rachel!"
He heard himself speak that word, and only that word, each time with a different intonation, as if it constituted his entire vocabulary. Although his voice was thick as mud, those 2 syllables were always clear. Sometimes he knew what the word meant, remembered who she was, but at other times it had no meaning for him. However, regardless of whether or not he knew what it meant, the name predictably engendered precisely the same response in him each time he spoke it, mindless, icy fury.
"Rachel!"
Caught helplessly in the tides of change, he groaned, hissed, gagged, whimpered, and sometimes he laughed softly in the back of his throat. He coughed and choked and gasped for breath. He lay on his back, shaking and bucking as the changes surged through him, clawing at the air with hands twice as large as his hands had been in his previous life. Buttons popped off his red plaid shirt. One of the shoulder seams split as his body swelled and bent into a grotesque new form.
"Rachel!"
During the past several hours, as his feet had grown larger and smaller and then larger again, his boots periodically pinched. Now they were painfully confining, crippling, and he could not bear them any longer. He literally tore them off, frenziedly ripping away the soles and heels, wrenched with his powerful hands until the sturdily stitched seams split, used his razored claws to puncture and shred the leather. His unshod feet proved to have changed as completely as his hands had done. They were broader, flatter, with an exceptionally gnarled and bony ridge, the toes as long as fingers, terminating in claws as sharp as those on his hands.
"Rachel!"
Change smashed through him as if it were a bolt of lightning blasting through a tree, the current entering at the highest point of the highest limb and sizzling out through the hair-fine tips of the deepest roots. He twitched and spasmed. He drummed his heels against the floor. Hot tears flooded from his eyes, and rivulets of thick saliva streamed from his mouth. Sweating copiously, being burned alive by the change fire within him, he was nevertheless cold at the core. There was ice in both his heart and mind. He squirmed into a corner and curled up, hugging himself. His breastbone cracked, shuddered, swelled larger, and sought a new shape. His spine creaked, and he felt it shifting within him to accommodate other alterations in his form. Only seconds later, he skittered out of the corner in a crab-like crawl. He stopped in the middle of the room and rose onto his knees, gasping, moaning deep in his throat. He knelt for a moment with his head hung low, letting the dizziness flow out with his rancid sweat. The change fire had finally cooled. For the moment his form had stabilized. He stood, swaying.
"Rachel!"
He opened his eyes and looked around the motel room, and he was not surprised to discover that his vision was nearly as good in the dark as it had ever been in full daylight. Furthermore, his field of vision had dramatically increased. When he looked straight ahead, objects on both his left and right sides were as clear and as sharply detailed as those things immediately in front of him. He went to the door. Parts of his mutated body seemed ill-formed and dysfunctional, forcing him to hitch along like some hard-shelled crustacean that had only recently developed the ability to stand upright like a man. Yet he was not crippled. He could move quickly and silently, and he had a sense of tremendous strength, far greater than anything he had ever known before. Making a soft, hissing noise that was lost in the sounds of wind and drizzling rain, he opened the door and stepped into the night, which welcomed him. Chapter 35. Something That Loves the Dark. Whitney left the manager's apartment at the Golden Sand Inn by way of the rear door of the kitchen. It opened into a dusty garage where earlier they had put the black Mercedes. Now the 560 SEL stood in small puddles of rainwater that had dripped from it. His own car was outside in the service-way behind the motel. Turning to Rachael, who stood on the threshold between kitchen and garage, Whitney said, "You lock this door behind me and sit tight. I'll be back as soon as I can."
"Don't worry, I'll be fine," she said. "I've got to get the wild card file in order. That'll keep me busy."
He had no trouble understanding why Ben had fallen so hard for her. Even as disheveled as she was, pale with exhaustion and worry, Rachael was gorgeous. But her beauty was not her only attribute. She was caring, perceptive, smart, and tough, not a common mix of qualities.
"Ben will probably show up before I do,"
he assured her. She smiled thinly, grateful for his attempt to cheer her. She nodded, bit her lower lip, but could not speak, because obviously she was still more than half convinced that she would never again see Ben alive. Whitney motioned her back from the threshold and pulled the door shut between them. He waited until he heard her engage the deadbolt lock. Then he crossed the grease and oil-stained concrete floor, passing the front of the Mercedes, not bothering to put up the big rear door, but heading toward the side entrance. The three-car garage, illuminated by a single bare bulb dangling on a cord from a crossbeam, was filthy and musty, a badly cluttered repository of old and poorly maintained maintenance equipment, plus a lot of stuff that was just plain junk. Rusting buckets, tattered brooms, ragged, moth-eaten mops, a broken outdoor vacuum cleaner, several motel room chairs with broken legs or torn upholstery, which the previous owners had intended to repair and put back into service, scraps of lumber, coils of wire and coiled hoses, a bathroom sink, spare brass sprinkler heads spilling from an overturned cardboard box, one cotton gardening glove lying palm up like a severed hand, cans of paint and lacquer, their contents almost surely thickened and dried beyond usefulness. This trash was piled along the walls, scattered over portions of the floor, and stacked precariously in the loft. Just as he unlocked the deadbolt on the side door of the garage, before he actually opened the door, Whitney heard a rattling in the garage behind him. The noise was short-lived. In fact, it stopped even as he turned to see what it was. Frowning, he let his gaze travel over the piles of junk, the Mercedes, the gas furnace in the far corner, the sagging workbench, and the hot water heater. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. He listened. The only sounds were the many voices of the wind in the eaves and the rain on the roof. He turned away from the door, walked slowly to the car, circled it, but found nothing that could have caused the noise. Maybe one of the piles of junk had shifted under its own weight, or had been disturbed by a rat. He would not be surprised to discover that the moldering old building was rat-infested, though he had not previously seen evidence of such an infestation. The trash was piled so haphazardly that he could not discern if it was all in the same position as it had been a moment ago. He returned to the door again, took one last look around, then went out into the storm. Even as the wind-harried rain slashed at him, he belatedly realized what he had heard in the garage, someone trying to pull open the big rear door from outside. But it was an electric door that could not be operated manually while in its automatic mode, and was therefore secure against prowlers. Whoever had tried it must have realized at once that he could not get in that way, which explained why the rattling had lasted only a moment. Whitney limped warily toward the corner of the garage and the service way beyond it to see if anyone was still there. The rain was falling hard, making a crisp sound on the walk, a sloppier sound on the earth, spilling off the corner of the roof where the downspout was missing. All that wet noise effectively masked his own footsteps, as it would mask the activities of anyone behind the garage, and though he listened intently to the night, he did not at first hear anything unusual. He took 6 or 8 steps, pausing twice to listen before the patter and susurration of the rain was cut by a frightening noise behind him. It was partly a hiss like escaping steam, partly a thin cat-like whine, partly a thick and menacing growl, and it put the hair up on the back of his neck. He turned quickly, cried out, and stumbled backward when he saw the thing looming over him in the gloom. Incomprehensibly strange eyes looked down at him from a height of 6.5 feet or more. They were bulging, mismatched eyes, each as large as an egg, one pale green and the other orange, iridescent like the eyes of some animals, one rather like the eye of a hyperthyroid cat, the other featuring a mean slit-shaped iris reminiscent of a serpent, both beveled and many-faceted, for God's sake, like the eyes of an insect. For a moment Whit stood transfixed. Suddenly a powerful arm lashed out at him, backhanded him across the face, and knocked him down. He fell onto the concrete walk, hurting his tailbone, and rolled into mud and weeds. The creature's arm, Leben's arm, Whit knew that it had to be Eric Leben transformed beyond understanding, had appeared not to be hinged like a human arm. It seemed to be segmented, equipped with 3 or 4 smaller elbow-like joints that could lock in any combination and that gave it tremendous flexibility. Now, stunned by the vicious blow he had taken, half paralyzed by terror, looking up at the beast as it approached him, he saw that it was slump-shouldered and hunchbacked, yet possessed a queer sort of grace, perhaps because its legs, mostly concealed by tattered jeans, were similar in design to the powerful segmented arms. Whit realized he was screaming. He had screamed, really screamed, only once before in his life, in Nam, when the anti-personnel mine had blown up beneath him, when he had lain on the jungle floor and had seen the bottom half of his own leg lying 5 yards away, the bloody, mangled toes poking through burnt and blasted boot leather. Now he screamed again and could not stop. Over his own screams, he heard a shrill keening sound from his adversary, what might have been a cry of triumph. Its head rolled and bobbled strangely, and for a moment Whit had a glimpse of terrible hooked teeth. He tried to scoot backward across the sodden earth, propelling himself with his good right arm and the stump of the other, but he was unable to move fast. He did not have time to get his legs under him. He managed to retreat only a couple of yards before Leben reached him and bent down and grabbed him by the foot of his left leg, fortunately the artificial leg, and began to drag him toward the open door of the garage. Even in the night shadows and rain, Whit could see enough of the man-thing's hand to know that it was as thoroughly inhuman as the rest of the beast, and huge and powerful. Frantically, Whit Gavis kicked out with his good foot, putting all the force he had into the blow, and connected solidly with Leben's leg. The man-thing shrieked, though apparently not in pain as much as in anger. In response, it wrenched his artificial leg so hard that the securing straps tore loose of their buckles. With a brief agony that robbed Whit of breath, the prosthetic limb came loose, leaving him at an even greater disadvantage. In the cramped kitchen of the motel manager's apartment, Rachael had just opened the plastic garbage bag and had removed one handful of rumpled, soiled Xeroxes from the disorganized wildcard file when she heard the first scream. She knew immediately that it was Whitney, and she also knew instinctively that there could be only one cause of it. Eric. She threw the papers aside and plucked the .32 pistol off the table. She went to the rear door, hesitated, then unlocked it. Stepping into the dank garage, she paused again, for there was movement on all sides of her. A strong draught swept in through the open side door from the raging night beyond, swinging the single dirty light bulb on its cord. The motion of the light made shadows leap up and fall back and leap up again in every corner. She looked around warily at the stacks of eerily illuminated trash and old furniture, all of which seemed alive amidst the animated shadows. Whitney's screaming was coming from outside, so she figured that Eric was out there too, rather than in the garage. She abandoned caution and hurried past the black Mercedes, stepping over a couple of paint cans and around a pile of coiled garden hoses. A piercing, blood-freezing shriek cut through Whitney's screams, and Rachael knew without doubt that it was Eric, for that shrill cry was similar to the one he'd made while pursuing her across the desert earlier in the day. But it was more fierce and furious than she remembered, more powerful and even less human and more alien than it had been before. Hearing that monstrous voice, she almost turned and ran, almost. But after all, she was not capable of abandoning Whitney Gavis. She plunged through the open door into the night and tempest, the pistol held out in front of her. The Eric thing was only a few yards away, its back to her. She cried out in shock because she saw that it was holding Whitney's leg, which it seemed to have torn from him. An instant later, she realized that it was the artificial leg, but by then she had drawn the beast's attention. It threw the fake limb aside and turned toward her, its impossible eyes gleaming. Its appearance was so numbingly horrific that she, unlike Whitney, was unable to scream. She tried, but her voice failed her. The darkness and rain mercifully concealed many details of the mutant form, but she had an impression of a massive and misshapen head, jaws that resembled a cross between those of a wolf and a crocodile, and an abundance of deadly teeth. Shirtless and shoeless, clad only in jeans, it was a few inches taller than Eric had been, and its spine curved up into hunched and deformed shoulders. There was an immense expanse of breastbone that looked as if it might be covered with horns or spines of some sort, and with rounded, knobby excrescences. Long and strangely jointed arms hung almost to its knees. The hands were surely just like the hands of demons who in the fiery depths of hell cracked open human souls and ate the meat of them.
Rachael, Rachael, come for you, Rachael,
the Eric thing said in a vile and whispery voice, slowly forming each word with care, as if the knowledge and use of language were nearly forgotten. The creature's throat and mouth and tongue and lips were no longer designed for the production of human speech. The formation of each syllable obviously required tremendous effort and perhaps some pain.
Come for you.
It took a step toward her, its arms swinging against its sides with a scraping, clicking, chitinous sound. She could no longer think of him as Eric, as her husband. Now he was just a thing, an abomination that by its very existence made a mockery of everything else in God's creation. She fired point blank at its chest. It did not even flinch at the impact of the slug. It emitted a high-pitched squeal that seemed more an expression of eagerness than pain, and it took another step. She fired again, then a third time, and a fourth. The multiple impacts of the slugs made the beast stagger slightly to one side, but it did not go down.
Rachael, Rachael,
Whitney shouted,
shoot it, kill it.
The pistol's clip held 10 rounds. She squeezed off the last 6 as fast as she could, certain that she hit the thing every time in the gut and chest and even in the face. It finally roared in pain and collapsed onto its knees, then toppled face down in the mud. "Thank God," she said shakily. "Thank God." and she was suddenly so weak that she had to lean against the outside wall of the garage. The Eric thing retched, gagged, twitched, and pushed up onto hands and knees. "No," she said disbelievingly. It raised its grisly head and stared fiercely at her with cold, mismatched lantern eyes. Slowly lids slid down over the eyes, then slowly up, and when revealed again those radiant ovals seemed brighter than before. Even if its altered genetic structure provided for incredibly rapid healing and for resurrection after death, surely it could not recover this fast. If it could repair and reanimate itself in seconds after succumbing to 10 bullet wounds, it was not just a quick healer and not just potentially immortal, but virtually invincible. "Die, damn you!" she said. It shuddered and spat something into the mud, then lurched up from the ground all the way to its feet. "Run!" Whitney shouted. "For Christ's sake, Rachel, run!" She had no hope of saving Whitney. There was no point in staying to be killed with him. "Rachel," the creature said, and in its gravelly, mucus-thick voice were anger and hunger and hatred and dark need. No more bullets in the gun. There were boxes of ammunition in the Mercedes, but she could never reach them in time to reload. She dropped the pistol. "Run!" Whit Gavis shouted again. Heart hammering, Rachel sprinted back into the garage, leaping over the paint cans and garden hoses. A twinge of pain shot through the ankle she had twisted earlier in the day, and the claw punctures in her thigh began to burn as if they were fresh wounds. The demon shrieked behind her. As she went, Rachel toppled a set of freestanding metal shelves laden with tools and boxes of nails, hoping to delay the thing if it pursued her immediately, instead of finishing Whitney Gavis first. The shelves went over with a resounding crash, and by the time she reached the open kitchen door, she heard the beast clambering through the debris. It had indeed left Whitney alive, for it was in a frenzy to put its hands upon her. She bounded across the threshold, slammed the kitchen door, but before she could engage the deadbolt latch, the door was thrown open with tremendous force. She was propelled across the kitchen, nearly fell, somehow stayed on her feet, but struck her hip against the edge of a counter and slammed backward into the refrigerator, hard enough to send a brief though intense current of pain from the small of her back to the base of her neck. It came in from the garage. In the kitchen light, it appeared immense and was more hideous than she had wanted to believe. For a moment, it stood just inside the door, glaring across the small, dusty kitchen. It lifted its head and expanded its chest as if giving her an opportunity to admire it. Its flesh was mottled brown, gray, green, black, with lighter patches that almost resembled human skin, though it was mostly pebbled like elephant hide and scaly in some places. The head was pear-shaped, set at a slant on the thick, muscular neck, with the round end at the top and the slimmer end at the bottom of the face. The entire narrow part of the pear was composed of a snout-like protrusion and jaws. When it opened its enormous mouth to hiss, the pointed teeth within were shark-like in their sharpness and profusion. The darting tongue was dark and quick and utterly inhuman. Its entire face was lumpy. In addition to a pair of horn-like knobs on its forehead, there were odd convexities and concavities that seemed to have no biological purpose, plus tumorous knots of bone or other tissue. On its brow and radiating downward from its eyes, throbbing arteries and swollen veins shone just beneath the skin. In the Mojave, earlier in the day, she had thought that Eric was undergoing retrograde evolution, that his genetically altered body was becoming a sort of patchwork of ancient racial forms. But this thing owed nothing to human physiological history. This was the nightmare product of genetic chaos, a creature that went neither backward nor forward along the chain of human evolution. It was embarked upon a sidewise biological revolution and had severed most, if not all, links with the human seed from which it sprang. Some of Eric's consciousness evidently still existed within the dreadful hulk, although Rachael suspected only the faintest trace of his personality and intellect remained, and that soon even this spark of Eric would be extinguished forever.
"See me,"
it said, reinforcing her feeling that it was preening before her. She edged away from the refrigerator toward the open door between the kitchen and the living room. It raised one murderous hand, palm out, as if to tell her she must stop retreating. The segmented arm appeared capable of bending backward or forward at 4 places, and each of those bizarre joints was protected by hard, brown-black plates of tissue that seemed similar in substance to a beetle's carapace. The long, claw-tipped fingers were frightening, but something worse lay in the center of its palm, a round, sucker-shaped orifice as large as a $50. As she stared in horror at this Dantean apparition, the orifice in its palm opened and closed slowly, opened and closed like a raw wound, opened and closed. The function of the mouth in hand was in part mysterious and in part, too, dreadfully clear. As she stared, it grew red and moist with an obscene hunger. Panicked, she made a break for the nearby doorway and heard the beast's feet clicking like cloven hooves on the linoleum as it rushed after her. 5 or 6 steps into the living room, heading toward the door that opened into the motel office. With 8 or 10 steps to go, she saw the beast looming at her right side. It moved so fast. Screaming, she threw herself to the floor and rolled to escape its grasp. She collided with an armchair, shot to her feet, and put the chair between her and the enemy. When she changed directions, the creature had not immediately followed. It was standing in the center of the room, watching her, apparently aware that it had cut her off from her only route of escape, and that it could take time to relish her terror before it closed in for the kill. She began to back toward the bedroom. It said, "Rachael, Rachael," no longer capable of speaking her name clearly. The tumorous lumps across the beast's forehead rippled and reformed. Right before her eyes, one of its small horns melted away entirely as another minor wave of change passed through the creature, and a new vein traced a path across its face, much like a slow-moving fissure forming in the earth. She continued to edge backward. It moved toward her with slow, easy steps. "Rachael." Convinced that a dying wife lay in an intensive care ward waiting for her husband, Amos Tate wanted to drive Ben all the way to Sunrise Hospital, which would have taken him too far away from the Golden Sand Inn. Ben had to insist strenuously on being dropped at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana, and as there was no good reason to refuse Amos's generous offer, Ben was reduced to admitting that he had lied about the wife, though he offered no explanation. He flung off the blanket, threw open the cab door, jumped down to the street, and ran east on Tropicana, past the Tropicana Hotel, leaving the startled trucker staring after him in puzzlement. The Golden Sand Inn was approximately a mile ahead, a distance he could ordinarily cover in 6 minutes or less. But in the heavy rain, he did not want to risk sprinting at top speed, for if he fell and broke an arm or leg, he would not be in any condition to help Rachael, if in fact she needed help. God, please, let her be warm and safe and sound, and in need of no help at all. He ran along the shoulder of the broad boulevard, the revolver digging into his flesh where it was tucked under his waistband. He splashed through puddles that filled every depression in the macadam. Only a few cars passed him. Several of the drivers slowed to stare, but none offered him a lift. He did not bother trying to hitch a ride, for he sensed that he had no time to waste. A mile was not a great distance, but tonight it seemed like a journey to the far end of the world. Julio and Reese had been able to board the plane in Orange County with their service revolvers holstered under their coats, because they had presented their police credentials to the attendant at the metal-detecting security gate. Now, having landed at McCarran International in Las Vegas, they used their ID again to obtain swift service from the clerk at the rental car desk, an attractive brunette named Ruth. Instead of just handing them the keys and sending them out to the lot to locate their designated rental on their own, she telephoned a night-duty mechanic to pick it up and drive it around to the front entrance of the terminal. Since they had not come dressed for rain, they stood inside the terminal at a set of glass doors until they saw the Dodge pull up at the curb, then went out into the storm. The mechanic, more suitably dressed for the foul weather in a vinyl raincoat with a vinyl hood, quickly checked their rental papers and turned the car over to them. Although clouds had claimed the sky late in the day in Orange County, Reese had not realized things would be worse to the east and had not bargained for a landing in a rainstorm. Though their descent and touchdown had been as smooth as glass, he had gripped the arms of his seat so tightly that his hands were still slightly stiff and achy. Safely on the ground, he should have been relieved, but he could not forget Teddy Bertelsmann, the tall pink lady, and he could also not forget little Esther waiting at home for him. This morning he'd had only his Esther to live for, just that one small blessing, which was not a sufficient abundance to tempt the cruelty of fate. But now there was also the glorious real estate saleswoman, and Reese was acutely aware that when a man had more reason to live, he was more likely to die. Superstitious nonsense, perhaps, but the rain, when he had expected a clear desert night, seemed like a bad omen, and he was uneasy. As Julio drove away from the terminal, Reese wiped the rain off his face and said, "What about all those TV commercials for Vegas on the L.A. stations?" "What about them?" "Where's the sunshine? Where are all those girls in tiny little bikinis?" "What do you care about girls in bikinis when you have a date with Teddy Bertelsmann on Saturday?" "Don't talk about that," Reese thought superstitiously. He said, "Hell, this doesn't look like Vegas. This looks more like Seattle." Rachael slammed the bedroom door and thumbed in the button to engage the flimsy lock. She ran to the only window, pulled open the rotting drapes, found it had jalousie panes, and realized that because of those metal cross ribs, there was no easy exit. Looking around for something that could be used as a weapon, she saw only the bed, 2 nightstands, 1 lamp, and a chair. She expected the door to crash inward, but it did not. She heard nothing from the creature in the living room, and its silence, while welcome, was also unnerving. What was it up to? She ran to the closet, slid the door open, and looked inside. Nothing of use. Just a tier of empty shelves in one corner, and then a rod and empty hangers. She could not fashion a weapon out of a few wire hangers. The doorknob rattled. "Rachael," the thing hissed tauntingly. A fragment of Eric's consciousness evidently did remain within the mutant, for it was that Eric part that wanted to make her sweat and wanted her to have plenty of time to contemplate what he was going to do to her. She would die here, and it would be a slow and terrible death. In frustration, she started to turn away from the empty clothes rod and hangers, but noticed a trap in the closet ceiling and access to the attic. The creature thumped a heavy hand against the door, then again and again. "Rachael." She slipped inside the closet and tugged on the shelves to test their sturdiness. To her relief, they were built in, screwed to the wall studs, so she was able to climb them as if they were a ladder. She stood on the 4th tier, her head only a foot below the ceiling. Holding the adjacent rod with one hand, she reached out and up to one side with her free hand, beyond the shelves, and quietly pushed up the hinged trap. "Rachael, Rachael," it crooned, dragging its claws down the outside of the locked bedroom door, then throwing itself lightly, almost teasingly, against that barrier. In the closet, Rachael climbed one more step, got a grip on two edges of the overhead opening, swung off the shelves, dangled for a moment with the rod against her breasts, then muscled herself up and into the attic. There was no flooring, just 2x4 beams 16 inches apart, with sheathed pads of fiberglass insulation laid between those supports. In the wan yellow light that rose through the open trap, she saw the attic ceiling was very low, providing only a 4-foot-high space, with roofing nails poking through in a lot of places, and with larger exposed rafter nails lancing out here and there. To her surprise, the attic was not limited to the area over the office and the manager's apartment, but led off across the ceilings of all the rooms in that long wing. Below, something crashed so hard that she felt the reverberation through the bedroom ceiling beams on which she knelt. Another crash was accompanied by the dry splintering of wood and the hard, sharp snap of breaking metal. She quickly closed the trap, plunging the attic into perfect darkness. She crawled as silently as possible along a parallel pair of 2x4s, one hand and one knee on each of them, until she was about 8 feet from the trap. There she stopped and waited in the high, lightless chamber. Anxiously she listened for movement in the room below. With the trap closed, she could not easily hear what was happening down there, for the heavy rain was hammering on the motel's roof only inches above her head. She prayed that in his degenerate state, with an IQ closer to that of an animal than a man, the Eric thing would be unable to puzzle out her route of escape. With only one arm and one leg, Whitney Gavis had first dragged himself toward the garage in dogged pursuit of the departing creature that had torn off his artificial leg. But by the time he reached the open door, he knew that he was fooling himself. With his handicaps, he could do nothing to help Rachael. Handicaps, that's what they were. Earlier, he had jokingly called his amputations peculiarities and had told Rachael that he refused to use the word handicaps. In the current situation, however, there was no room for self-delusion. The painful truth had to be faced. Handicaps. He was furious with himself for his limitations, furious with the long-ago war and the Viet Cong and life in general, and for a moment he was almost overcome by tears. But being angry did no good, and Whit Gavis did not waste time and energy on either fruitless activities or self-pity. "Put a lid on it, Whit," he said aloud. He turned away from the garage and began to haul himself laboriously along the muddy ground toward the paved alley, intending to crawl all the way out to Tropicana and into the middle of that boulevard, where the sight of him would surely stop even the most unsympathetic motorist. He had gone only 6 or 8 yards when his face, which had been numbed by a blow from the beast's club-hard hand, suddenly began to burn and sting. He flopped on his back, face turned up into the cold rain, raised his good hand, and felt his disfigured cheek. He found deep lacerations cutting through the scar tissue that was part of his Vietnam legacy. He was sure that Leben had not clawed him, that the blow that knocked him down was delivered with the back of the immense bony hand. But he was undeniably cut in 4 or 5 places, and he was bleeding freely, especially from one laceration that extended up into his left temple. Did that damn fugitive from a Halloween party have spurs on its knuckles or something? His probing fingers set off little detonations of pain in his face, and he immediately dropped his hand. Rolling onto his belly again, he continued dragging himself toward the street. "Doesn't matter," he said. "That side of your face is never going to win you any beauty contests anyway." He refused to think about the thick, swift stream of blood that he had felt flowing down from his temple. Crouching in the lightless attic, Rachael began to believe that she had fooled the Eric thing. Its degeneration was apparently mental as well as physical, just as she had suspected, and it did not possess sufficient intellectual capacity to figure out what had happened to her. Her heart continued to pound wildly, and she was still shaking, but she dared to hope. Then the plyboard trap door in the closet ceiling swung upward, and light from below speared into the attic. The mutant's hideous hands reached through the opening, then its head came into view, and it pulled itself into the upper chamber, turning its mad eyes upon her as it came. She scuttled across the attic as fast as she dared go. She was acutely aware of the nails lancing down just inches above her head. She also knew that she must not put her weight down on the insulated hollows between the 2x4s, because there was no flooring. If she misstepped, shifting her weight off the beams for even a second, she would crash through the sheetrock that formed the ceilings of the rooms below, tumbling into one of those chambers. Even if she did not tear loose electrical wires and fixtures in the fall, and thus escaped electrocution, she might break a leg, or even snap her spine when she hit the floor below. Then she would be able only to lie immobile while the beast descended and took its sweet time with her. She went about 30 feet, with at least another 150 feet of the motel attic ahead of her, before she glanced back. The thing had clambered all the way through the trap and was staring after her.
"Rachael,"
it said, the quality of its speech declining by the minute. It slammed the trap doors shut, plunging them into total darkness, where it had all the advantages. Ben's soggy Adidas running shoes were so thoroughly saturated that they began to slip on his feet. He felt the mild irritation of an incipient blister on his left heel. When at last he came within sight of the Golden Sand Inn, where lights shone in the office windows, he slowed down long enough to shove one hand under his rain-soaked shirt and pull the combat magnum out of the waistband at the hollow of his back. He wished he had the Remington shotgun that he had left behind in the disabled Mercure. As he reached the motel's entrance drive, he saw a man crawling away from the place toward Tropicana. An instant later, he realized it was Whit Gavis without the artificial leg and apparently injured. He had become something that loved the dark. He did not know what he was, did not clearly remember what or who he had once been, did not know where he was ultimately bound, or for what purpose he existed, but he knew that his rightful place was now in darkness, where he not only thrived but ruled. Ahead, the prey made her way cautiously through the blackness, effectively blinded and moving too slowly to stay out of his reach much longer. Unlike her, he was not hampered by the lack of light. He could see her clearly, and he could see most details of the place through which they crept. He was, however, slightly confused as to his whereabouts. He knew that he had climbed up into this long tunnel, and from the smell of it, he also knew its walls were made of wood, yet he felt as if he should be deep under the earth. The place was similar to moist, dark burrows, which he vaguely remembered from another age, and which he found appealing for reasons he did not entirely comprehend. Around him, shadow fires sprang to life, flourished for a moment, then faded away. He knew that he had once been afraid of them, but he could not recall the reason for his fear. Now the phantom flames seemed of no consequence to him, harmless as long as he ignored them. The prey's female scent was pungent, and it inflamed him. Lust made him reckless, and he had to struggle against the urge to rush forward and throw himself upon her. He sensed that the footing here was perilous, yet caution had far less appeal than the prospect of sexual release. Somehow he knew that it was dangerous to stray off the beams and into the hollow spaces, though he did not know why. Keeping to those safe tracks was easier for him than for the prey, because in spite of his size, he was more agile than she. Besides, he could see where he was going, and she could not. Each time she started to look back, he squinted so she would not be able to pinpoint his position by spotting his radiant eyes. When she paused to listen, she could surely hear him coming, but her inability to get a visual fix had her obviously terrified.
The stink of her acute terror was as strong as her femaleness, though sour. The former scent sparked his bloodlust as effectively as the latter incited his sexual desire. He longed to feel her blood spurting against his lips, to taste it on his tongue, to push his mouth within her slashed abdomen in search of the rich and satisfying flesh of her liver. He was 20 feet behind her, 15, 10. Ben helped Whit sit up against a 4-foot-high retaining wall that enclosed a tangle of weeds where once had been a bed of flowers. Above them, the motel sign scraped and creaked in the wind.
"Don't worry about me," Whit said, pushing him away. "Your face. Help her. Help Rachel. You're bleeding." I'll live. But it's after Rachel," Whit said, with that unnervingly familiar note of purest horror and desperation that Ben had not heard in anyone's voice since Vietnam. "It left me, and it went after her." "It? You have a gun? Good. A magnum. Good. It," Ben repeated. Abruptly, the wind wailed louder, and the rain fell as if a dam had broken above them, and Whit raised his voice to be heard over the storm. "Leben. It's Leben. But he's changed. My God, he's changed. Not really Leben anymore. Genetic chaos, she calls it. Retrograde evolution. Devolution, she says. Massive mutations. Hurry, Ben. The manager's apartment."
Unable to understand what the hell Whit was talking about, but sensing that Rachel was in even graver danger than he had feared, Ben left his old friend propped against the retaining wall and ran toward the entrance to the motel office. Blind, half-deafened by the thunderous impact of the rain upon the roof, Rachel crawled through the mine-dark attic as fast as she dared. Though she was afraid that she was moving too slowly to escape the beast, she came to the end of the long chamber sooner than she'd expected, bumping up against the outer wall at the end of the motel's first wing. Crazily, she had given no thought to what she would do when she reached a dead end. Her mind had been focused so intently upon the need to stay beyond the reach of the Eric thing that she had proceeded as if the attic would go on forever. She let out a whimper of despair when she discovered that she was cornered. She shuffled to her right, hoping that the attic made a turn and continued over the middle wing of the U-shaped building. In fact, it must have done just that, but she encountered a concrete block partition between the two wings, perhaps a firewall. Searching frantically in the darkness, she could feel the cool, rough surface of the blocks and the lines of mortar, and she knew there would be no pass-through in such a barrier. Behind her, the Eric thing issued a wordless cry of triumph and obscene hunger that pierced the curtain of rain noise and seemed to originate only inches from her ear. She gasped and snapped her head around, shocked by the nearness of the demonic voice. She'd thought she had a minute to scheme, half a minute at least, but for the first time since the beast had cast the attic into absolute darkness by closing the trap door, Rachel saw its murderous eyes. The radiant, pale green orb was undergoing changes that would no doubt make it more like the orange serpent's eye. She was so close that she could see the unspeakable hatred in that alien gaze. It was no more than 6 feet from her. Its breath reeked. She somehow knew that it could see her clearly, and it was reaching for her in the darkness. She sensed its grotesque hand straining toward her. She pressed back against the concrete blocks. Think! Cornered, she could do nothing except embrace one of the very dangers that she had thus far been striving to avoid. Instead of clinging precariously to the beams, she threw herself to one side, into the insulated hollow between a pair of 2x4s, and the old sheetrock cracked and collapsed beneath her. She fell straight out of the attic, down through the ceiling of one of the motel rooms, praying that she would not land on the edge of a dresser or chair, would not break her back, praying that she would not become easy meat.
and she dropped smack into the middle of a bed with broken springs and a mattress that had become a breeding ground for mold and fungus. Those cold and slimy growths burst beneath her, spewing spores, oozing sticky fluids, and exuding a noxious odor almost as bad as rotten eggs, though she breathed deeply of it without complaint because she was alive and unhurt. Above, the Eric thing started down through the ceiling in a less radical fashion than she had chosen, clinging to the ceiling beams and kicking out more sheetrock to make a wider passageway for itself. She rolled off the bed and stumbled across the dark motel room in search of the door. In the manager's apartment, Ben found the shattered bedroom door, but the bedroom itself was deserted, as were the living room and the kitchen. He looked in the garage as well, but neither Rachael nor Eric was there. Finding nothing was better than finding a lot of blood or her battered corpse, though not much better. With Whitney's urgent warning still echoing in his mind, Ben quickly retraced his path through the apartment to the motel office and out into the courtyard. From the corner of his eye, he saw movement down at the end of the first wing. Rachael. Even in the gloom, there was no mistaking her. She came out of one of the motel rooms, moving fast, and with immense relief, Ben called her name. She looked up, then ran toward him along the awning-covered promenade. At first he thought her attitude was one of ordinary excitement or perhaps joy at the sight of him, but almost at once he realized she was propelled by terror.
"Benny, run!" she shouted as she approached. "Run, for God's sake, run!"
Of course he would not run because he could not abandon Whit out there against the wall of the weed-choked flower bed, and he could not carry Whit and run at the same time. So he stood his ground. However, when he saw the thing that came out of that motel room behind her, he wanted to run, no doubt of that. All courage fled him in an instant, even though the darkness allowed him to see only a fraction of the nightmare that pursued her. Genetic chaos, Whit had said. Devolution. Moments ago, those words had meant little or nothing to Ben. Now, on his first glimpse of the thing that Eric Leben had become, he understood as much as he needed to understand for the moment. Leben was both Dr. Frankenstein and the Frankenstein monster, both the experimenter and the unlucky subject of the experiment, a genius and a damned soul. Rachael reached Ben, grabbed him by the arm, and said, come on, hurry." "I can't leave Whit," he said. "Stand back. Let me get a clear shot at it."
"No, that's no good. Jesus, I shot it 10 times and it got right up again."
"This is a hell of a lot more powerful weapon than yours," he insisted. The hideous, Grendel-esque figure raced toward them, virtually galloped in long, graceful strides along the canopied promenade, not in the awkward shamble that Ben had expected when first catching sight of it, but with startling and dismaying speed. Even in the weak gray light, parts of its body appeared to glisten like polished obsidian armor, not unlike the shells of certain insects, while in other places there was the scintillant silvery sheen of scales. Ben barely had time to spread his legs in a shooter's stance, raise the combat magnum in both hands, and squeeze off a shot. The revolver roared, and fire flashed from its muzzle. 15 feet away, the creature was jolted by the impact of the slug, stumbled, but did not go down. Hell, it didn't even stop. It came forward with less speed, but still too fast. He squeezed off a second shot, a third. The beast screamed, a sound like nothing Ben had ever heard, and like nothing he wanted to hear again, and was at last halted. It fell against one of the steel poles that held up the aluminum awning and clung to that support. Ben fired again, hitting it in the throat this time. The impact of the .357 Magnum blew it away from the awning post and sent it staggering backward. The fifth shot knocked it down at last, although only to its knees. It put one shovel-size hand to the front of its throat, and its other arm bent in an impossible fashion until it had put its other hand against the back of its neck.
Again!
Rachael urged. He pumped the sixth and final shot into the kneeling creature, and it pitched backward on the concrete, flopped onto its side, lay silent, motionless. The combat magnum had a roar only slightly less impressive than a cannon's. In the comparative stillness that followed the dwindling echo of the last gunshot, the drumming rain sounded hardly louder than a whisper. "Do you have more bullets?" Rachael demanded, still in a state of acute terror.
"It's all right," Ben said shakily. "It's dead. It's dead."
"If you have more cartridges, load them!" she shouted. He was not shocked by her tone or by the panic in her voice, but he was shocked when he realized that she was not really hysterical. Scared, yes, damn scared, but not out of control. She knew what she was talking about. She was terrified, but not irrational, and she believed he would need to reload quickly. This morning, an eternity ago, on the way to Eric's cabin above Lake Arrowhead, Ben had stuffed some extra rounds into his pockets along with a few spare shells for the shotgun. He had discarded the shotgun ammo when he had left the 12-gauge in the Mercure along I-15. Now, checking his pockets, he turned up only 2 revolver cartridges where he had expected to find half a dozen, and he figured that the others had spilled out with the shotgun shells when he had discarded those. But it was all right. Everything was okay. Nothing to fear. The creature on the promenade had not moved and was not going to move. "Hurry!" Rachael urged. His hands were shaking. He broke out the revolver's cylinder and slipped one cartridge into a chamber. "Benny!" she said warningly. He looked up and saw the beast moving. It had gotten its huge hands under itself and was trying to push up from the concrete.
"Holy shit," he said.
He fumbled the second round into the gun, snapped the cylinder back into place. Incredibly, the beast had already risen to its knees and reached out to another awning post. Ben aimed carefully, squeezed the trigger. The combat magnum boomed again. The thing was jolted as the slug tore into it, but it held fast to the post, emitting an ungodly screech. It turned luminous eyes on Ben, and in them he thought he saw a challenge and an indestructible hatred. Ben's hands were shaking so bad that he was afraid he was going to miss with the next and last shot. He had not been this rattled since his first combat mission in Nam. It clawed for handholds on the post and heaved onto its feet. His confidence shattered, but unwilling to admit that a weapon as devastatingly powerful as the .357 Magnum was inadequate, Ben fired the final round. Again the beast went down, but this time it was not still for even a few seconds. It writhed and squealed and kicked in agony, the carapace hard portions of its body scraping and clicking against the concrete. Ben would have liked to believe that it was in its death throes, but by now he knew no ordinary gun would cut it down. An Uzi rigged for fully automatic fire, perhaps, or a fully automatic AK-91 assault rifle or the equivalent, but not an ordinary gun. Rachael pulled at him, wanting him to run before the beast got onto its feet again, but there was still the problem of Whit Gavis. Ben could save himself and Rachael by running, but in order to save Whit, he had to stay and fight and go on fighting until either he or the mutant Leben was dead. Perhaps because he felt as if he were in the midst of a war again, he thought of Vietnam and of the particularly cruel weapon that had been such a special and infamous part of that brutal conflict, napalm. Napalm was jellied gasoline, and for the most part it killed whatever it touched, eating through flesh all the way to the bone, scoring the bone all the way to the marrow. In Nam, the stuff had been dreaded because once unleashed it brought inescapable death. Given enough time, he possessed the knowledge to manufacture a serviceable homemade version of napalm. He did not have the time, of course, although he realized that he could put his hands on gasoline in its mundane liquid form. Though the jellied brand was preferable, the ordinary stuff was effective in its own right. As the mutant stopped screeching and writhing, as it began to struggle onto its knees once more, Ben grabbed Rachael by the shoulder and said, "The Mercedes, where is it?" "The garage." He glanced toward the street and saw that Whit had presciently dragged himself around the corner of the retaining wall, where he was hidden from the motel. The wisdom of Nam: help your buddies as much as possible, then cover your own ass as soon as you can. Initiates of that war never forgot the lessons it taught them. As long as Leben believed that Ben and Rachael were on the motel property, he was not likely to go out toward Tropicana and accidentally find the helpless man hiding against the wall. For a few more minutes, anyway, Whit was fairly safe where he was. Casting aside the useless revolver, Ben grabbed Rachel's hand and said, "Come on." They ran around the side of the office toward the garage at the back of the motel, where the gusting wind was repeatedly banging the open door against the wall. Chapter 36. The Many Forms of Fire. Slumped against the retaining wall, facing out toward Tropicana, Whitney Gavis felt that the rain was washing him away. He was a man made of mud, and the rain was dissolving him. Moment by moment he grew weaker, too weak to raise a hand to check the bleeding from his cheek and temple, too weak to shout at the dishearteningly few cars that whisked by on the wide boulevard. He was lying in a shadowed area, 30 feet back from the roadway, where their headlights did not sweep across him, and he supposed none of the drivers noticed him. He had watched Ben empty the combat magnum into Leben's mutated hulk, and he had seen the mutant rise up again. As there was nothing he could do to help, he had concentrated upon pulling himself around the corner of the 4-foot-high wall of the flower bed, intending to make himself more visible to those passing on the boulevard, hoping someone would spot him and stop. He even dared to hope for a passing patrol car and a couple of well-armed cops, but merely hoping for help was not going to be good enough. Behind him, he had heard Ben fire 2 more shots, heard him and Rachael talking frantically, then running footsteps. He knew that Ben would never bug out on him, so he figured they'd thought of something else that might stop Leben. The problem was that, weak as he felt, he did not know if he was going to last long enough to find out what new strategy they had devised. He saw another car coming west on Tropicana. He tried to call out, but failed. He tried to raise one arm from his lap so he could wave to attract attention, but the arm seemed nailed to his thigh. Then he noticed this car was moving far slower than previous traffic, and it was approaching half in its lane and half on the shoulder of the road. The closer it got, the slower it moved. Medevac, he thought, and that thought spooked him a little, because this wasn't Nam, for God's sake. This was Vegas, and they didn't have medevac units in Vegas. Besides, this was a car, not a helicopter. He shook his head to clear it, and when he looked again, the car was closer. They're going to pull right into the motel, Whit thought, and he would have been excited, except he suddenly didn't have sufficient energy for excitement, and the already deep black night seemed to be getting blacker. As soon as Ben and Rachael had entered the garage, they'd closed and locked the outer door. She did not have the keys with her, and there was no thumb latch on this side of the kitchen door, so they had to leave that one standing open and just hope that Leben came at them from the other direction. "No door will keep it out anyway," Rachael said. "It'll get in if it knows we're here." Ben had recalled garden hoses among the heaps of junk that the former owners had left behind. Existing supplies, tools, materials, and sundry useful items they had called the trash when trying to boost the sales price of the place. He found a pair of rusted hedge clippers, intending to use them to chop a length of hose that might work as a siphon, but then he saw a coil of narrow, flexible rubber tubing hanging from a hook on the wall, which was even more suitable. He snatched the tubing off the hook and hastily stuffed one end into the Mercedes's fuel tank. He sucked on the other end and barely avoided getting a mouthful of gasoline. Rachael had been busy searching through the junk for a container without a hole in the bottom. She slipped a galvanized bucket under the siphon only seconds before the gasoline began to flow.
"I never knew gas fumes could smell so sweet,"
he said, as he watched the golden fluid streaming into the bucket. "Even this might not stop it," she said worriedly.
"If we saturate it, the damage from fire will be much more extensive than—"
"You have matches?" Rachael interrupted. He blinked.
"No."
"Me neither."
"Damn."
Looking around the cluttered garage, she said, "Would there be any here?" Before he could answer, the knob on the side door of the garage rattled violently. Evidently the Leben thing had seen them go around the motel or had followed their trail by scent. Only God knew what its capabilities were, and in this case, maybe even God was in the dark. And already it had arrived.
"The kitchen," Ben said urgently. "They didn't bother taking anything or cleaning out the drawers. Maybe you'll find some matches there."
Rachael ran to the end of the garage and disappeared into the apartment. The beast threw itself against the outside door, which was not a hollow core model like the one it had easily smashed through in the bedroom. This more solid barrier would not immediately collapse, but it shuddered and clattered in its loosely fitted jamb. The mutant hit it again, and the door gave out a dry wood splintering sound, but still held, and then it was hit a third time. Half a minute, Ben thought, glancing back and forth from the door to the gasoline collecting in the bucket. Please, God, let it hold just half a minute more. The beast hit the door again. Whit Gavis didn't know who the two men were. They had stopped their car along the boulevard and had run to him. The big man was taking his pulse, and the smaller guy, he looked Mexican, was using one of those detachable glove compartment flashlights to examine the lacerations in Whitney's face and temple. Their dark suits had quickly gotten darker as the rain soaked them. They might have been some of the federal agents who were after Ben and Rachael, but at this point Whitney didn't care if they were lieutenants in the devil's own army, because surely no one could pose a greater danger than the deadly creature that was stalking the motel grounds. Against that enemy, all men ought to be united in a common cause. Even federal agents, even DSA men, would be welcome allies in this battle. They would have to give up the idea of keeping the Wild Card Project a secret. They would see that there was no way this particular line of life extension research could be safely carried on, and they would stop trying to silence Ben and Rachael, would help stop the thing that Leben had become. Yes, that was certainly what they would do. So Whitney told them what was happening, urged them to help Ben and Rachael, alerted them to the nature of the danger that they faced.
"What's he saying?"
the big one asked.
"I can't make it out exactly,"
the small, well-dressed Mexican-looking man said. He had stopped examining the cuts and had fished Whitney's wallet out of his trousers. The big man carefully felt Whitney's left leg.
"This isn't a recent injury. He lost the leg a long time ago, the same time he lost the arm, I guess."
Whitney realized that his voice was no louder than a whisper, and that it was mostly drowned out by the patter, splash, and gurgle of the rain. He tried again.
"I think he's delirious,"
the big man said. "I'm not delirious, damn it, just weak," Whitney tried to say, but no words came from him at all this time, which scared him.
"It's Gavis,"
the smaller man said, studying the driver's license in Whitney's wallet.
"Shadway's friend. The man Teddy Bertelsmann told us about. He's in a bad way, Julio. You've got to take him in the car and get him to a hospital."
"Me?" the bigger man said.
"What about you?" "I'll be all right here."
"You can't go in alone," the big man said, his face carved by lines of worry and bejeweled with rain.
"Reese, there's not going to be trouble here," the smaller man said. "It's only Shadway and Mrs. Leben. They're no danger to me."
"Bullshit," the bigger man said. "Julio, there's someone else. Neither Shadway nor Mrs. Leben did this to Gavis."
"Leben."
Whitney managed to expel the name, loud enough for it to carry above the sound of the rain. The two men looked at him, puzzled.
"Leben,"
he managed again.
Eric Leben? Julio asked.
Yes, Whitney breathed. Genetic chaos. Chaos. Mutation. Guns. Guns.
What about guns? The bigger man, Reese, asked.
Won't stop him,
Whitney finished, exhausted. Get him into the car, Reese, Julio said. If he isn't in a hospital in 10 or 15 minutes, he's not going to make it. What's he mean that guns won't stop Leben? Reese asked. He's delirious, Julio said. Now move. Frowning, Reese scooped Whitney up as easily as a father might lift a small child. The one named Julio hurried ahead, splashing through puddles of dirty water, and opened the back door of their car. Reese maneuvered Whitney gently onto the seat, then turned to Julio. I don't like this. Just go, Julio said. I swore I'd never cut and run on you, that I'd always be there when you needed me, any way you needed me, no matter what. Right now, Julio said sharply. I need you to take this man to a hospital. He slammed the rear door. A moment later, Reese opened the front door and got in behind the wheel. To Julio, he said, I'll be back as soon as I can. Lying on the rear seat, Whitney said, Chaos, chaos, chaos. He was trying to say a lot of other things, convey a more specific warning, but only that one word would come out. Then the car began to move. Peake had pulled to the side of Tropicana Boulevard and had switched off the headlights when Hagerstrom and Verdad had coasted to a stop along the shoulder about a quarter of a mile ahead. Leaning forward, squinting through the smeary windshield past the monotonously thumping wipers, Sharp twice rubbed a stubborn patch of condensation from the glass and at last said, Looks like they've found someone lying in front of that place. What is that place? Seems like it's out of business. A deserted motel, Peake said. Can't quite read that old sign from here. Golden something. What are they doing here? Sharp wondered. What am I doing here? Peake wondered silently. Could this be where Shadway and the Leben bitch are hiding out? Sharp wondered. Dear God, I hope not, Peake thought. I hope we never find them. I hope they're on a beach in Tahiti. Whoever those bastards have found, Sharp said, they're putting him in their car. Peake had given up all hope of becoming a legend. He had also given up all hope of becoming one of Anson Sharp's favorite agents. All he wanted was to get through this night alive, to prevent whatever killing he could, and to avoid humiliating himself. At the side of the garage, the battered door cracked again, from top to bottom this time, and the jamb splintered too, and one hinge tore loose, and the lock finally exploded, and everything crashed inward, and there was Leben, the beast, coming through like something that had broken out of a bad dream into the real world. Ben grabbed the bucket, which was more than half full, and headed toward the kitchen door, trying to move fast without spilling any of the precious gasoline. The creature saw him and let loose a shriek of such intense hatred and rage that the sound seemed to penetrate deep into Ben's bones and vibrate there. It kicked aside an outdoor vacuum cleaner and clambered over the piles of trash, including a fallen set of metal shelves with arachnoid grace, as if it were an immense spider. Entering the kitchen, Ben heard the thing close behind him. He dared not look back. Half the cupboard doors and drawers were open, and just as Ben entered, Rachael pulled out another drawer. She cried, "There!" and snatched up a box of matches. "Run," Ben said. "Outside." They absolutely had to put more distance between themselves and the beast, gain time and room to pull the trick they had in mind. He followed her out of the kitchen into the living room, and some of the gasoline slopped over the edge of the pail, spattering the carpet and his shoes. Behind them, the mutant crashed through the kitchen, slamming shut cupboard doors, heaving aside the small kitchen table and chairs, even though that furniture wasn't in its way, snarling and shrieking, apparently in the grip of a destructive frenzy. Ben felt as if he were moving in slow motion, fighting his way through air as thick as syrup.
The living room seemed as long as a football field. Then finally, nearing the end of the room, he was suddenly afraid that the door to the motel office was going to be locked, that they were going to be halted here with no time or room to set fire to the beast, at least not without serious risk of immolating themselves in the process. Then Rachael threw open the door, and Ben almost shouted with relief. They rushed into the motel office, through the swinging gate in one end of the check-in counter, across the small public area, through the outer glass door into the night beneath the breezeway, and nearly collided with Detective Verdad, whom they had last seen on Monday evening at the morgue in Santa Ana.
"What in the name of God?"
Verdad said as the beast shrieked in the motel office behind them. Ben saw that the rain-soaked policeman had a revolver in his hand. He said,
"Back off and shoot it when it comes through the door. You can't kill it, but maybe you can slow it down."
It wanted the female prey. It wanted blood. It was full of a cold rage. It was burning with hot desire, and it would not be stopped, not by guns or doors, not by anything, not until it had taken the female, buried its aching member inside her, not until it had killed both of them and fed upon them. It wanted to chew out their soft, sweet eyes, bury its muzzle in their torn and spurting throats. It wanted to feed on the bloody, pulsing muscle of their hearts, wanted to burrow through their eviscerated corpses in search of their rich livers and kidneys. It felt that overwhelming hunger beginning to grow within it again. The change fire within it needed more fuel, a mild hunger now, but soon to get worse like before, an all-consuming hunger that could not be denied. It needed meat, and it pushed through the glass door out into the night wind and blowing rain, and there was another male, a smaller one, and fire flashed from something in the smaller male's hand, and a brief, sharp pain stung its chest, and fire flashed again, and another pain, so it roared a furious challenge at its pathetic assailant. Just this morning, when he had been at the library doing research related to the unofficial investigation he intended to conduct with Reese, Julio had read several magazine and journal articles Eric Leben had written about genetic engineering and about the prospects for the success of life extension by means of genetic manipulation. Later he had spoken with Dr. Easton Solberg at UCI, had done a lot of thinking since then, and had just heard Whitney Gavis's disjointed ramblings about genetic chaos and mutation. He was not a stupid man, so when he saw the nightmare creature that followed Shadway and Mrs. Leben out of the motel office, he quickly determined that something had gone terribly wrong with Eric Leben's experiment, and that this monstrosity was in fact the scientist himself. As Julio unhesitatingly opened fire on the creature, Mrs. Leben and Shadway, who, judging from the smell of it, was carrying a bucket full of gasoline, hurried from beneath the cover of the breezeway into the rainy courtyard. The first 2 rounds did not faze the mutant, though it stopped for a moment as if baffled by Julio's sudden and unexpected appearance. To his astonishment, he saw that he might not be able to bring it down with the revolver. It lurched forward, hissing, and swung one multiple-jointed arm at him as if to knock his head off his shoulders. Julio barely ducked under the blow, felt the arm brush through his hair, and fired up into the beast's chest, which bristled with spines and strangely shaped lumps of tissue. If it embraced him, he would be impaled upon those breast spikes, and that realization brought his finger to bear upon the trigger again and again. Those 3 shots finally drove the thing backward until it collided with the wall by the office door, where it stood for a moment, clawing at the air. Julio fired the 6th and final round in the revolver, hitting his target again, but still it remained standing, hurt and maybe even dazed, but standing. He always carried a few extra cartridges in his jacket pocket, even though he had never before needed spare rounds in all his years of police work, and now he fumbled for them. The creature shoved away from the motel wall, apparently having already recuperated from the 6 rounds it had just taken. It cut loose a cry so savage and furious that Julio turned away from it at once and ran into the courtyard where Shadway and Mrs. Leben were standing at the far end of the swimming pool. Peake had hoped that Sharp would send him off after Hagerstrom and the unknown man that the cop had loaded into the back seat of the rental car. Then, if shooting took place at the abandoned motel, it would be entirely Sharp's responsibility. But Sharp said, "Let Hagerstrom go. Looks to me like he's taking that guy to a doctor. Anyway, Verdad is the real brains of the team. If Verdad's staying here, then this is where the action is. This is where we'll find Shadway and the woman." When Lieutenant Verdad headed back along the motel driveway toward the lighted office, Sharp told Peake to pull down there and park in front of the place. By the time they stopped again on the shoulder of the boulevard in front of the dilapidated sign Golden Sand Inn, they heard the first gunshots. "Oh, hell," Peake thought miserably. Lieutenant Verdad stood on one side of Benny, hastily reloading his revolver. Rachael stood on the other side, sheltering the box of wooden matches from the relentless rain. She had withdrawn one match and had been holding it and the box in her cupped hands, silently cursing the wind and water that would try to extinguish the flame the moment it was struck. From the front of the motel courtyard, backlit by the amber light spilling through the office windows, the Eric thing approached in that frighteningly swift, darkly graceful stride that seemed entirely at odds with its size and with its cumbersome, gnarled appearance. It emitted a shrill, ululent cry as it raced toward them. Clearly it had no fear. Rachael was afraid that its reckless advance was justified, that the fire would do it no more damage than the bullets. It was already halfway along the 40-foot length of the pool. When it reached the end, it would only have to turn the corner and come another 15 feet before it would be upon them. The lieutenant had not finished reloading his revolver, but he snapped the cylinder into place anyway, apparently deciding that he didn't have time to slip the last 2 cartridges into their chambers. The beast reached the corner of the pool. Benny gripped the bucket of gasoline with both hands, one on the rim and the other on the bottom. He swung it back at his side, brought it forward, and threw the contents all over the face and chest of the mutant as it leaped across the last 15 feet of concrete decking. At a run, Peake followed Sharp past the motel office and into the courtyard, just in time to see Shadway throw a bucketful of something into the face of what? Christ, what was that thing? Sharp, too, halted in amazement. The creature screamed in fury and staggered back from Shadway. It wiped at its monstrous face. Peake saw eyes that glowed orange like a pair of hot coals and pawed at its chest, trying to remove whatever Shadway had thrown on it. "Leben," Sharp said. "Holy shit! It must be Leben." Jerry Peake understood at once, even though he didn't want to understand, did not want to know, for this was a secret that would be dangerous to know, dangerous not only to his physical well-being, but to his sanity. The gasoline seemed to have choked and temporarily blinded it, but Rachael knew that it would recover from this assault as quickly as it had recovered from being shot. So as Benny dropped the empty bucket and stepped out of the way, she struck the match, and only then realized she should have had a torch, something she could have set aflame and then thrown at the creature. Now she had no choice but to step in close with the short-stemmed match. The Eric thing had stopped shrieking, and temporarily overcome by the gasoline fumes, was hunched over, wheezing noisily, gasping for air. She took only 3 steps toward it, before the wind or the rain or both extinguished the match. Making a strange, terrified mewling that she could not control, she slid open the box, took out another match, and struck it. This time she had not even taken 1 step before the flame went out. The demonic mutant seemed to be breathing easier, and it began to straighten up, raising its monstrous head again. The rain, Rachael thought desperately. The rain is washing the gasoline off its body. As she shakily withdrew a third match, Benny said, "Here," and he turned the empty bucket upright on the concrete at her feet. She understood. She rasped the third match against the striking pad on the side of the box. Couldn't get it to light. The creature drew in a deep breath at last. Another. Recovering, it shrieked at them. She scraped the match against the box again and let out a cry of relief when the flames spurted up. The instant the match was lit, she dropped it straight into the bucket, and the residue of gasoline burst into flames. Lieutenant Verdad, who had been waiting to do his part, stepped in fast and kicked the bucket at the Eric thing. The flaming pail struck one of the beast's jean-clad thighs where some of the gasoline had landed when Benny had thrown it. The fire leaped out of the bucket onto the jeans and raced up over the creature's spiny chest, swiftly enveloped the misshapen head. The fire did not stop it. Screaming in pain, a pillar of flame, the thing nevertheless came forward faster than Rachael would have believed possible. In the red-orange light of the leaping fire, she saw its outreaching hands, saw what appeared to be mouths in the palms, and then it had its hands on her. Hell could be no worse than having those hands on her. She almost died right there from the horror of it. The thing seized her by one arm and by the neck, and she felt those orifices within its hands eating into her flesh, and she felt the fire reaching out for her, and she saw the spikes on the mutant's huge chest, where she could be so quickly and easily impaled, a multitude of possible deaths. And now it lifted her, and she knew she was certainly dead, finished. But Verdad appeared and opened fire with his revolver, squeezing off 2 shots that hit the Eric thing in the head. But even before he could pull off a third shot, Benny came in at a flying leap in some crazy karate movement, airborne, driving both feet into the monster's shoulder, and Rachael felt it let go of her with one hand, so she wrenched and kicked at its flaming chest, and suddenly she was free. The creature was toppling into the shallow end of the empty swimming pool. She fell to the concrete decking. Free! Free! Except that her shoes were on fire. Ben delivered the kick and threw himself to the left, hit the decking, rolled, and came immediately onto his feet in time to see the creature falling into the shallow end of the empty pool. He also saw that Rachael's shoes were afire from gasoline, and he dove for her, threw himself upon her, and smothered the flames. For a moment she clung fiercely to him, and he held her tightly with an equal need of reassurance. He had never before felt anything half as good as her heart's frantic pounding, which was conveyed through her breast to his. "Are you all right?" "Good enough," she said shakily. He hugged her again, then gave her a quick examination. There was a bleeding circlet on her arm and another on her neck, where the mouths in the mutant's hands had attached themselves to her, but neither wound looked serious. In the pool, the creature was screaming in a way it had not screamed before, and Ben was sure that these must be its death cries, although he would not have taken any bets on it. Together, with his arm around her waist and her arm encircling him, they went to the edge of the pool, where Lieutenant Verdad was already standing. Burning as if it were made of the purest candle tallow, the beast staggered down the sloping floor of the pool, perhaps trying to reach the collected rainwater at the deep end. But the falling rain did nothing to quench the flames, and Ben suspected that the puddle below would be equally ineffective. The fire was inexplicably intense, as if the gasoline were not the only fuel, as if something in the mutant's body chemistry were also feeding the flames. At the halfway point, the creature collapsed onto its knees, clawing at the air, then at the wet concrete before it. It continued to the bottom, crawling, then slithering along on its belly, finally dragging itself laboriously toward hoped-for salvation. The shadow fire burned within the water, down under the cooling surface, and he was drawn toward it, not merely to extinguish the flames that were consuming his body, but to snuff out the change fire within him too,
The unbearable pain of immolation had jolted what remained of his human consciousness, had bestirred him from the trance-like state into which he had retreated when the savage, alien part of him had gained dominance. For a moment he knew who he was, what he had become, and what was happening to him. But he also knew that the knowledge was tenuous, that awareness would fade, that the small remaining portion of his intellect and personality would eventually be completely destroyed in the process of growth and change, and that the only hope for him was death. Death. He had striven hard to avoid death, had taken insane risks to save himself from the grave, but now he welcomed Karen. Eaten alive by fire, he dragged himself down toward the shadow fire beneath the water, the strange fire burning on a far shore. He stopped screaming. He had traveled beyond pain and terror into a great lonely calm. He knew that the flaming gasoline would not kill him, not that alone. The change fire within him was worse than the external fire. The change fire was blazing very brightly now, burning in every cell, raging, and he was overwhelmed by a painful hunger 1,000 times more demanding and excruciating than any he had known before. He was desperate for fuel, for carbohydrates and proteins and vitamins and minerals with which to support his uncontrolled metabolism. But because he was in no condition to stalk and kill and feed, he could not provide his system with the fuel it needed. Therefore, his body started to cannibalize itself. The change fire did not subside, but began to burn up some of his tissues in order to obtain the enormous amounts of energy required to transform those tissues that it did not consume as fuel. Second by second, his body weight rapidly declined, not because the gasoline was feeding on it, but because he was feeding on himself, devouring himself from within. He felt his head changing shape, felt his arms shrinking, and a second pair of arms extruding from his lower rib cage. Each change consumed more of him, yet the fires of mutation did not subside. At last he could not pull himself any closer to the shadow fire that burned beneath the water. He stopped and lay still, choking and twitching. But to his surprise, he saw the shadow fire rise out of the water ahead. It moved toward him until it encircled him, until his world was all aflame, inside and out. In his dying agony, Eric finally understood that the mysterious shadow fires had been neither gateways to hell nor merely meaningless illusions generated by misfiring synapses in the brain. They were illusions, yes, or more accurately, they were hallucinations cast off by his subconscious, meant to warn him of the terrible destiny toward which he had been plunging ever since he had arisen from that slab in the morgue. His damaged brain had functioned too poorly for him to grasp the logical progression of his fate, at least on a conscious level. But his subconscious mind had known the truth and had tried to provide clues by creating the phantom shadow fires. Fire. His subconscious had been telling him, fire is your destiny, the insatiable inner fire of a superheated metabolism, and sooner or later it is going to burn you up alive. His neck dwindled until his head sat almost directly upon his shoulders. He felt his spine lengthening into a tail. His eyes sank back under a suddenly more massive brow. He sensed that he had more than 2 legs. Then he sensed nothing at all, as the change fire swept through him, consuming the last fuel it could find. He descended into the many kinds of fire. Before Ben's eyes, in only a minute or less, the creature burned. The flames leaped high into the air, seethed, roared, until there was nothing left of the corpse but a small bubbling pool of sludge, a few little flickering flames down there in the darkness that reclaimed the empty swimming pool. Uncomprehending, Ben stood in silence, unable to speak. Lieutenant Verdad and Rachael seemed equally amazed, for they did not break the silence either.
It was broken at last by Anson Sharp. He was coming slowly around the edge of the pool. He had a gun, and he looked as if he would use it.
"What the hell happened to him? What the hell?"
Startled, not having seen the DSA agents until now, Ben stared at his old enemy and said,
"Same thing that's going to happen to you, Sharp. He did to himself what you'll do to yourself sooner or later, though in a different way." "What are you talking about?"
Sharp demanded. Holding Rachael and trying to ease his body between her and Sharp, Ben said,
"He didn't like the world the way he found it, so he set out to make it conform to his own twisted expectations. But instead of making a paradise for himself, he made a living hell. It's what you'll make for yourself, given time."
"Shit," Anson Sharp said.
"You've gone off the deep end, Shadway. Way off the deep end."
To Verdad, he said,
"Lieutenant, please put down your revolver."
Verdad said,
"What? What are you talking about?
Sharp shot Verdad, and the detective was flung off the concrete into the mud by the impact of the bullet. Jerry Peake, a devoted reader of mysteries, given to dreams of legendary achievement, had a habit of thinking in melodramatic terms. Watching Eric Leben's monstrously mutated body burning away to nothing in the empty swimming pool, he was shocked, horrified, and frightened, but he was also thinking at an unusually furious pace for him. First, he made a mental list of the similarities between Eric Leben and Anson Sharp. They loved power, thrived on it. They were cold-blooded and capable of anything. They had a perverse taste for young girls. Then Jerry listened to what Ben Shadway said about how a man could make his own hell on earth, and he thought about that, too. Then he looked down at the smoldering remnants of the mutant Leben, and it seemed to him that he was at a crossroads between his own earthly paradise and hell. He could cooperate with Sharp, let murder be done, and live with the guilt forever, damned in this life as well as in the next. Or he could resist Sharp, retain his integrity and self-respect, and feel good about himself no matter what happened to his career in the DSA. The choice was his. Which did he want to be? The thing down there in the pool, or a man? Sharp ordered Lieutenant Verdad to put down the gun, and Verdad began to question the order, and Sharp shot him, just shot him, with no argument or hesitation. So Jerry Peake drew his own gun and shot Sharp. The slug hit the deputy director in the shoulder. Sharp seemed to have sensed the impending betrayal because he had started to turn toward Jerry even as Jerry shot him. He squeezed off a round of his own, and Jerry took the bullet in the leg, though he fired simultaneously. As he fell, he had the enormous pleasure of seeing Anson Sharp's head explode. Rachael stripped the jacket and shirt off Lieutenant Verdad and examined the bullet wound in his shoulder.
"I'll live," he said. "It hurts like the devil, but I'll live."
In the distance, the mournful sound of sirens arose, drawing rapidly nearer.
"That'll be Reese's doing," Verdad said. "As soon as he got Gavis to the hospital, he'll have called the locals."
"There really isn't too much bleeding," she said, relieved to be able to confirm his own assessment of his condition.
"I told you," Verdad said. "Heck, I can't die. I intend to stay around long enough to see my partner marry the pink lady."
He laughed at her puzzlement and said,
"Don't worry, Mrs. Leben. I'm not out of my head."
Peake was flat on his back on the concrete decking, his head raised somewhat on the hard pillow of the pool coping. With a wide strip of his own torn shirt, Ben had fashioned a tourniquet for Peake's leg. The only thing he could find to twist it with was the barrel of Anson Sharp's discarded silencer-equipped pistol, which was perfect for the job.
"I don't think you really need a tourniquet,"
he told Peake as the sirens drew steadily nearer, gradually overwhelming the patter of the rain.
"But better safe than sorry. There's a lot of blood, but I didn't see any spurting. No torn artery. Must hurt like the devil, though." "Funny," Peake said. but it doesn't hurt much at all."
"Shock," Ben said worriedly.
"No,"
Peake said, shaking his head.
"No, I don't think I'm going into shock. I've got none of the symptoms, and I know them. You know what I think maybe it is?" "What?" "What I just did, shooting my own boss when he went bad, is going to make me a legend in the agency. Damned if it isn't. I didn't see it that way until he was dead. So anyway, maybe a legend just doesn't feel pain as much as other people do."
He grinned at Ben. Ben returned a frown for the grin.
"Relax. Just try to relax."
Jerry Peake laughed.
"I'm not delirious, Mr. Shadway. Really, I'm not. Don't you see? Not only am I a legend, but I can still laugh at myself, which means that maybe I really do have what it takes. I mean, see? Maybe I can make a big reputation for myself and not let it go to my head. Isn't that a nice thing to learn about yourself?" "It's a nice thing," Ben agreed.
The night was filled with screaming sirens, then the bark of brakes, and then the sirens died as running footsteps sounded on the motel driveway. Soon there would be questions, thousands of them, from police officers in Las Vegas, Palm Springs, Lake Arrowhead, Santa Ana, Placentia, and other places. Following that ordeal, the media would have questions of their own. "How do you feel, Mrs. Leben? Please, how do you feel about your husband's murderous spree, about nearly dying at his hands? How do you feel?" They would be even more persistent than the police, and far less courteous. But now, as Jerry Peake and Julio Verdad were loaded into the paramedics' van, and as the uniformed Las Vegas officers kept a watch on Sharp's corpse to make certain no one touched it before the police coroner arrived, Rachael and Ben had a moment together, just the two of them. Detective Hagerstrom had reported that Whitney Gavis had made it to the hospital in time and was going to pull through, and now he was getting into the emergency van with Julio Verdad. They were blessedly alone. They stood under the promenade awning, holding each other, neither of them speaking at first. Then they seemed to realize simultaneously that they would not be alone together again for long, frustrating hours, and they both tried to speak at once. "You first," he said, holding her almost at arm's length, looking into her eyes. "No, you. What were you going to say?"
"I was wondering."
"What?"
"If you remembered."
"Ah," she said, because she knew instinctively what he meant.
"When we stopped along the road to Palm Springs," he said.
"I remember," she said.
"I proposed."
"Yes."
"Marriage."
"Yes."
"I've never done that before."
"I'm glad."
"It wasn't very romantic, was it?"
"You did just fine," she said. "Is the offer still open?"
"Yes." "Is it still appealing?"
"Immensely appealing," she said. He pulled her close again. She put her arms around him, and she felt protected. Yet suddenly a shiver passed through her.
"It's all right," he said. "It's over."
"Yeah, it's over," she said, putting her head against his chest. "We'll go back to Orange County, where it's always summer, and we'll get married, and I'll start collecting trains with you. I think I could get into trains, you know. We'll listen to old swing music, and we'll watch old movies on the VCR, and together we'll make a better world for ourselves, won't we?"
"We'll make a better world," he agreed softly, "but not that way. Not by hiding from the world as it really is. Together we don't need to hide. Together we've got the power, don't you think?"
"I don't think," she said. "I know." The rain had tailed off to a light drizzle. The storm was moving eastward, and the mad voice of the wind was stilled for now. And now, with a special afterword, here is Dean Koontz.
I have always resisted the label horror writer, as I have my whole life also strenuously resisted these labels: international terrorist, mad scientist, extraterrestrial life form, Whig, Deceased, Cremated Remains, Former Miss America, Tattoo Artist to the Stars, Bonehead, Cheesehead, Dunderhead, Fathead, Moonhead, Pumpkinhead, Turniphead, Baboon, Buffoon, Jejune, Looney Tune, Poltroon, Missing Link, Pretty in Pink, Dink, Dork, Duck Butt, The Kid with the Weird Lips, Chatty Cathy, Heather, and the reincarnation of Fatty Arbuckle. I have succeeded in defeating all the labelers regarding all those labels except the first. After so many years in denials, certain media types who never read my books still refer to me as a horror writer. From this you might suppose that I dislike or even loathe horror fiction, but you would be wrong. The issue is accuracy. I would not want to be described as a chicken pot pie, even though I enjoy a good chicken pot pie. When as a child I began reading for pleasure, I was drawn first to spooky stories. For more than a decade I read nothing else. Ray Bradbury, though widely viewed as a science fiction writer, has in fact written some of the richest and most haunting horror stories you could hope to read, such as Boys, Raise Giant Mushrooms in Your Cellar, and The Small Assassin. Theodore Sturgeon's astonishing It, as well as his And My Fear is Great, thrilled me. Bram Stoker, Richard Matheson, H.P. Lovecraft, Frank Belknap Long. Some names are still well known, some forgotten, but I have not forgotten any of them. Robert Heinlein's utterly chilling The Unpleasant Profession of Jonathan Hoag is as fresh in my mind now as when I first read it 40 years ago. When well done, horror fiction has no less potential than any other form of fiction to reach the reader both intellectually and emotionally. Those who disdain it do so because they think it deals with tawdry and grotesque aspects of life and is inelegantly sensational. But I've always felt that what they really are disturbed about is that it deals so openly with death. As T.S. Eliot wrote, humankind cannot bear much reality, and the thing from which we spend the most time distracting ourselves is the reality of our mortality. In horror fiction, my personal taste runs toward stories that avoid gore, that emphasize dark wonder instead of graphic violence. I want stories that recognize a hemispherical mythos, by which I mean stories that display a genuine belief in the existence of both good and evil as real forces in the world, instead of portraying evil in a strictly good-free, nihilistic context, and that have a strong sense of human dignity. Shadowfires was Lee Nichols' fifth and final novel, and her only outright horror novel. Her first book was The Key to Midnight, a suspense story of international intrigue, set mostly in Japan and Switzerland, and a love story. The original publisher, Pocket Books, wanted to release The Key to Midnight under a pen name because it was not like other books I had written and because I was not yet a best-selling author with a large audience for work under my name. They preferred a pseudonym that could sound like either a man or a woman, so I gave them Lee Nichols. They changed the spelling of the first name, which seemed to me to all but eliminate the chance that a reader browsing the shelves of a bookstore would think the author was a man, but I did not argue the issue. When Key was released, it sold over 1 million paperbacks and became my first bestseller. That was in the summer of 1979. In the fall of 1980, I had my second million-copy bestseller, The Funhouse, under another pen name, Owen West, and found myself with 2 highly successful pseudonyms while still writing novels under my own name. Because each of these bylines had a distinctive prose style, I had to get into character to write, which required me to have 3 complete wardrobes, of which Lee's was the loveliest, and the only one of the 3 with a collection of sequin shoes. Fortunately, in the spring of 1981, just as my personality was splitting into 3 identities, one normal, one psychotic, and one a clothes horse, Berkeley Books sold in excess of 1 million copies of the paperback reprint of my novel Whispers, giving me the hope that I could one day soon knit together my shattered psyche and write only as Dean Koontz, and perhaps even move to a larger house that had no bodies buried in the cellar. Keeping your eye on the ball is as difficult in publishing as it is in baseball or golf. Although The Key to Midnight sold extremely well, Pocket Books gave Lee's second novel less support than the first, her third less support than the second. By her fourth novel, The Servants of Twilight, which Pocket Books released under the title Twilight, she was being published as if she were a has-been, and around the house she was getting really pissy. She started buying a fearsome number of shoes to compensate. In early 1987, Lee published her fifth book, Shadowfires, with a new house, Avon Books, that promoted her with more vigor. By then, however, my novel Strangers had become a hardcover bestseller in 1986, and Watchers would shortly do better. I had no reason to write under pen names any longer. With breathtaking ruthlessness, I pushed Lee down a long flight of stairs, and when she survived that assault, I dragged her to the top and pushed her down again. But after she likewise survived 6 rounds from a revolver and an assault with a fireplace bellows, she had been sufficiently weakened to make her easy prey for the alligator in the basement. Even before my career under my own name, Dean Koontz, if you've forgotten, had begun to take off, my wife Gerda and I had seen that success was coming at us like a runaway truck, whether we liked it or not. Consequently, we had bought back the rights to all of my old novels under my name and pen names, either to keep the early and not-so-good science fiction out of print, or to be able to resell the suspense novels when their value had risen. To reacquire rights to those books, most publishers made us pay at least 100% of the advance I had originally been paid, even if it had earned out. We didn't complain. When my agent approached Pocket Books, Lee's first publisher, and asked for a buyback price for the 4 titles of hers that they owned, they offered to return them for nothing. This would have been a magnanimous act, a lovely human gesture, if the executive who made the offer had not coupled it with this statement. They're worthless anyway. They've been fully exploited. Trying to squeeze additional sales out of them would be a waste of money. Considering the books under my name were beginning to sell very well, and that most of my readers had never seen Lee's books, the executive seemed not only to be dissing those 4 novels, but dissing the idea that I was on the rise and that I had good prospects. We smiled through the insult, politely thanked him, and took back the books at no cost to us. Within only a year, The Servants of Twilight was republished under my name by Berkley and spent 6 weeks at #1 on the New York Times paperback bestseller list. Following Lee's tragic demise, all 5 of her books became bestsellers and have sold continuously for 2 decades in 36 languages. In the most sincere gratitude to Lee Nichols, every once in a while we purchase a cool pair of sequin shoes, and we place them on the alligator's grave, which is, of course, also Lee's grave. Now my friends at Brilliance Audio are releasing Shadowfires as an unabridged audiobook, with this new afterword. As I said before, this is a horror novel, and I won't argue that point. It is a riff on genetic engineering, and as such I think it's timelier now than it was when it first appeared 21 years ago. We live in an age when a scientist at a Chinese university recently cloned a pig whose genes were fiddled with to make it glow a fluorescent green. I'm not doing shtick now, this is real. The trait has proved inheritable, as the cloned pig's offspring also glowed green. You can see what a fun century we have entered. Considering humankind's arrogance and infinite capacity to screw up, it will also be a terrifying new century. Judging by reader mail, Shadowfire